fast enough to take us into that debate. Please welcome Mr. Arunish Chawla, who's the Secretary of Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri, please.
What better way to kick off Reforms Reloaded with the market-facing department of the Government of India, the Secretary of DPAM right here with us, Mr. Chawla. What a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here. Before I talk to you about disinvestment and the disinvestment roadmap, I want to understand from you the broad picture within North Block at this point in time with the rollout of the GST, with the income tax cuts that were given by the government. The clear effort and message seems to be, as we heard from the Prime Minister yesterday in his address to the nation, boost consumption, drive consumption. The budget making exercise is going to start shortly, Mr. Chawla. How does all of this stack up on balance as you get into the budget making process?
Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister will speak about it in more detail in the evening. I'll just make two supporting comments. One, our government is providing a balanced support to the economy. And balanced support includes support to private consumption, and which, as you very rightly said, includes both the income tax relief that was given in the budget and this great GST 2.0 reform, which both. Secondly, we have not forgotten investment. We've not forgotten about productive investment and the need to increase the productive capacity of the economy. As you know, the budget this year provided for more than double-digit growth in capex, which includes both budgetary and extra budgetary resources. And as you know, if you can see the CGA data which came out the first quarter, that investment, public investment through the budgetary sources was on target. Equally important, what is called the extra budgetary resources, where we directly come in and where the public enterprises play a role. The data we have as of end of July, we achieved almost 1/3, about 30 to 33% of the yearly target by July itself, which tells you that we have front-loaded reforms. We have kept them on track. And the industry and the commercial side of the government is working on the global value chains, how to revisit them, how to reorient them, so that we can insulate our economy from the global headwinds. I also have one suggestion. We should not get obsessed with individual numbers. India is a growing economy. We are in a phase of growth convergence. And it is how we perform relative to the rest of the world that is what matters.
So which number should we not get obsessed with, sir?
It's the headline number which we all tend to get obsessed about. And the right way of looking at it is, say, in spite of global headwinds, the world is going to grow, say, at 3% or even lower. If we can grow double that in real terms and maybe exceed that, and that is what the early data shows, we should be thrilled. That is my suggestion.
Well, suggestion and point taken, sir. Let me now address the issue of disinvestment and what the government is likely to do as far as the disinvestment roadmap is concerned. You know, I talked about the markets, and the Indian markets have, of course, faced their own degree of volatility on account of the fluctuation of FII inflows, but that's been offset by very strong domestic institutional interest and domestic institutional investment into the stock markets. There really has been, in a way, a democratization of the Indian capital markets that we've seen. How does your department, how does the government intend to leverage what we see happening in the market? What can we expect? More public sector companies doing OFSs? Are we likely to see more IPOs? What can we now realistically expect?
Good question, and I entirely agree with you on the observation. Uh, the first dose or the first dose of financial inclusion was Jan Dhan, was Aadhaar, was UPI, what is globally called the India Stack. The second big structural change that has come about in our economy is this great democratization of our capital markets. And as you know, the foreign institutional investors keep moving in and out. They have their own sentiments. Last year, they gave us a tough time. And this year as well, you know, in the last few months, there has been great nervousness because of the reasons that you well know. To great comfort and great relief, the domestic institutional investors have become part of our capital markets in a very organic way and in a very democratized way. And if I can just quote you numbers, just say last closing financial year, if the FIIs were maybe slightly negative in the net sense, the domestic institutional investors poured in 6 lakh crores of savings and into the capital markets. So we have moved away from that era where everyone just kept money in fixed deposits and provident funds. And mind you, almost 2/3 of our domestic institutional investments, the mutual funds and the more high net worth individuals, almost 2/3 of it is just individual investors. And what they poured in as 6 lakh crores is almost twice as the 3-year moving average, which is again twice of the previous 3-year moving average. And this year, they say from January till August, again, as the FIIs in a net withdrew 1 lakh crores, the domestic institutional investors poured in 5 lakh crores. And that is why our capital markets are the best performing world over. We have overcome the headwinds, and you can see they're now stable and looking forward to what today you call reforms reloaded.
So what can we expect as far as your pipeline is concerned, sir, both in terms of IPOs, in terms of public sector enterprises, public sector banks needing to meet the minimum float norms that the regulator has in place? Give us a timeline of what is on the anvil.
You can expect from us honest gratitude to the small investor.
Can you put a number to that, sir? What does that mean exactly?
So essentially what that means is that we started with a few market stake sales at the beginning of the year. We held up a bit in the days of nervousness, but as markets have stabilized, we will bring in value creation opportunities for small investors. We will bring in more OFS, we'll bring in minority stake sales, we'll bring in maybe a few IPOs, and we will speed up this journey. And I will also congratulate and thank CNBC TV 18, because you have helped us connect the policy space, the market space, the investors together in such a beautiful manner.
Well, thank you very much for that, and we look forward to being able to continue to do that, sir. But, you know, so the second half of the year, IPOs, minority stake sales, and OFS, you know, do you intend to make that disinvestment target of 47,000 crore rupees, or perhaps this time, for a change, beat the disinvestment target as well?
Fingers crossed, beat it this year.
Beat it this year. You're feeling confident about that?
Absolutely.
IPOs, you know, on the insurance side, are we likely to see IPOs from the insurance companies? Are we likely to see IPOs from the defense space? Because that's a space that the markets are at this point in time fairly excited about. Where could we see the next set of IPOs coming in from the public sector?
It would not be fair for me to name individual companies.
You can give us a sector.
Yes. But broadly speaking, what you said are the right sectors. And in these sectors, you will see various forms of minority stake sales through various methods, the SEBI-approved methods. And we, as you said, have a good target in mind and maybe exceed it so that all these small investors who have reposed their faith in us, we repay the gratitude back to them.
So how do you then respond, sir, to the comments that have come in from many market observers and market watchers who say that, look, the disinvestment story in India is dead?
I would refute that very strongly. We tend to pick up stereotypes very quickly. What is disinvestment needs to be understood very carefully. And if you see the evolution of this policy 25 years ago, when this department of the government was founded, it has been through four phases. The first phase was 1999-2004, which was a learning phase, or you can say an experimental phase. The second phase, that is 4 to 14, was a phase of political constraints or coalition constraints. That is a better word. And of course, the strategic disinvestment took a backseat, but the department continued with minority stake sales. The department continued to engage with the capital markets. The third phase, which is 16 to 21, we would say was the revival phase, when strategic disinvestment was revived, and revived in the right earnest. Because you see, and the fourth phase, which is 21 onwards, which is called the Atmanirbhar Bharat PSC policy, is a phase of integrated disinvestment policy. And what that means is that disinvestment and closure are two sides of the same coin. At a micro level, they may look very different, but at a macro level or in a general equilibrium framework, they both create greater space for the private sector. And if you see, as many as 50 public enterprises have been taken up either for disinvestment or closure in the last 50 years. And that has yielded dividends. You see such an exciting private sector manufacturing growth. But we must not forget that public sector also has a fair, bona fide role to play in our economy. There are certain strategic sectors, there are certain public goods, there are certain public services, there are issues of inclusion which are not for profit in nature. That is where, and of course, now in the present global framework, maintaining the security of our global supply chains, of our raw materials, of our minerals is equally important. And therefore, when we talk about the disinvestment policy today, it means public sector does its job that is due to it, the private sector does what is due to it, and we share wealth and value that public assets create with the people of India, with the citizens of India, and with our small investors.
So let me just push back a little bit on that, because the banking sector, for instance, the expectation was that we would see privatization. That is not the case. In fact, we have the DFS secretary telling us that the government has no intention of bringing down holdings under 51% at this point in time. Telecom, another sector where the government has decided that from a strategic point of view, it does not intend to disinvest. So which are the sectors where strategic disinvestment is likely, where there is still an intent and an appetite to go forward with strategic disinvestment?
I would not like to comment beyond my pay grade.
So this is very much your pay grade. You're going to have to do this.
Okay, let me put it this way. I would not like to say things which are beyond my immediate domain. But all I can assure you is that all major public sectors, including the financial sector, which is the banks and the financial institutions, are part of our disinvestment framework. You may see one or two big strategic disinvestments, but you may see many more, maybe half a dozen OFS or follow-on offers or different forms of minority stake sales.
So half a dozen minority stake sales by way of OFSs, etc., but one or two strategic disinvestments. Let me guess which one or two of those strategic disinvestments, it could possibly be IDBI Bank. So we're talking about reforms, reloaded and accelerating reforms. It's been a disinvestment in the making for over a decade now. Are we going to close it this financial year?
Hopefully, yes. Honorable Finance Minister said it in an interview recently, and we are working hard day and night to make it happen.
By when will you invite the bids for IDBI Bank?
The only timeline given out in the media is end of the financial year. A lot of things happen and are done outside the media glaze. So let the interested parties wrestle it out.
Speaking of interested parties wrestling it out, sir, would it be fair to assume that the foreign interest is higher than the domestic interest, specifically as far as IDBI Bank is concerned?
No comments.
I'm trying my luck to extract as much as possible from you. So IDBI Bank, of course, as you stated, is being targeted for this financial year. What could the second candidate be, sir, from a strategic disinvestment point of view?
Wait and watch. You will hear the announcement at the right time, and we'll make the announcement through you.
You'll make the announcement to us, so we will hold you to that, sir. But the other important aspect that you spoke of, and I think that's something that the market is also watching very closely, is the government's dividend policy. And perhaps you could shed some light on how you're looking at the dividend policy going forward as well.
Very good question. A fair dividend policy is part of our integrated disinvestment framework, and the reason is almost the same reason as the monetary policy. Essentially, it is the discretion versus rule, which is also called time consistency. And it's a very careful optimization between the investors and the traders. We don't give any targets to the private sector. We allow them to freely operate in the capital markets. For the public sector, we want them to be benchmarks. And so we create that nudge. And over the last 10 years, we have debated this internally. The policy framework has evolved and matured. And we now ensure that public enterprises who have moved bravely onto the capital markets and have won the trust of investors should pay 30% of their profit after tax or 4% of their net worth, whichever is higher, as fair dividends to small investors. And this has picked up. If you see in the last 5 years, the dividends payout by the public sector enterprises has doubled. And even though they occupy only 14% of the market cap in our capital markets, they pay 25% of dividends to the small investors.
So that will continue.
That will continue, and they achieved a record landmark last year. Almost 1,20,000 crores was distributed as total dividends, and we hope to exceed it this year.
You hope to exceed that number this year, 1,20,000 crores. IPOs, and I want to go back to that because the last big blockbuster from the government, of course, was the LIC IPO. What's the thinking? What would you like to prioritize in terms of the IPO pipeline? We talked about how strong the appetite has been as far as the primary markets are concerned. What would the government like to prioritize given the global challenges as well as the appetite in the market from an IPO perspective?
Good. We are doing investor meetings and market research. You should expect that at least some public enterprises in the strategic sector or natural resources space, or maybe their subsidiaries, will be brought out and placed suitably.
So natural resources space. So you've given us a clear heads up there in terms of what the priority is likely to be, sectorally at least at this point in time. Okay, and how soon can we expect you to look at hitting the markets?
End of financial year. Anything before that?
This financial year. So that's the target. And how many are you working towards, sir?
No comments.
Okay, fair enough. You know, Mr. Chawla, I want to take a little segue away from disinvestment to talk about something that I know you've very closely been involved with. I don't know how many people in this room know, but he's of course had stints at the IMF, and he's been very closely involved with economic diplomacy as well. As you look at what's playing out at this point in time with tariffs, especially with the ongoing negotiations between India and the US, what do you believe are likely to be the outcomes of these negotiations? How confident do you feel that we will in fact be closer to getting some sort of an agreement in the next few weeks?
Those who are not part of negotiations do not comment on it when particularly they leave those positions.
As an observer.
This engagement will continue. It's very difficult for anyone to predict which way it will go. But my own view is that we should not respond in a knee-jerk fashion, which is what we are doing. We should continue to work on our fundamentals, strengthen our economy, provide balanced support to growth, reorient our value chains, and at the end of it, it will pay us good dividends.
So, you know, a calibrated approach is what you're essentially suggesting. But on the macros, as you look at what's happening, especially as far as the currency markets are concerned, and we've seen a fair degree of volatility there, you know, how do you see the rupee and the move in the rupee also kind of offsetting some of the impact as far as exporters are concerned? But, you know, what you believe the strategy should be there?
It's the domain of the central bank, so I would not give any comment on it. But being the market-facing department, whatever we see and whatever we research, broadly the rupee is aligned with the fundamentals, which is called the real effective rate.
You know, coming back to asset monetization, and we had that big plan as far as asset monetization was concerned. What can we expect now realistically as far as this financial year is concerned on that front specifically, sir?
As I said, I would reiterate that we are on course to meet our target. We've been planning it since the beginning of the year. We did a few things at the beginning, and you know, when the headwinds come, we lie down, but we keep ourselves ready. And the moment the fresh breeze comes, we come out and I would say give fair returns, and if I may use my language, fair dividends to the investors.
Fair returns and fair dividends. Do you feel a fresh breeze, sir? Is it picking up momentum? Is it getting stronger at this point in time?
Very much. And I'm very happy to say that the fresh breeze is now coming from the domestic investors. And they have saved our capital markets, they have saved our economy. And I use this opportunity through you to acknowledge their contribution and also assure and promise them that we will come back with a bouquet of gratitude and give them, share more assets and more valuable assets with them as part of their portfolio.
Well, that's a great message from the Reforms Reloaded platform from you, Mr. Chawla. But, you know, what's next is the question that we're asking here. The government has undertaken several steps, several measures. We saw in the budget the income tax cuts. We've now seen the GST cuts. There's been many moves as far as the ease of doing business is concerned, both at the level of the center as well as the level of the state. If investors are trying to understand how much appetite the government has for future reforms, what could we realistically expect in terms of next steps? What do you believe the order of priority should be?
I would leave that for the Honorable Finance Minister to answer and address in the evening when she speaks to you. But as far as capital markets are concerned, we are seeing a structural change that is coming about. We are seeing greater democratization. And as we see through economic media, the small investors, you know, are responding, are, you know, becoming part of this combined, you know, market framework. And we will continue to support them. And we, you know, as the first half of this year, in spite of global headwinds, you saw 50,000 crores worth of IPO in our country. Our capital markets, risk capital is scarce. Risk capital is what drives the economy. Our capital markets are now fourth largest. Very soon they'll be third largest. And I think this is a great opportunity. And I would urge all Indians, entrepreneurs, startups, investors, CEOs, and fund managers not to miss this opportunity. This is an opportunity which will be there, say, for 2-3 decades before the growth convergence moderates. And we should all celebrate the success of India, the success of Bharat, and make it part of everyone's dream.
Well, the Indian stock markets today continue to be fairly resilient. Despite all of the headwinds that came in over the weekend, the markets have been holding quite bravely through the storms. But, they say reform is the art of the possible, Mr. Chawla, especially from your vantage point as the Secretary of Department of Public Asset Management. We know the political constraints. What would be some of the other constraints? What are some of the other challenges that your department has to contend with to get things done, and especially to pick up the pace on where you find yourself today?
A good question. It is essentially the market movements that we care about. And of course, the timing of what we announce and what we do is determined by that. And that is what will drive us going forward. And we do our homework well. We are a well-researched department, and we hope to put smiles on everyone's face.
Well, certainly smiles on everyone's face. I'm going to throw this open to the audience. If there's a question that anybody here has for the Disinvestment Secretary, we'll get a microphone across to you. Sir, if you can just stand up so that it'll be easier for us to get a microphone across to you, and then we can have your question coming in. If you don't have a microphone, I'll come. The mic is coming. Okay, perfect. The mic is coming. Just one second, sir. The microphone is getting to you in 10 seconds.
I am Anil Verma, Chairman, Anand Group of Enterprises. So I am ex-banker also. I have retired from State Bank as an AGM. As far as investment is concerned, sir, it is a basic concern of the investor. Only two factors: security number one, return second. Do you have any investment scheme in your mind which ensures these two things? Because banks are failing, financial institutions are failing, even stock market is also dodging. That is why people are investing in gold, and gold is soaring, which ensures security as also return. Do you have any investment scheme in your mind, sir?
Do you have a gold-beating investment scheme up your sleeves, Mr. Chawla?
I would partly agree with you and also partly disagree. It is true that traditional modes of investment, excite households even today. Part of it is because of, sentimental reasons. Habits take time to change. But as far as the other side is concerned, the reason why we have adopted an integrated value creation strategy is precisely what you said. The strategy nowadays has 4 pillars. One is corporate performance. We guide, we monitor, and we nudge the corporate performance through a very strict evaluation framework. And most public sector managers, their pay, their perks, and their future depends on it. Secondly, sustained capital investment, they all have, in line with their business needs, they all have individual investment targets, which are monitored on monthly basis. And the third is fair dividends, which is to ensure returns to small investors in a consistent, sustained manner. And fourth, of course, is calibrated disinvestment or asset monetization, as you said. The purpose behind this integrated policy is precisely what you said. Habits are changing. They take time to change. They are changing, and we see evidence of that change. And we hope the future will be better.
Well, we certainly hope the future will be better. Let me end by asking you, sir, you promised to put smiles on the faces of investors. How quickly should we be prepared for that?
As I said, this financial year itself.
This financial year itself. Arunish Chawla, many, many thanks for joining us and kicking off the Reforms Reloaded event with a very clear roadmap on what the government intends to prioritize as far as its disinvestment plan is concerned. You believe and you feel confident that you're going to be able to beat your target this time around, and we look forward to hearing more from you as and when you do deliver that number. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the DPAM Secretary, Arunish Chawla. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla, and thank you, Shireen, for a very interesting conversation and those precious insights. Our next session. It's, of course, time to focus on what really matters, reforms that touch people's lives, lower bills for households, smoother compliance for businesses, and confidence for industry to invest. To unpack this, I'd like to invite some of India's leading voices. Please welcome Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, MD and CEO, IDFC First Bank, Mr. Santosh Iyer, MD and CEO, Mercedes-Benz India, and Mr. Mohit Malhotra, CEO, Dabur India Limited. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we continue our conversations here, and it's time for us to welcome representatives and stakeholders from industry. As we said, today is the 22nd of September. It's the date for the GST rates. The GST rate cuts are to be rolled out, and it's also the start of the festive period. Mr. Vaidyanathan, Mohit, and Santosh, great to have you join us here on Reforms Reloaded. My very first question to you, Santosh, how many Mercedes cars have you sold since morning?
Well, I landed, and before I came in, I went to our dealership on the way, and I think the excitement is palpable. You can just feel it. Our expectation is the next 8 days will record the highest ever per day car sold in history in India, for sure.
That's good to hear, but there's also a lot of pent-up demand, right? Because August was virtually no sales.
That's true. That's true. To be fair, August till 22nd, it was almost breaks on sales. So all of this has to be recovered. So for sure. But I think there is a lot of optimism that even the festive period starting October 2nd, the Dasharas and Diwali should deliver even a double-digit growth if possible.
Double-digit growth if possible. But how much cheaper have the cars gotten? Because for the auto sector, the cut has been significant. I mean, for the under, the smaller cars, the cut is from 28% to 18%. For cars like yours, you're 40%, but no cess. So what does that now result in on an average in terms of price cuts for you?
So average cuts are close to between 5 to 8%. So average for us in luxury segment will be around 6%, which is translated to the customer. So yeah, that's substantial when you look at in rupee terms, somewhere around 1.5 lakhs to 10 to 20 lakhs.
1.5 lakhs to 10 to 20 lakhs. But does the rupee move impact impact you, or is it likely to impact you?
No, surely. Actually, if you take away that euphoria of the 6-8%, this is the same pricing we used to operate in 2024. And subsequently, we have been taking up price increases quarter on quarter or even once and 3 times in a year because the Forex has moved from 89 to 104. We are still priced at 94 to 95. So we still have a 10% headroom to price even more. So that's, I think, the negative part of the story. But right now, with what the industry was going through, you see the CAGR, it was all flattening out. This measure couldn't have come at a more appropriate time. So I think the entire industry, including us, we decided we will postpone the increases further, but right now pass on the GST benefit to the customer and revive demand significantly.
So what, before I get Mohit to comment, so what should we realistically expect now in terms of industry growth, as well as you gave us a number for yourself saying you expect double-digit growth. Industry-wise, what would you expect?
So CM has revised its projection from 2 to 3% to 4 to 5%. So at least doubling it. India is a 4.3 million car market. So a 2% growth is 70-80,000 cars. So that's significant. In the next 3 to 4 months time, we had this backlog and we could see signs of slowing down a bit in the second quarter of this year. So I think coming back from those era and to have a full year impact of 2 to 3% more, I think it's significant.
Well, we look forward to hearing more from you, Santosh. I'll come back to you in just a second. Mohit, let me come to you. For the entire FMCG basket as well, the cut has come at a time when the government is trying to boost consumption. Unlike auto, it may not necessarily result in the kind of drastic cuts that Santosh is being able to offer on his cars. But, most items come down to the 5% bracket as far as FMCG is concerned. What do you now expect in terms of demand pickup?
No, I think this is going to definitely improve the demand and the consumption. I think FMCG, the kind of cuts that you see, for example, there's a 1 rupee price point, which hails in India, which contributes to around 20-30% of the consumption, bringing it down to 93 paise. In absolute terms, doesn't mean much. If you translate into number of crores for a Indian market, it's 2 lakh crore.
Yeah.
That is the kind of substantial impact it will have, which is what PM Modi also mentioned. So I think the sentiment is going to improve. Because of the sentiment, the demand is going to improve. Because of demand, investments are going to improve. Because of investments, I think the employment is going to improve. And Indian economy is really going to benefit. That's what I feel. In terms of tangible numbers, if you ask me to illustrate it, in India, the middle class accounts for roughly around 50 crore consumer base in the country. And this is coming at a time when consumption was extremely sluggish in urban India, and urban is comprised of middle class. This 50 crore consumer base is expected to go up to around 70 crore by 2030. So huge improvement in the middle class segment in the Indian industry is there. And this improvement or this reforms is going to only improve the consumption. Let me take an example of a 25,000 rupee earning household per month. Now, approximately 1,000 rupees to around 800 rupees on a 25,000 rupees earning household is the impact. So the annual impact, if I look at the income tax reform, direct taxes and indirect taxes, this impact is going to be around 17 to 20,000 rupees on a 1.5 lakh earning household for the whole year. This is substantial, which is going to translate itself in a consumption boost, in my view.
Well, that certainly is the hope. But, you were talking about that 93 paise price point now. And what are you going to do about that? So are we likely to see more changes as far as the grammage is concerned, especially on these low-ticket items?
Yeah, so India reigns with these magical price points, which we call, they are really magical price points. So 1 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 15 rupee, 20 rupee price points. And they contribute to good around 40 to 50% of the overall consumption of the entire basket of SKUs that you sell. So sometimes, when a consumer comes to a retail outlet, he says, he doesn't want a particular brand, and rural economy is like 60% of the total consumption. So he says, "Mujhe 10 rupees wala pack de dijiye," and he doesn't talk about a brand at all. So therefore, these are magical price points. So these magical price points cannot be breached. And therefore, in the beginning, we are trying to take it down to around 93. But eventually, it will lead to a commensurate grammage increase in these SKUs, yes.
Okay, so grammage increase is what we're likely to see across the board. I'm coming back to you, Mohit, in just a second, but let me get Mr. Vaidyanathan into the conversation as well. All of this is probably or hopefully going to result in increase for credit requirement. At the bank, how are you seeing all of this play itself out? What's the target that you're working with? What's your expectation?
Okay, first of all, I want to tell Santosh something, man. Come on, do better, man. 2 to
Do
4%.
better. How much better? How much better do you want him to do?
I mean, it's talking about 2 to 4%. It looks so low. Come on, Santosh, do better, man. Come on, this is a stage for you, and you should do something better. Okay, so that's that. So, no.
Santosh, are you taking up this challenge? Are you going to be able to do better?
Yeah, the RBI has already reduced interest rate thrice, I believe, this year. So now up to the banks, we
Yeah,
reduce
of course,
small,
I
we
get
go by
that.
10%.
He's thrown the ball back in your
Of
court.
course, the banking system has, of course, reduced interest rates, but you better do more sales activities and create the markets. Okay.
He'll definitely offer a better deal to it.
This is the virtuous cycle that needs to move.
So, no, really, first the GST 2.0 impact itself. Let me just say that about ICRA estimates, SBI research estimates, IDS research estimates, all are pointing out to a consumption lift-off of close to about 2 lakh crores. Banking system credit on that could be something like, again, by research, is about 1.7 to 1.8 lakh crores. And that could mean about a 10% increase in a growth rate sense, which means that last year, if whatever the growth rate for the country would be, it would be plus 1% is our real estimate. That's very significant, considering that the banking system overall credit is about 180 lakh crores. So that's quite significant. Secondly, where is the growth going to come from?
Exactly. That's what I was going to come to.
Yes, where's the growth going to come from? So this growth is going to, as you know, the biggest, there are two kinds of cuts have happened here. One is the essential items like food, paneer, milk, etc. It's all come from 5% to 0%. Now, these were consumption items that people are anyway consuming yesterday without the GST of 5%, will consume tomorrow also. Which is a good thing in its own sense in terms of segment it addresses. But the significant one is going to come from the consumption cuts, the one that has come from 28% to 18%. Now, car prices are down like 10%, or will be down 10%. 10% for 10 lakh rupee car is 1 lakh rupees, big money. Let me give you how much it may translate to as an EMI to a normal person.
Yes.
So if you think of a 10 lakh rupee car, which will now cost 9, assuming a loan amount of say 7 lakh rupees, an EMI earlier would have been say 16,500 rupees. Now EMI will be 14,500. So 2,000 rupees per person per month for 60 months is the reduction in people's EMI. On top of this, like Santosh pointed out, interest rate also came down.
Yeah.
So interest around product cost good down. So both things are actually very significant. And I think this is a material moment. And when we said the other factors that government also reduced the income tax rate. So all three things, interest rate, that one, this one put together, I really believe that 27 will be a lift-off year.
27 will be a lift-off year.
Yes, 27 will be a lift-off year.
So, the banking sector has already had a very good run. When you say 27 is going to be a lift-off year, what could that mean in terms of profitability?
Actually, profitability of 27 will be very good in my opinion, because see this 26 is kind of suppressed because of the the repo rate that got passed on, some more get passed on this quarter, etc. But all that will become base case. The microfinance issue that happened, all that will become base case. So all that will become base case. So 27 will be, coming off, let me say, a low base, so to say. So in a profitability sense, I'd say that not just credit growth should look better. I believe that the profitability also should look meaningfully better next year. At least for our bank, you should expect that we should look meaningfully better in 27 over 26.
That's the headline. V. Vaidyanathan says 27 is going to be a lift-off year, but
meaningful improvement.
meaningful improvement. But we were talking about interest rates, and I'll get Mohit and Santosh to comment on that as well. We've got the MPC coming up. What's the expectation? Status quo or a cut?
Before you call Santosh in, Santosh should commit to a
He's not letting you go. He's not letting you go, Santosh.
I mean, 2 to 4% is so disappointing. Santosh, you have to do better.
Just to clarify,
you don't grow.
No. He's clearly in the market to buy a Mercedes, right?
Surely. No, but it was on an annualized basis. I still said double-digit growth for the next 4 months and moving on. So, but for the full year effect, I said.
Okay, thank you. That sounds better to us.
Just to clarify.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
But on the MPC, what's the expectation?
No, see, we got to wait and watch actually, because the could come down, could be wait for a while. So this is not there's a bigger important is a cycle. The cycle in which we are in, that's more important.
And the cycle suggests that it is definitely accommodative.
Accommodative, and
yeah.
could be coming down also. Now it's anybody's guess. It's 25 basis points. Yes, no, neutral. We are looking at this yearly cycle playing through, and they already 100 basis points cut, CRR cut. Some CRR cut is going to play out this quarter, next quarter. So that's why I feel more bullish about.
So liquidity, ample liquidity in the system.
Liquidity is no problem at all. Deposits also not a problem. At least our bank is growing deposit 20% plus. So deposits also not a problem. So when you grow deposit, it gives you good license to grow loans. But I can say for the banking system as a whole, I think this is probably the year in which whatever negative we had to factor is factored. I think next year should be better.
Yeah, okay, should be better. Santosh, let me come back to you now. Let's talk a little bit about, since we're talking about the reforms and the road ahead, what we are seeing at this point in time is also a move to try and ink as many FTAs as possible. The EU-India FTA, which has, of course, been long in the making. The expectation is that we could perhaps get to some sort of a conclusion as far as negotiations are concerned by the end of this year. Will that materially change your plans for India, from India?
No, for sure. We as multinationals have always advocated free trade, fundamentally because we feel that the economic growth is significant whenever the borders open up. And it's just not about the tariffs, it's also about harmonizing the regulations, for example, between countries. So, I think Indian automotive industry has also come out of age. So the access to bigger developed markets, which has money in their pocket to sell and export, grows. As far as we are concerned, surely today, more than 90% of the cars we sell in India are locally produced. So they hardly have a 15% tariff when it comes to parts and components. So that won't change. The 5%, which is our CBUs, which is all those exotic cars, the G-Wagons, the Maybachs, there is a lot of expectation and anticipation that prices may come down. But in the real sense, we would say no, because...
You're disappointing him again.
No, we need to see that by this time this materializes. Already there is a 10% gap between the pricing and the euro. Plus, on top of it, from a contribution perspective as well, the challenge for India is we don't get allocations. There is much more demand on these cars. Some of these cars even have waiting period running to an year. So what would improve is customers would get better access to cars much faster. We may get even much more cars allocated to India once the FTAs happens. But in the larger scheme of things, I think two-way trade will go significantly higher. That opens up new opportunities for us as well to look at India differently. We have been 30 years in India. We call it strategic patience, been there. But I think also from numbers, in these 30 years, we sold more than 2 lakh plus Mercedes-Benz. The 1 lakh Mercedes-Benz has been sold in last 6 years. So that's the kind of demand and the uptick now that we see. So an FTA.
So when do you expect to sell the next 1 lakh Mercedes-Benz? How much do you believe you're going to be able to crunch the timeline down to?
It depends on all the forecasts. I think we have to look at all the factors in, and this is where the forex is one aspect where we are not able to put a finger in, and that's will go back to because a 5% increase in price will take us back to pre-GST 2.0 pricing. So we are back to square one. So this is something, and that may happen as early as 1st of Jan next year, because we will not be able to hold on to the pricing. So this is
because of the rupee depreciation.
The rupee depreciation. So I think on the other side we have enablers like FTAs, which by end of the year, if it concludes, and maybe it takes another 12 months for a trickle down effect to come in, that's a positive side. So we have been strategically patient. We'll continue to be there, and the hope is positive for sure.
Well, strategic patience, that's a new term that we've heard here from Santosh Iyer. But Mohit, you were talking about this virtual cycle, and I think that's the question that the government is also asking, that look, we've done the heavy lifting now by way of the income tax cuts, by way of the GST rate cuts. It's time for industry to go out there and do some batting on the front foot. What kind of capacity utilization are you currently looking at? Are you looking to set up fresh capacity given the kind of demand expectation and demand visibility that you have?
Yes, Shireen. So we expect the demand actually to move up by at least to 500 to 600 basis points going forward next year. And next year is going to see a real boost in consumption and the demand, and which is going to have a trickle-down impact on the investments. So just to illustrate an example, the demand boost happened. We put up a capacity of around 1,000 crore in Madhya Pradesh around 4 years back, and we are at almost like 70 to 80% capacity utilization. So what the GST, another dimension to the GST reforms has happened is that we used to get GST benefits in a lot of places where we used to put up our manufacturing locations. For example, Tezpur or the backward areas, we used to set up manufacturing locations. With the GST rates now reducing from 18% to 5%, that is no more valid.
Okay.
So it calls for capacity relocations from one plant to the other plant. For example, in Tezpur, we end up losing something like around 100 crores per annum of the benefit that we get out of GST. So it calls for a relocation from a GST from a Tezpur to a south of India.
Oh, okay.
So besides the augmenting of demand and the consumption and the investments which will go up and the employment which will go up, that will call for capacity installations. There'll be relocations of capacities also which will happen for a lot of FMCG companies that I know which are availing the benefit. So that's a little flip side, but we have to work around the same.
Yes, and I guess many will have to navigate that. We've got Rajiv Memani, the president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, here, and we're gonna ask him to join the panel in just a second. I would imagine that you were out buying a Mercedes-Benz because Santosh Iyer was basically talking about the fact that his dealerships are completely chock-a-block, which is why Rajiv has managed to come to us a little later than we had when we had expected. But
and Vedinathan has managed to get a great hard bargain from him. At least 10-15%.
Not yet. He's trying.
But
He's trying. Maybe by the end of the panel. Maybe by the end of the panel.
No, let me just tell you the reality. Okay, I'm not in market buying Mercedes, but over the weekend, really, I'll give a real case. Okay, over the weekend, I actually tried purchasing a car which is the sub 10 lakh category because it's weekend driving, small parking, easy stuff. So the person actually told me, and Santosh is interesting, that he said that it is a small car. And he said that the GST benefit you're going to get, I'm going to give you upfront, even though the GST cuts have not come. So how they managing that, really?
You have touched a super touchy topic. There is something called cess, and the dealers are really grappling with because the government has said that they can't compensate the cess as of now. There are still deliberations on, and that's the reason the dealers, to offset the cess balance, are just throwing away cash. So it's something that the dealers are trying to push, along with some OEMs also encouraging to give this benefit. But it is going below the balance sheet, and it'll hit for sure the profits.
Yeah, in fact, the Association of Dealers, FADA, has raised this concern with the CBIC and with the government, but at this point in time, there hasn't been any agreement on the way forward. But perhaps we will hear more. Rajiv Memani, welcome to Reforms Reloaded. Thank you very much for joining us here. So, were you out shopping?
Yeah, I was. I keep quiet. Yeah. But I was certainly not shopping.
You were certainly not shopping. But what's the view coming in from CII, Rajiv, at this point in time, in terms of confidence, in terms of demand, in terms of investments, on the back of the measures taken by the government?
So I think just from a CII perspective, I think we have mentioned this. I think this is a really far-reaching reform. CII has been requesting the government on this for the last year or so, year and a half. I know government has also been working on this, but what they have come out with is far more comprehensive than what anyone expected. And the time frame with which it has come, the clarity with which it has come, and also it's not just rate reduction, but it's also a structural reform. So, 2 rates simplifies things a lot. Otherwise, there was a multiplicity of rates, ensuring that, they are now setting up the appellate tribunals. They're now committed to set up a national appellate authority. So I think if I look at the overall package, and without actually putting in any legal requirement to say on anti-profiteering, I think nudging the industry, and to industry's credit, I think industry after industry have come out and voluntarily saying that we'll be passing on the benefit, which is, I think, makes sense from an industry perspective also, is great. CII is very hopeful that with the kind of, at least the feedback that we are getting from our members, is that the various soft signals that you get, number of people visiting websites, number of people going to dealer stores, I mean, he'll have much better idea of that. The soft signals that we are getting is that it's lined up for a very positive 1 month, and I think it coincides very well with Navratris today. So I think overall, I would say it's very positive, and hopefully the investment climate, which had, because of the geopolitical things and geopolitical uncertainty, it had got mired a bit. Hopefully, this gives the impetus for people to look at investing, because eventually, for the government to accede to a lot of the requests that industry is making to make India more competitive, from an industry standpoint, I think it has to lead to more investments as well. Because unless you don't have more investments, the entire thing of greater manufacturing in India, greater economic value added in India won't happen. So Shireen, we are very hopeful. I think that this will not only lead to greater consumption in the short term, but also it will lead to overall, it has to lead to revival of investment activity. That's very critical from a country standpoint, and also for, as an impetus to future reforms that we will see. And also the way it's been done, I also, we've not talked much about it, but I think also from a macroeconomic standpoint, I do believe that the government has balanced this very well. I do anticipate that they will look at other forms of incremental revenues to make up for this, at least in the short term. By the time the GDP growth picks up and makes up for this shortfall, I think there will be other forms of revenue, whether it comes in accelerated privatization, other things. I think that momentum will also come through.
You missed the session that we just had with the DPAM secretary, where he talked about that. He said that the hope and the expectation is that they will be able to beat the disinvestment target, which was a modest 47,000 crores. But the hope is that they'd finally this year be able to beat that with a bunch of OFSs and minority stake sales, etc., that they are planning. But that's where I want to take the conversation. What's next? The ask of industry is go out there, be competitive, put out globally relevant and globally competitive products. We heard that from the Prime Minister yesterday. But what next now on the industry wish list of what you want from the government, Rajiv?
No, I would say, from what I think GST was high on the wish list, macroeconomic stability was high on the wish list. I think those two things are big tick boxes that have happened. If you look at that, then you start coming into more sectoral issues. I think India is probably right now having its lowest tax regime that we've had, whether it's in terms of personal tax, if you look at corporate tax, if you look at revenue neutral rate of tax, if you look at interest rates. I mean, if you look at the last 10 years, 15 years, and the number of simplification and reforms that the government is announcing almost every week, whether it's for MSMEs and others, I think it's been very, very positive. So I would say now you come to the sectoral pieces. So in power sector, for example, if you have to look at factor reforms, for India to be more competitive, I think power cost has to be higher. You almost have a 40 to 50% loading that happens, either because of the cross subsidization or because of captives, the load that you have to take. Now, eventually, if tariffs have to be reduced and India has to be super competitive, then, power cost is also an integral part of that cost that has to come down. And the only way it can come down is eventually when either you give another license for distribution, or you start saying that we will privatize distribution. It's politically challenging, but I think eventually something like that.
But many states are now moving in that direction, including big states like UP.
So if that is successful, I think that should be a great nudge for some of the other states. Then, if you look at, again, mining, there is no reason why India is sitting on some of the largest reserves of coal, some of the largest reserves of iron ore. We should be opening up those reserves. Some of them are sitting with state government, some of them are sitting with public sector units. So either through joint venture, participation, or whatever else, you open up the mining reserves so that India becomes more competitive from a manufacturing standpoint. Once you get a mining license, it takes you almost 2-3 years to get all clearances. First you get environmental, then you get forest, then you get into other things. So right now it's a lot of detailing. And then the import strategy, which if we are looking at the large items that we are importing today. So for example, compressors. What is our strategy for compressors? If you're saying high voltage transformers, what is our strategy for high voltage transformers? I think it's crystal clear that for India to move ahead, India to succeed, we have to very sharply focus on greater domestic value add within the country, and whatever enables through ease of doing business, through factory reforms, reducing your costs, and having a targeted strategy by products, by sectors to say how you can move that forward. I think that will be critical. And if you want, I can get into more and more details.
Yeah, I can see that. That's what happens when you become president of CII. You have a laundry list.
You only do this.
Laundry list of asks that that you have for the government. But that's an important point that you brought up, Rajiv, because we heard from the Prime Minister yesterday as well. Of course, the call for self-reliance and Atmanirbharta has been on the table for a while now. And yesterday, the Prime Minister talking about Swadeshi once again. Santosh Iyer, when you hear comments like that, does that worry you? Does it concern you? How do you see it?
No way. As Winston Churchill said, never let a crisis go waste. India did great with the COVID, post-COVID. I think this is again with what's happening geopolitically and the clear intent from the government to make the best use of the current, whatever geopolitical crisis happening. That's a step in the right direction. We have been, as I said, in India for 30 odd years.
But are you
invested.
Swadeshi or are you Videshi?
Very much Swadeshi. As much, I have 10,000 Indians working in Bangalore developing R&D for the world. I keep saying there is an India in every Mercedes sold anywhere in the world. We have a non-banking financial company which is more than 1 billion in portfolios. A lot happening and a lot invested in India. So for sure, our growth is fully linked to the India's economic growth and progress, and we would love the economy to grow. I think one of the big things which helped automotive industry was also infra growth. During COVID period, when there was no much of industrial growth or auto segment growth, the infra outpaced the growth, and that really helped. That to some extent has also, I would say, normalized to some extent. So the continued focus on infra should definitely help. And of course, Dil Mange Mo, the entire ease of doing business. We are celebrating GST 2.0 with a 6% reduction in taxes, but there is a 20% every state in India puts on cars and bikes and automobile as taxes, which is registration tax. Our worry is now states would use this opportunity and increase their taxes and revenue. So I think India's federal structure is it's not one India, it's many, and therefore more simplification, more I would say standardization. I think that's the direction which should be taken, and as India grows, we are super confident we would also take the full potential of the market.
Mohit, how do you see the comments that came in from the Prime Minister yesterday, or asking people to buy Swadeshi?
So I think it's a forum where I can't be so much vocal for local. So I think with the multinational head sitting beside me, but I think we've never been shy in saying that. I think that's the real thrust to the country. I think doing things which are Swadeshi. I think with the GST reforms coming in, I'll just give you an illustrative example, it's done so much of good to the Ayurvedic industry. We are the world's largest Ayurvedic player today. And with the GST reforms, what we see optically is just a reduction in the GST rates. What we don't see is procedural simplifications which have actually happened, procedural reforms which have happened. So what they've done is that the difference between a consumer shifting from an unorganized brand to an organized brand, the difference has got bridged to a certain extent. Just to say, a local Chavanprash in the market will have a 5% GST rate, a branded one will have a 13%. Now, with this classification change, it has just got simplified. All the branded medicines, Ayurvedic medicines, have all fallen under the bracket of 5% now. There was so much of ambiguity. A local, not good quality product used to be selling at 5%, and the good quality product used to be selling at around 12%. So all that has been bridged. That's going to give a major boost to the Swadeshi productions of India. So that said, oral care, for example, toothpaste I'm talking about, I think this will give a major boost to the Swadeshi movement in the country, where Swadeshi companies produce here, they sell here, they pocket the profits here, they give employments here. Unlike a company which will be manufacturing here in the garb of made in India, but not born in India, manufacture here, but the royalties will move overseas. Is that the right way to do it? This is what I think the call for the day is, vocal for local. That's what I would say. So, I've actually, and it goes sector after sector after sector. So we don't have to see only investments made in India. We have to also see the profits retained in India, the employments given in India, the investments coming back to India. Are they going to overseas markets or are they being retained in this country?
Okay. Well, this is a whole entire debate that we can continue on. But let me talk about the next phase of reforms with you, Mr. Vaidyanathan, in terms of not just the financial sector, but overall from a growth perspective, from an inclusion perspective, from an investment perspective. What would you put down on the list?
Well, as you know, a lot has been done. Basically, the big ones that have been done are the well-known ones: the GST, the IBC, the digital ecosystem opened up, etc., and the latest one on tax reforms. Well, India has still a long way to go for ease of doing business. The other day, I was coming from Singapore just last week, and the ease with which we enter the country is mind-blowing, right? You just put the passport in and nobody's there to touch you, just go through it, and you come out. And it reflects in every part of the way those countries are evolving, the way they manage the airports. You know, even after all our reform, you come to our airport, you find, perfumes and I don't know what is coming at you in tent and people surrounding you and asking to buy the thing. But I mean, if at all you do it, you really, pick up a nice role model like a Singapore, and I think do that. And secondly, there are a lot of reforms yet to be done, I'd imagine, on all factor matters, land, labor, etc. There's just lots to be done. But as far as financial sector is concerned, I think really a lot has been done with the arrival of digital ecosystem. Now credit is much more smoothly going to the lower end of the pyramid. Our bank ourselves, talking of GST since it's a context, we are financing close to 600,000 washing machines, refrigerators, laptops, mobile phones, two-wheelers, etc. 600,000 a month. That's like 7 million a year. That is a number of financing that is now being enabled because of this digital
So the
ecosystem.
retail loan portfolio for you on the back of all of this, what do you expect that to grow to?
We expect this to grow. But one key point I'd like to say here, Shireen, see, because we have a tendency generally to think of discretionary products, so to say, and we think of food, etc., as essential, and a washing machine as a discretionary. But I would say that when we look of the new India, at that point of time, a washing machine or a refrigerator is not exactly discretionary. Can you imagine a household? Many of us who belong to that generation realize how it is to live in a household where you wash your clothes by the hand for hours together on weekends. So having a refrigerator which keeps the milk fresh for 2 days at a stretch. So my point is that this is not discretionary. For a new emerging India, I would start beginning to call these as essential. And this is one fundamental distinction. In that context, this reduction of this 28% to 18% for consumption items and I'd say it's a very meaningful step in that context.
No, absolutely. It is a meaningful step, as you point out. And, across the board, ACs, refrigerators, hair dryers, a whole bunch of items which were
are essential. Can you go to America or a US or to a US or a UK or Canada and say that, look, if you have heating equipment in your or air conditioner, well, it's a discretionary item. It's not. In a cold country, that's essential. Similarly, for emerging new India, a refrigerator or a laptop is not a discretionary item. It is essential.
It is an essential item. You're very right in pointing that out. But Rajiv, let me come back to you now and let's talk about, the geopolitical environment that we're also faced with. And many would argue that in some ways, giving the domestic economy this big consumption boost or lift off to lift where these term, that we could perhaps offset or mitigate to some extent the risks of what's happening globally. How do you see that, and what do you believe will be some of the risks that we need to be prepared for as we look at this increasingly uncertain global environment? I mean, over the weekend, for instance, we've seen what's happened as far as the H-1B visa issue is concerned. An assessment and an impact of that as well?
No, I think that we've not done any assessment impact because it's still not clear what the final law will be. I mean, I think, so once there's clarity, whether it's one time, whether it's not one time.
It is one time. That they've clarified. It's not on renewals, it's one time.
But till the time it doesn't come out. So unless these things don't come out black and white, I mean, the pace at which they get announced and they shift, I think it's a... so to answer your question, Shireen, we are in, I mean, everyone knows, very complex geopolitical, geo-economic issue. And basically, for every country, 2 or 3 things are very important. And every country is looking at it. First is that you have to find a way that you create greater value add in your economy. The second is, those items where you have supply chain risks and over dependence on anything. I think we have to start strategically. It cannot happen overnight, but the government and private sector have to start strategically moving on those areas to say that you de-risk, because this is not a one-off event. I'm presuming that this is probably to see what, I mean, if you look at events after events that are happening around the world, whether, what we saw happening in UK, US and everything, there's a massive shift that's happening to the right. I think that's something that we'll have to be very careful of. The third thing is that you have to diversify relationships. So I think India's recent signing of FTAs, the FTAs that have been signed already, to look at the version 2 of that FTA, more strategic engagement with regions like Middle East and others, I think those are, hopefully, FTA gets signed with EU, ways in which we can look at, engage with other emerging countries like Africa, Latin America and others. So I think we have to diversify our relationships so that there is strategic independence in the way India as a country operates. And I think fourth, I would say, is that the narrative of India also, we need to communicate much more effectively. I think there is a lot of muscle memory to say, I mean, if you talk to investors, there was this tax issue that happened, there's this issue that happened. But overall, I would say for most foreign investors, they've done very well. Returns have been pretty strong for most of them. So we have to, I mean, I was just, what Mohit and you asked Santosh, I think for me, Swadeshi is something where you're creating value in India, irrespective of where you come from.
The parentage doesn't matter.
Parentage, I don't, India is very open. We need investments. We need to create more jobs. We need to be engaging with the global economies. We need to become more competitive. I don't think India should be going to a point, and I don't think that's the intent of the government or the Prime Minister, to say that we should be a closed economy. But yes, you have to create greater value add in the country. That's very clear. And I think it makes sense. You have 1.4 billion people. You have the youngest population in the world. You have to create greater economic opportunity for them. Otherwise, we'll have a social situation in our hands. So I think it's absolutely the right strategy. I think it has been the strategy, but I think we really now need to give it for things, ease of doing business, factory reforms, unlocking those parts of the economy where there's greater potential. I think we need to do some of that with much greater speed. And I think the way the government of India is approaching in engaging in a very independent, very strategic, at the same time not making any noises or anything, I think that's the right way to approach. Whenever I'm engaging with people around the world, I think they're really, and in the country, they're really appreciative. Even those whose industries have been impacted, I think they're really appreciative in the way India is engaging with all the challenges. You have new challenge almost every week, but engaging with confidence, in a diplomatic way, with a calmness, that shows the intrinsic strength of the government and how we are, how we want to deal with these situations as we go ahead.
And one thing we didn't talk about, Shireen, that even one of the good things that the sin goods, so to say, that have come up now, gutka, pan, chewing tobacco, cigarettes, the kind of stuff that have been loaded upon them is absolutely right. Because they're actually doing no good to anyone at all. Sure, only increasing health problems in the country and maybe addictive. I think, I'm not sure luxury is in so over a period of time. You got up there, Santosh there will probably, the first time he'll agree with me. But then, that I'd actually differentiate between, domestic luxury and foreign luxury. Because at least domestic luxury, even if you're Ritu Kumar or I don't know, for garment making, they have some embroidery going on somewhere, some workers being some crafts, some design, something's going on in India, and someone like all these people here are getting consuming it, and therefore that's good in a way, right? You got to that's also its own economy, but the which is actually a good economy, and value add is staying within the country.
Yes,
vis-a-vis, of course. Some luxury where some value add is going out of the country as well.
he has it in for you today, Santosh. He's not giving you a break, is he?
I need to get.
You don't have a strategic financing tie-up with ideas.
It should happen by end of this session.
He has his own NBFC. Maybe that's the problem.
You definitely get a good deal on his car for sure.
No, I don't want any.
Upgrade him from the small.
No, I'm not in the market of buying any luxury car. Make it clear. But let me tell you, therefore, that the cracking down on sin goods is good, and I think that's one of the highlights. I think it's got missed out in the process.
Yeah, but I think you make a valid point that also don't see luxury as sin, because that's its own economy and that has a significant multiplier impact as well.
Domestic luxury.
Domestic luxury. I like that distinction, domestic luxury. So I'm going to wrap this up. Final comments from each one of you. Rajiv Mamani, one number that you will be watching very, very closely in light of all the measures taken and now ahead of the budget.
I think the Q3 GST collection and GDP growth, I think that will be interesting. What happens in October, November, December? I think July, August, September, because of monsoon, seasonality, the GST change, I think the full impact will not come. But how October, November, December will be really interesting to see how things shape up there.
Yeah, both in terms of GST collections as well as the GDP growth rate. Santosh, one number that you would like to put on the table, and we'll hold you to account to that.
I would sharply look at automotive sector growth itself, nothing more here and there, because I think that also to some extent reflects a larger stuff happening in the economy. So, and we have drawn a correlation as well. So maybe very keen to see the next quarter automotive growth compared to the last year's and the CAGR impact as well.
And Vaidyanathan as a customer.
For sure.
Mohit, volume growth. What volume growth will you realistically put on the table?
I think around 300 basis points of increase in consumption, definitely backed by volume, is what we should see. I think that's something that should definitely happen. And it is both going to be two-pronged, both urban and rural. Rural is already chugging ahead of the curve. I think urban was lagging behind. I think this middle class boost on GST and income tax boost, which has happened, I think definitely will help the urban growth to actually resurrect back to the same level as the rural growth. I think we are very hopeful, and I think as a representative of the FMCG industry, I think we all resolve to pass it on to the consumers, and as an industry, we will do our best that it all goes to boosting the consumption and the investments and employments in India.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That certainly is the hope. The last ball of the match to you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. So you better hit it for a 6.
I would look out for really the income and employment at the bottom of the pyramid, because I think that big pass on that has happened, it should translate and should improve their lives, because that's where the real, the real need is, so to say, as compared to all of us. The second thing is, of course, that GDP growth for 27 is very material, because I'd actually say that because prices of goods will come down, inflation will probably come down by 60-70 basis points because of the GST itself. So in the short run, this whole cut could actually be reduce GDP impact by a short period, let me say 1 or 2 quarters. But so we should look through 1 or 2 quarters. What should really look forward to that the impact of this is next year is going to be material, like 27. So I look out for 27 GDP data, 27 employment data, 25 investment data, 27 data for people at the bottom of the pyramid.
And 27 profitability data for the banking sector. And
for the banking sector and of course our bank.
And for IDFC Bank in particular. Gentlemen,
That's
what
right.
an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here on Reforms Reloaded. Thanks very much for your time, and look forward to hearing more from you as we start to get the hard data coming in terms of sales and in consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Sorry, we're out of time, sir. Okay, very, very quickly.
I give one example. GST come करेंगे, GST come हो गया. Olive oil, 1 liter bottle, MRP 570, 540, and B purchase it 240. I purchase it 240. He purchase it 300. He purchase it 400. How you see our interest? You see the case of medicines.
Yeah.
एक शॉप पे लिखा है 22% डिस्काउंट, एक पे लिखा है 5% डिस्काउंट, एक पे 0 डिस्काउंट. If I go to nursing home, he charge me the MRP plus 5% extra.
Yeah.
आप लोग जीएसटी की बात करें 2%, 3%, हमने 7 पैसे की बात की, 10 पैसे की बात की. आपने कभी कंज्यूमर का इंटरेस्ट देखा है कि हम जो एमआरपी पे इतना मार्जिन छोड़ रहे हैं, किस लिए छोड़ रहे हैं? ये सीआई वाले बैठे हैं, बताएं किस लिए कंज्यूमर के.
Thank you. Got it, sir. Got it. Let me get them to respond to that. Voice ready, voice ready.
So I think there's so much of angst. So I think one thing is from an industry perspective and from the government regulatory perspective, there is a MRP regime. अब ये MRP regime रहती है, इसके ऊपर जो डिस्काउंट दिए जाते हैं, ये हम लोग देते हैं थोड़ा सा डिस्काउंट लुब्रिकेट ट्रेड करने के लिए, बट प्राइवेट इक्विटी फंडेड प्लेयर्स और ज्यादा डिस्काउंट देते हैं, जैसे बिग बिलियन डे वगैरह पे सुनिए ना.
आपने मार्जिन छोड़ा है, आपने 50% मार्जिन थोड़ी छोड़ा है. आपने बिलियन आप मार्जिन 540 क्यों लिखा है? आप जो मार्जिन लिखा है 540 क्यों लिखा है? Why don't you write 300 rupees? आप उसको मतलब इसके nexus between the dealer, एक dealer को nexus है, isn't it? It is nexus between the
Right.
dealer.
Got it. Got the point, sir. Got the point. But I think industry is cognizant of what you're saying, and of course, you want to.
Sir, we are trying to maintain a price equilibrium. Just to assure you, हम desperately try करते रहते हैं. क्या होता है इंडिया में ना पूरा transformation हो रहा है for the trade with e-commerce coming in, quick commerce coming in, which are private equity funded, and there is a general trade also. So we desperately try to maintain this price equilibrium, and we cut the stocks wherever somebody is trying to undercut the MRPs and give huge discounts, etc., so that we maintain the price equilibrium. But MRP reductions, to your point, are happening in account with GST, so that will go on and will be passed on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're completely out of time, but thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. We truly appreciate your time and look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan, Mr. Memani, Mr. Malhotra, and Mr. Iyer for such an enlightening, razor-sharp, frank and honest discussion. Thank you, Shireen, as well. All right, on that note, it's time to break into lunch. Join us back by 2 p.m. to explore the conversation sparring the new India. We'll be waiting for you right here.
What better way to kick off Reforms Reloaded with the market-facing department of the Government of India, the Secretary of DPAM right here with us, Mr. Chawla. What a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here. Before I talk to you about disinvestment and the disinvestment roadmap, I want to understand from you the broad picture within North Block at this point in time with the rollout of the GST, with the income tax cuts that were given by the government. The clear effort and message seems to be, as we heard from the Prime Minister yesterday in his address to the nation, boost consumption, drive consumption. The budget making exercise is going to start shortly, Mr. Chawla. How does all of this stack up on balance as you get into the budget making process?
Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister will speak about it in more detail in the evening. I'll just make two supporting comments. One, our government is providing a balanced support to the economy. And balanced support includes support to private consumption, and which, as you very rightly said, includes both the income tax relief that was given in the budget and this great GST 2.0 reform, which is being rolled out and which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, both from the Red Fort and yesterday. Secondly, we have not forgotten investment. We've not forgotten about productive investment and the need to increase the productive capacity of the economy. As you know, the budget this year provided for more than double-digit growth in capex, which includes both budgetary and extra budgetary resources. And as you know, if you can see the CGA data, which came out the first quarter, that investment, public investment through the budgetary sources was on target. Equally important, what is called the extra budgetary resources, where we directly come in and where the public enterprises play a role. The data we have as of end of July, we achieved almost 1/3, about 30 to 33% of the yearly target by July itself, which tells you that we have front-loaded reforms. We have kept them on track. And the industry and the commercial side of the government is working on the global value chains, how to revisit them, how to reorient them, so that we can insulate our economy from the global headwinds. I also have one suggestion. We should not get obsessed with individual numbers. India is a growing economy. We are in a phase of growth convergence. And it is how we perform relative to the rest of the world that is what matters.
So which number should we not get obsessed with, sir?
It's the headline number which we all tend to get obsessed about. And the right way of looking at it is, say, in spite of global headwinds, the world is going to grow, say, at 3% or even lower. If we can grow double that in real terms and maybe exceed that, and that is what the early data shows, we should be thrilled. That is my suggestion.
Well, suggestion and point taken, sir. Let me now address the issue of disinvestment and what the government is likely to do as far as the disinvestment roadmap is concerned. You know, I talked about the markets, and the Indian markets have, of course, faced their own degree of volatility on account of the fluctuation of FII inflows, but that's been offset by very strong domestic institutional interest and domestic institutional investment into the stock markets. There really has been, in a way, a democratization of the Indian capital markets that we've seen. How does your department, how does the government intend to leverage what we see happening in the market? What can we expect? More public sector companies doing OFSs? Are we likely to see more IPOs? What can we now realistically expect?
Good question, and I entirely agree with you on the observation. The first dose or the first dose of financial inclusion was Jan Dhan, was Aadhaar, was UPI, what is globally called the India Stack. The second big structural change that has come about in our economy is this great democratization of our capital markets. And as you know, the foreign institutional investors keep moving in and out. They have their own sentiments. Last year, they gave us a tough time. And this year as well, you know, in the last few months, there has been great nervousness because of the reasons that you well know. To great comfort and great relief, the domestic institutional investors have become part of our capital markets in a very organic way and in a very democratized way. And if I can just quote you numbers, just say last closing financial year, if the FIIs were maybe slightly negative in the net sense, the domestic institutional investors poured in 6 lakh crores of savings and into the capital markets. So we have moved away from that era where everyone just kept money in fixed deposits and provident funds. And mind you, almost 2/3 of our domestic institutional investments, the mutual funds and the more high net worth individuals, almost 2/3 of it is just individual investors. And what they poured in as 6 lakh crores is almost twice as the 3-year moving average, which is again twice of the previous 3-year moving average. And this year, they say from January till August, again, as the FIIs in a net withdrew 1 lakh crores, the domestic institutional investors poured in 5 lakh crores. And that is why our capital markets are the best performing world over. We have overcome the headwinds, and you can see they're now stable and looking forward to what today you call reforms reloaded.
So what can we expect as far as your pipeline is concerned, sir, both in terms of IPOs, in terms of public sector enterprises, public sector banks needing to meet the minimum float norms that the regulator has in place? Give us a timeline of what is on the anvil.
You can expect from us honest gratitude to the small investor.
Can you put a number to that, sir? What does that mean exactly?
So essentially what that means is that we started with a few market stake sales at the beginning of the year. We held up a bit in the days of nervousness, but as markets have stabilized, we will bring in value creation opportunities for small investors. We will bring in more OFS, we'll bring in minority stake sales, we'll bring in maybe a few IPOs, and we will speed up this journey. And I would also congratulate and thank CNBC TV 18, because you have helped us connect the policy space, the market space, the investors together in such a beautiful manner.
Well, thank you very much for that. And we look forward to being able to continue to do that, sir. But, you know, so the second half of the year, IPOs, minority stake sales, and OFS, you know, do you intend to make that disinvestment target of 47,000 crore rupees, or perhaps this time, for a change, beat the disinvestment target as well?
Fingers crossed, beat it this year.
Beat it this year. You're feeling confident about that?
Absolutely.
IPOs, you know, on the insurance side, are we likely to see IPOs from the insurance companies? Are we likely to see IPOs from the defense space? Because that's a space that the markets are at this point in time fairly excited about. Where could we see the next set of IPOs coming in from the public sector?
It would not be fair for me to name individual companies.
You can give us a sector.
Yes. But broadly speaking, what you said are the right sectors. And in these sectors, you will see various forms of minority stake sales through various methods, the SEBI-approved methods. And we, as you said, have a good target in mind and maybe exceed it, so that all these small investors who have reposed their faith in us, we repay the gratitude back to them.
So how do you then respond, sir, to the comments that have come in from many market observers and market watchers who say that, look, the disinvestment story in India is dead?
I would refute that very strongly. You know, we tend to pick up stereotypes very quickly. What is disinvestment needs to be understood very carefully. And if you see the evolution of this policy 25 years ago, when this department phases, the first phase was 99-2004, which was a learning phase, or you can say an experimental phase. The second phase, that is 4 to 14, was a phase of political constraints or coalition constraints. That is a better word. And of course, the strategic disinvestment took a backseat, but the department continued with minority stake sales. The department continued to engage with the capital markets. The third phase, which is 16 to 21, we would say was the revival phase. You see, and the fourth phase, which is 21 onwards, which is called the Atmanirbhar Bharat PSE policy, is a phase of integrated disinvestment policy. And what that means is that disinvestment and closure are two sides of the same coin. At a micro level, they may look very different, but at a macro level or in a general equilibrium framework, they both create greater space for the private sector. And if you see, as many as 50 public enterprises have been taken up either for disinvestment or closure in the last 50 years. And that has yielded dividends. You see such an exciting private sector manufacturing growth. But we must not forget that public sector also has a fair bona fide role to play in our economy. There are certain strategic sectors, there are certain public goods, there are certain public services. There are issues of inclusion which are not for profit in nature. That is where, and of course, now in the present global framework, maintaining the security of our global supply chains, of our raw materials, of our minerals is equally important. And therefore, when we talk about the disinvestment policy today, it means public sector does its job that is due to it. the private sector does what is due to it, and we share wealth and value that public assets create with the people of India, with the citizens of India, and with our small investors.
So let me just push back a little bit on that, because the banking sector, for instance, the expectation was that we would see privatization. That is not the case. In fact, we had the DFS secretary telling us that the government has no intention of bringing down holdings under 51% at this point in time. Telecom, another sector where the government has decided that from a strategic point of view, it does not intend to disinvest. So which are the sectors where strategic disinvestment is likely, where there is still an intent and an appetite to go forward with strategic disinvestment?
I would not like to comment beyond my pay grade.
So this is very much your pay grade. You're going to have to do this.
Okay, let me put it this way. I would not like to, say things which are beyond my immediate domain. But all I can assure you is that all major public sectors, including the financial sector, which is the banks and the financial institutions, are part of our disinvestment framework. You may see one or two big strategic disinvestments, but you may see many more, maybe half a dozen OFS or follow-on offers or different forms of minority stake sales.
So half a dozen minority stake sales by way of OFSs, etc., but one or two strategic disinvestments. Let me guess which one or two of those strategic disinvestments it could possibly be. IDBI Bank. So we're talking about reforms, reloaded and accelerating reforms. It's been a disinvestment in the making for over a decade now. Are we going to close it this financial year?
Hopefully, yes. Honorable Finance Minister said it in an interview recently, and we are working hard day and night to make it happen.
By when will you invite the bids for IDBI Bank?
The only timeline given out in the media is end of the financial year. A lot of things happen and are done outside the media glaze. So let the interested parties wrestle it out.
Speaking of interested parties wrestling it out, sir, would it be fair to assume that the foreign interest is higher than the domestic interest, specifically as far as IDBI Bank is concerned?
No comments.
I'm trying my luck to extract as much as possible from you. So IDBI Bank, of course, as you stated, is being targeted for this financial year. What could the second candidate be, sir, from a strategic disinvestment point of view?
Wait and watch. You will hear the announcement at the right time, and we'll make the announcement through you.
You'll make the announcement to us, so we will hold you to that, sir. But the other important aspect that you spoke of, and I think that's something that the market is also watching very closely, is the government's dividend policy. And perhaps you could shed some light on how you're looking at the dividend policy going forward as well.
Very good question. A fair dividend policy is part of our integrated disinvestment framework, and the reason is almost the same reason as the monetary policy. Essentially, it is the discretion versus rule, which is also called time consistency. And it's a very careful optimization between the investors and the traders. We don't give any targets to the private sector. We allow them to freely operate in the capital markets. For the public sector, we want them to be benchmarks. And so we create that nudge. And over the last 10 years, we have debated this internally. The policy framework has evolved and matured. And we now ensure that public enterprises who have moved bravely onto the capital markets and have won the trust of investors should pay 30% of their profit after tax or 4% of their net worth, whichever is higher, as fair dividends to small investors. And this has picked up. If you see in the last 5 years, the dividends payout by the public sector enterprises has doubled. And even though they occupy only 14% of the market cap in our capital markets, they pay 25% of dividends to the small investors.
So that will continue.
That will continue, and they achieved a record landmark last year. Almost 1,20,000 crores was distributed as total dividends, and we hope to exceed it this year.
You hope to exceed that number this year, 1,20,000 crores. IPOs, and I want to go back to that because the last big blockbuster from the government, of course, was the LIC IPO. What's the thinking? What would you like to prioritize in terms of the IPO pipeline? We talked about how strong the appetite has been as far as the primary markets are concerned. What would the government like to prioritize given the global challenges as well as the appetite in the market from an IPO perspective?
Good. We are doing investor meetings and market research. You should expect that at least some public enterprises in the strategic sector or natural resources space, or maybe their subsidiaries, will be brought out and placed suitably.
So natural resources space. So you've given us a clear heads up there in terms of what the priority is likely to be, sectorally at least at this point in time. Okay, and how soon can we expect you to look at hitting the markets?
End of financial year, anything before that.
This financial year. So that's the target. And how many are you working towards, sir?
No comments.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chawla, I want to take a little segue away from disinvestment to talk about something that I know you've very closely been involved with. I don't know how many people in this room know, but he's, of course, had stints at the IMF, and he's been very closely involved with economic diplomacy as well. As you look at what's playing out at this point in time with tariffs, especially with the ongoing negotiations between India and the US, what do you believe are likely to be the outcomes of these negotiations? How confident do you feel that we will, in fact, be closer to getting some sort of an agreement in the next few weeks?
Those who are not part of negotiations do not comment on it. When particularly they leave those positions.
As an observer.
This engagement will continue. It's very difficult for anyone to predict which way it will go. But my own view is that we should not respond in a knee-jerk fashion, which is what we are doing. We should continue to work on our fundamentals, strengthen our economy, provide balanced support to growth, reorient our value chains, and at the end of it, it will pay us good dividends.
So, a calibrated approach is what you're essentially suggesting. But on the macros, as you look at what's happening, especially as far as the currency markets are concerned, and we've seen a fair degree of volatility there, how do you see the rupee and the move in the rupee also kind of offsetting some of the impact as far as exporters are concerned? But, what you believe the strategy should be there?
It's the domain of the central bank, so I would not give any comment on it. But being the market-facing department, whatever we see and whatever we research, broadly the rupee is aligned with the fundamentals, which is called the real effective exchange rate.
Coming back to asset monetization, and we had that big plan as far as asset monetization was concerned. What can we expect now realistically as far as this financial year is concerned on that front specifically, sir?
As I said, I would reiterate that we are on course to meet our target. We've been planning it since the beginning of the year. We did a few things at the beginning, and when the headwinds come, we lie down, but we keep ourselves ready. And the moment the fresh breeze comes, we come out and I would say give fair returns, and if I may use my language, fair dividends to the investors.
Fair returns and fair dividends. Do you feel a fresh breeze, sir? Is it picking up momentum? Is it getting stronger at this point in time?
Very much. And I'm very happy to say that the fresh breeze is now coming from the domestic investors. And they have saved our capital markets, they have saved our economy. And I use this opportunity through you to acknowledge their contribution and also assure and promise them that we will come back with a bouquet of gratitude and give them, share more assets and more valuable assets with them as part of their portfolio.
Well, that's a great message from the Reforms Reloaded platform from you, Mr. Chawla. But, you know, what's next is the question that we're asking here. The government has undertaken several steps, several measures. We saw in the budget the income tax cuts. We've now seen the GST cuts. There's been many moves as far as the ease of doing business is concerned, both at the level of the center as well as the level of the state. If investors are trying to understand how much appetite the government has for future reforms, what could we realistically expect in terms of next steps? What do you believe the order of priority should be?
I would leave that for the Honorable Finance Minister to answer and address in the evening when she speaks to you. But as far as capital markets are concerned, we are seeing a structural change that is coming about. We are seeing greater democratization. And as we see through economic media, the small investors, are responding, are, becoming part of this combined, market framework. And we will continue to support them. And we, as the first half of this year, in spite of global headwinds, you saw 50,000 crores worth of IPO in our country. Our capital markets, risk capital is scarce. Risk capital is what drives the economy. Our capital markets are now fourth largest. Very soon they'll be third largest. And I think this is a great opportunity. And I would urge all Indians, entrepreneurs, startups, investors, CEOs, and fund managers not to miss this opportunity. This is an opportunity which will be there, say, for 2-3 decades before the growth convergence moderates. And we should all celebrate the success of India, the success of Bharat, and make it part of everyone's dream.
Well, the Indian stock markets today continue to be fairly resilient. Despite all of the headwinds that came in over the weekend, the markets have been holding quite bravely through the storms. But, they say reform is the art of the possible, Mr. Chawla, especially from your vantage point as the Secretary of Department of Public Asset Management. We know the political constraints. What would be some of the other constraints? What are some of the other challenges that your department has to contend with to get things done, and especially to pick up the pace on where you find yourself today?
A good question. It is essentially the market movements that we care about. And of course, the timing of what we announce and what we do is determined by that. And that is what will drive us going forward. And we do our homework well. We are a well-researched department. And we hope to put smiles on everyone's face.
Well, certainly smiles on everyone's face. I'm going to throw this open to the audience. If there's a question that anybody here has for the Disinvestment Secretary, we'll get a microphone across to you. Sir, if you can just stand up so that it'll be easier for us to get a microphone across to you, and then we can have your question coming in. If you don't have a microphone, I'll come. The mic is coming. Okay, perfect. The mic is coming. Just one second, sir. The microphone is getting to you in 10 seconds.
I am Anil Verma, Chairman, Anand Group of Enterprises. Sir, I am ex-banker also. I have retired from State Bank as an AGM. As far as investment is concerned, sir, it is a basic concern of the investor. Only two factors: security number one, return second. Do you have any investment scheme in your mind which ensures these two things? Because banks are failing, financial institutions are failing, even stock market is also dodging. That is why people are investing in gold, and gold is soaring, which ensures security as also return. Do you have any investment scheme in your mind, sir?
Do you have a gold-beating investment scheme up your sleeves, Mr. Chawla?
I would partly agree with you and also partly disagree. It is true that traditional modes of investment, excite households even today. Part of it is because of, sentimental reasons. Habits take time to change. But as far as the other side is concerned, the reason why we have adopted an integrated value creation strategy is precisely what you said. The strategy nowadays has 4 pillars. One is corporate performance. We guide, we monitor, and we nudge the corporate performance through a very strict evaluation framework. And most public sector managers, their pay, their perks, and their future depends on it. Secondly, sustained capital investment. They all have, in line with their business needs, they all have individual investment targets, which are monitored on a monthly basis. And the third is fair dividends, which is to ensure returns to small investors in a consistent, sustained manner. And fourth, of course, is calibrated disinvestment or asset monetization, as you said. The purpose behind this integrated policy is precisely what you said. Habits are changing. They take time to change. They are changing, and we see evidence of that change. And we hope the future will be better.
Well, we certainly hope the future will be better. Let me end by asking you, sir, you promised to put smiles on the faces of investors. How quickly should we be prepared for that?
As I said, this financial year itself.
This financial year itself. Arunish Chawla, many, many thanks for joining us and kicking off the Reforms Reloaded event with a very clear roadmap on what the government intends to prioritize as far as its disinvestment plan is concerned. You believe and you feel confident that you're going to be able to beat your target this time around, and we look forward to hearing more from you as and when you do deliver that number. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the DPAM Secretary, Arunish Chawla. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla, and thank you, Shireen, for a very interesting conversation and those precious insights. Our next session. It's, of course, time to focus on what really matters, reforms that touch people's lives, lower bills for households, smoother compliance for businesses, and confidence for industry to invest. To unpack this, I'd like to invite some of India's leading voices. Please welcome Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, MD and CEO, IDFC First Bank, Mr. Santosh Iyer, MD and CEO, Mercedes-Benz India, and Mr. Mohit Malhotra, CEO, Dabur India Limited. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we continue our conversations here, and it's time for us to welcome representatives and stakeholders from industry. As we said, today is the 22nd of September. It's the date for the GST rates, the GST rate cuts to be rolled out, and it's also the start of the festive period. Mr. Vaidyanathan, Mohit, and Santosh, great to have you join us here on Reforms Reloaded. My very first question to you, Santosh, how many Mercedes cars have you sold since morning?
Well, I landed, and before I came in, I went to our dealership on the way, and I think the excitement is palpable. You can just feel it. Our expectation is the next 8 days will record the highest ever per day car sold in history in India, for sure.
That's good to hear, but there's also a lot of pent-up demand, right? Because August was virtually no sales.
That's true. That's true. To be fair, August till 22nd, it was almost breaks on sale. So all of this has to be recovered. So for sure. But I think there is a lot of optimism that even the festive period starting October 2nd, the Dasharas and Diwali should deliver even a double-digit growth if possible.
Double-digit growth if possible. But how much cheaper have the cars gotten? Because for the auto sector, the cut has been significant. I mean, for the the smaller cars, the cut is from 28% to 18%. For cars like yours, you're 40%, but no cess. So what does that now result in on an average in terms of price cuts for you?
So average cuts are close to between 5 to 8%. So average for us in luxury segment will be around 6%, which is translated to the customer. So yeah, that's substantial when you look at in rupee terms, somewhere around 1.5 lakhs to 10 to 20 lakhs.
1.5 lakhs to 10 to 20 lakhs. But does the rupee move impact you, or is it likely to impact you?
No, surely. Actually, if you take away that euphoria of the 6-8%, this is the same pricing we used to operate in 2024. And subsequently, we have been taking up price increases quarter on quarter or even once and 3 times in a year because the Forex has moved from 89 to 104. We are still priced at 94 to 95. So we still have a 10% headroom to price even more. So that's, I think, the negative part of the story. But right now, with what the industry was going through, you see the CAGR, it was all flattening out. This measure couldn't have come at a more appropriate time. So I think the entire industry, including us, we decided we will postpone the increases further, but right now pass on the GST benefit to the customer and revive demand significantly.
So what, before I get Mohit to comment, so what should we realistically expect now in terms of industry growth, as well as you gave us number for yourself saying you expect double-digit growth. Industry-wise, what would you expect?
So CM has revised its projection from 2 to 3% to 4 to 5%. So at least doubling it. India is a 4.3 million car market. So a 2% growth is 70-80,000 cars. So that's significant in the next 3 to 4 months time. We had this backlog and we could see signs of slowing down a bit in the second quarter of this year. So I think coming back from those era and to have a full year impact of 2 to 3% more, I think it's significant.
Well, we look forward to hearing more from you, Santosh. I'll come back to you in just a second. Mohit, let me come to you. For the entire FMCG basket as well, the cut has come at a time when the government is trying to boost consumption. Unlike auto, it may not necessarily result in the kind of drastic cuts that Santosh is being able to offer on his cars. But, most items come down to the 5% bracket as far as FMCG is concerned. What do you now expect in terms of demand pickup?
No, I think this is going to definitely improve the demand and the consumption. I think FMCG, the kind of cuts that you see, for example, there's a 1 rupee price point, which hails in India, which contributes to around 20-30% of the consumption, bringing it down to 93 paise. In absolute terms, doesn't mean much. If you translate into number of crores for a Indian market, it's 2 lakh crore.
Yeah.
That is the kind of substantial impact it will have, which is what PM Modi also mentioned. So I think the sentiment is going to improve. Because of the sentiment, the demand is going to improve. Because of demand, investments are going to improve. Because of investments, I think the employment is going to improve. And Indian economy is really going to benefit. That's what I feel. In terms of tangible numbers, if you ask me to illustrate it, in India, the middle class accounts for roughly around 50 crore consumer base in the country. And this is coming at a time when consumption was extremely sluggish in urban India, and urban is comprised of middle class. This 50 crore consumer base is expected to go up to around 70 crore by 2030. So huge improvement in the middle class segment in the Indian industry is there. And this improvement or this reforms is going to only improve the consumption. Let me take an example of a 25,000 rupee earning household per month. Now, approximately 1,000 rupees to around 800 rupees on a 25,000 rupees earning household is the impact. So the annual impact, if I look at the income tax reform, direct taxes and indirect taxes, this impact is going to be around 17 to 20,000 rupees on a 1.5 lakh earning household for the whole year. This is substantial, which is going to translate itself in a consumption boost, in my view.
Well, that certainly is the hope. But you were talking about that 93 paise price point now. And what are you going to do about that? So are we likely to see more changes as far as the grammage is concerned, especially on these low ticket items?
Yeah, so India reigns with these magical price points, which we call, they're really magical price points. So 1 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 15 rupee, 20 rupee price points. And they contribute to good around 40 to 50% of the overall consumption of the entire basket of SKUs that you sell. So sometimes, when a consumer comes to a retail outlet, he says, he doesn't want a particular brand, and rural economy is like 60% of the total consumption. So he says, "Mujhe 10 rupees wala pack de dijiye," and he doesn't talk about a brand at all. So therefore, these are magical price points. So these magical price points cannot be breached, and therefore, in the beginning, we are trying to take it down to around 93. But eventually, it will lead to a commensurate grammage increase in these SKUs. Yes.
Okay, so grammage increase is what we're likely to see across the board. I'm coming back to you, Mohit, in just a second, but let me get Mr. Vaidyanathan into the conversation as well. All of this is probably or hopefully going to result in increase for credit requirement. At the bank, how are you seeing all of this play itself out? What's the target that you're working with? What's your expectation?
Okay, first of all, I want to tell Santosh something, man. Come on, do better, man. 2 to
Do
4%.
better. How much better? How much better do you want him to do?
I think it should go 2 to 4%. It looks so low. Come on, Santosh, do better, man. Come on, this is a stage for you, and you should do something better. Okay, so that's that. So, no.
Santosh, are you taking up this challenge? Are you going to be able to do better?
Yeah, the RBI has already reduced interest rate thrice, I believe, this year. So now up to the banks, we reduce twice, we go by 10%.
He's thrown the ball back in your court.
Of course, the banking system has, of course, reduced interest rates, but you better do more sales activities and create the markets. Okay.
He'll definitely offer a better deal to it.
This is a virtuous cycle that needs to move.
So, no, really, first, the GST 2.0 impact itself, let me just say that about ICRA estimates, SBI research estimates, IDS research estimates, all are pointing out to a consumption lift-off of close to about 2 lakh crores. Banking system credit on that could be something like, again, by research, is about 1.7 to 1.8 lakh crores. And that could mean about a 10% increase in a growth rate sense, which means that last year, if whatever the growth rate for the country would be, it would be plus 1% is our real estimate. That's very significant, considering that the banking system overall credit is about 180 lakh crores. So that's quite significant. Secondly, where is the growth going to come from?
Exactly. That's what I was going to come to.
Yes, where is the growth going to come from? So this growth is going to, as you know, the biggest, there are two kinds of cuts have happened here. One is the essential items like food, paneer, milk, etc. It's all come from 5% to 0%. Now, these were consumption items that people are anyway consuming yesterday without the GST of 5%, will consume tomorrow also. Which is a good thing in its own sense in terms of segment it addresses. But the significant one is going to come from the consumption cuts, the one that has come from 28% to 18%. Now, car prices are down like 10%, or will be down 10%. 10% for 10 lakh rupee car is 1 lakh rupees, big money. Let me give you how much it may translate to as an EMI to a normal person.
Yes.
So if you think of a 10 lakh rupee car, which will now cost 9. Assuming a loan amount of say 7 lakh rupees, and EMI earlier would have been say 16,500 rupees. Now EMI will be 14,500. So 2,000 rupees per person per month for 60 months is the reduction in people's EMI. On top of this, like Santosh pointed out, interest rate also came down.
Yeah.
So interest around product cost good down. So both things are actually very significant. And I think this is a material moment. And when we said the other factors that government also reduced the income tax rates, so all three things, interest rate, that one, this one put together, I really believe that 27 will be a lift-off year.
27 will be a lift-off year.
Yes, 27 will be a lift-off year.
So, the banking sector has already had a very good run. When you say 27 is going to be a lift-off year, what could that mean in terms of profitability?
Actually, profitability at 27 will be very good in my opinion, because see this 26 is kind of suppressed because of the the repo rate that got passed on. Some more will get passed on this quarter, etc. But all that will become base case. The microfinance issue that happened, all that will become base case. So all that will become base case. So 27 will be, coming off, let me say, a low base, so to say. So in a profitability sense, I'd say that not just credit growth should look better. I believe that the profitability also should look meaningfully better next year. At least for our bank, you should expect that we should look meaningfully better in 27 or 26.
That's the headline. V. Vaidyanathan says 27 is going to be a lift-off year, but
meaningful improvement.
meaningful improvement. But we were talking about interest rates, and I'll get Mohit and Santosh to comment on that as well. We've got the MPC coming up. What's the expectation? Status quo or a cut?
Before you call Santosh in, Santosh should commit to a
He's not letting you go. He's not letting you go, Santosh.
I mean, 2 to 4% is so disappointing, Santosh. You have to do better.
Just to clarify,
you don't grow.
No. He's clearly in the market to buy a Mercedes, right?
Surely. No, but it was on an annualized basis. I still said double-digit growth for the next 4 months and moving on. So, but for the full year effect, I said.
Okay, thank you. That sounds better to us.
Just to clarify.
Okay, fine, thank you.
But on the MPC, what's the expectation?
No, see, we got to wait and watch actually, because could come down, could be wait for a while. So this is not there's a bigger importance as a cycle. The cycle in which we are in, that's more important.
Yeah, and the cycle suggests that it is definitely accommodative.
And could be coming down also. Now it's anybody's guess. It's 25 basis points. Yes, no, neutral. We are looking at this yearly cycle playing through, and they already 100 basis points cut, CRR cut. Some CRR cut is going to play out this quarter, next quarter. So that's why I feel more bullish about.
So liquidity, ample liquidity in the system.
Liquidity is no problem at all. Deposits also not a problem. At least our bank is growing deposit 20% plus. So deposits also not a problem. So when you grow deposit, it gives you good license to grow loans. But I can say for the banking system as a whole, I think this is probably the year in which whatever negative we had to factor is factored. I think next year should be better.
Yeah, okay, should be better. Santosh, let me come back to you now. Let's talk a little bit about, since we're talking about the reforms and the road ahead. What we are seeing at this point in time is also a move to try and ink as many FTAs as possible. The EU-India FTA, which has, of course, been long in the making. The expectation is that we could perhaps get to some sort of a conclusion as far as negotiations are concerned by the end of this year. Will that materially change your plans for India, from India?
No, for sure. We as multinationals have always advocated free trade, fundamentally because we feel that the economic growth is significant whenever the borders open up. And it's just not about the tariffs, it's also about harmonizing the regulations, for example, between countries. So, I think Indian automotive industry has also come out of age. So the access to bigger developed markets, which has money in their pocket to sell and export, grows. As far as we are concerned, surely today, more than 90% of the cars we sell in India are locally produced. So they hardly have a 15% tariff when it comes to parts and components. So that won't change. The 5%, which is our CBUs, which is all those exotic cars, the G-Wagons, the Maybachs, there is a lot of expectation and anticipation that prices may come down. But in the real sense, we would say no, because...
You're disappointing him again.
No, we need to see that by this time this materializes already. There is a 10% gap between the pricing and the euro. Plus, on top of it, from a contribution perspective as well, the challenge for India is we don't get allocations. There is much more demand on these cars. Some of these cars even have waiting period running to a year. So what would improve is customers would get better access to cars much faster. We may get even much more cars allocated to India once the FTAs happens. But in the larger scheme of things, I think two-way trade will go significantly higher. That opens up new opportunities for us as well to look at India differently. We have been 30 years in India. We call it strategic patience, been there. But I think also from numbers, in these 30 years, we sold more than 2 lakh plus Mercedes-Benz. The 1 lakh Mercedes-Benz has been sold in last 6 years. So that's the kind of demand and the uptick now that we see. So an FTA.
So when do you expect to sell the next? What better way to kick off Reforms Reloaded with the market-facing department of the Government of India, the Secretary of DPAM right here with us, Mr. Chawla. What a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here. Before I talk to you about disinvestment and the disinvestment roadmap, I want to understand from you the broad picture within North Block at this point in time with the rollout of the GST, with the income tax cuts that were given by the government. The clear effort and message seems to be, as we heard from the Prime Minister yesterday in his address to the nation, boost consumption, drive consumption. The budget making exercise is going to start shortly, Mr. Chawla. How does all of this stack up on balance as you get into the budget making process?
Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister will speak about it in more detail in the evening. I'll just make two supporting comments. One, our government is providing a balanced support to the economy. And balanced support includes support to private consumption, and which, as you very rightly said, includes both the income tax relief that was given in the budget and this great GST 2.0 reform, which is being rolled out and which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, both from the Red Fort and yesterday. Secondly, we have not forgotten investment. We've not forgotten about productive investment and the need to increase the productive capacity of the economy. As you know, the budget this year provided for more than double-digit growth in capex, which includes both budgetary and extra budgetary resources. And as you know, if you can see the CGA data which came out the first quarter, that investment, public investment through the budgetary sources was on target. Equally important, what is called the extra budgetary resources, where we directly come in and where the public enterprises play a role. The data we have as of end of July, we achieved almost 1/3, about 30 to 33% of the yearly target by July itself, which tells you that we have front-loaded reforms. We have kept them on track. And the industry and the commercial side of the government is working on the global value chains, how to revisit them, how to reorient them, so that we can insulate our economy from the global headwinds. I also have one suggestion. We should not get obsessed with individual numbers. India is a growing economy. We are in a phase of growth convergence. And it is how we perform relative to the rest of the world that is what matters.
So which number should we not get obsessed with, sir?
It's the headline number which we all tend to get obsessed about. And the right way of looking at it is, say, in spite of global headwinds, the world is going to grow, say, at 3% or even lower. If we can grow double that in real terms and maybe exceed that, and that is what the early data shows, we should be thrilled. That is my suggestion.
Well, suggestion and point taken, sir. Let me now address the issue of disinvestment and what the government is likely to do as far as the disinvestment roadmap is concerned. You know, I talked about the markets, and the Indian markets have, of course, faced their own degree of volatility on account of the fluctuation of FII inflows, but that's been offset by very strong domestic institutional interest and domestic institutional investment into the stock markets. There really has been, in a way, a democratization of the Indian capital markets that we've seen. How does your department, how does the government intend to leverage what we see happening in the market? What can we expect? More public sector companies doing OFSs? Are we likely to see more IPOs? What can we now realistically expect?
Good question, and I entirely agree with you on the observation. The first dose or the first dose of financial inclusion was Jan Dhan, was Aadhaar, was UPI, what is globally called the India Stack. The second big structural change that has come about in our economy is this great democratization of our capital markets. And as you know, the foreign institutional investors keep moving in and out. They have their own sentiments. Last year, they gave us a tough time. And this year as well, you know, in the last few months, there has been great nervousness because of the reasons that you well know. To great comfort and great relief, the domestic institutional investors have become part of our capital markets in a very organic way and in a very democratized way. And if I can just quote you numbers, just say last closing financial year, if the FIIs were maybe slightly negative in the net sense, the domestic institutional investors poured in 6 lakh crores of savings and into the capital markets. So we have moved away from that era where everyone just kept money in fixed deposits and provident funds. And mind you, almost 2/3 of our domestic institutional investments, the mutual funds and the more high net worth individuals, almost 2/3 of it is just individual investors. And what they poured in as 6 lakh crores is almost twice as the 3-year moving average, which is again twice of the previous 3-year moving average. And this year, they say from January till August, again, as the FIIs in a net withdrew 1 lakh crores, the domestic institutional investors poured in 5 lakh crores. And that is why our capital markets are the best performing world over. We have overcome the headwinds, and you can see they're now stable and looking forward to what today you call reforms reloaded.
So what can we expect as far as your pipeline is concerned, sir, both in terms of IPOs, in terms of public sector enterprises, public sector banks needing to meet the minimum float norms that the regulator has in place? Give us a timeline of what is on the anvil.
You can expect from us honest gratitude to the small investor.
Can you put a number to that, sir? What does that mean exactly?
So essentially what that means is that we started with a few market stake sales at the beginning of the year. We held up a bit in the days of nervousness, but as markets have stabilized, we will bring in value creation opportunities for small investors. We will bring in more OFS, we'll bring in minority stake sales, we'll bring in maybe a few IPOs, and we will speed up this journey. And I will also congratulate and thank CNBC TV 18, because you have helped us connect the policy space, the market space, the investors together in such a beautiful manner.
Well, thank you very much for that. And we look forward to being able to continue to do that, sir. But, you know, so the second half of the year, IPOs, minority stake sales and OFS, you know, do you intend to make that disinvestment target of 47,000 crore rupees, or perhaps this time, for a change, beat the disinvestment target as well?
Fingers crossed, beat it this year.
Beat it this year. You're feeling confident about that?
Absolutely.
IPOs, you know, on the insurance side, are we likely to see IPOs from the insurance companies? Are we likely to see IPOs from the defense space? Because that's a space that the markets are at this point in time fairly excited about. Where could we see the next set of IPOs coming in from the public sector?
It would not be fair for me to name individual companies.
You can give us a sector.
Yes. But broadly speaking, what you said are the right sectors. And in these sectors, you will see various forms of minority stake sales through various methods, the SEBI approved methods. And we, as you said, have a good target in mind and maybe exceed it, so that all these small investors who have reposed their faith in us, we repay the gratitude back to them.
So how do you then respond, sir, to the comments that have come in from many market observers and market watchers who say that, look, the disinvestment story in India is dead?
I would refute that very strongly. We tend to pick up stereotypes very quickly. What is disinvestment needs to be understood very carefully. And if you see the evolution of this policy 25 years ago, when this department of the government was founded, it has been through four phases. The first phase was 99-2004, which was a learning phase, or you can say an experimental phase. The second phase, that is 4 to 14, was a phase of political constraints or coalition constraints. That is a better word. And of course, the strategic disinvestment took a backseat, but the department continued with minority stake sales. The department continued to engage with the capital markets. The third phase, which is 16 to 21, we would say was the revival phase, when strategic disinvestment was revived, and revived in the right earnest. Because you see, and the fourth phase, which is 21 onwards, which is called the Atmanirbhar Bharat PSC policy, is a phase of integrated disinvestment policy. And what that means is that disinvestment and closure are two sides of the same coin. At a micro level, they may look very different, but at a macro level or in a general equilibrium framework, they both create greater space for the private sector. And if you see, as many as 50 public enterprises have been taken up either for disinvestment or closure in the last 50 years. And that has yielded dividends. You see such an exciting private sector manufacturing growth. But we must not forget that public sector also has a fair, bona fide role to play in our economy. There are certain strategic sectors, there are certain public goods, there are certain public services, there are issues of inclusion which are not for profit in nature. That is where, and of course, now in the present global framework, maintaining the security of our global supply chains, of our raw materials, of our minerals, is equally important. And therefore, when we talk about the disinvestment policy today, it means public sector does its job that is due to it, the private sector does what is due to it, and we share wealth and value that public assets create with the people of India, with the citizens of India, and with our small investors.
So let me just push back a little bit on that, because the banking sector, for instance, the expectation was that we would see privatization. That is not the case. In fact, we had the DFS secretary telling us that the government has no intention of bringing down holdings under 51% at this point in time. Telecom, another sector where the government has decided that from a strategic point of view, it does not intend to disinvest. So which are the sectors where strategic disinvestment is likely, where there is still an intent and an appetite to go forward with strategic disinvestment?
I would not like to comment beyond my pay grade.
So this is very much your pay grade. You're going to have to do this.
Okay, let me put it this way. I would not like to, say things which are beyond my immediate domain. But all I can assure you is that all major public sectors, including the financial sector, which is the banks and the financial institutions, are part of our disinvestment framework. You may see one or two big strategic disinvestments, but you may see many more, maybe half a dozen OFS or follow-on offers or different forms of minority stake sales.
So half a dozen minority stake sales by way of OFSs, etc., but one or two strategic disinvestments. Let me guess which one or two of those strategic disinvestments it could possibly be. IDBI Bank. So we're talking about reforms, reloaded and accelerating reforms. It's been a disinvestment in the making for over a decade now. Are we going to close it this financial year?
Hopefully, yes. Honorable Finance Minister said it in an interview recently, and we are working hard day and night to make it happen.
By when will you invite the bids for IDBI Bank?
The only number timeline given out in the media is end of the financial year. A lot of things happen and are done outside the media glaze. So let the interested parties wrestle it out. the way they should.
Speaking of interested parties wrestling it out, sir, would it be fair to assume that the foreign interest is higher than the domestic interest, specifically as far as IDBI Bank is concerned?
No comments.
I'm trying my luck to extract as much as possible from you. So IDBI Bank, of course, as you stated, is being targeted for this financial year. What could the second candidate be, sir, from a strategic disinvestment point of view?
Wait and watch. You will hear the announcement at the right time, and we'll make the announcement through you.
You'll make the announcement to us, so we will hold you to that, sir. But the other important aspect that you spoke of, and I think that's something that the market is also watching very closely, is the government's dividend policy. And perhaps you could shed some light on how you're looking at the dividend policy going forward as well.
Very good question. A fair dividend policy is part of our integrated disinvestment framework, and the reason is almost the same reason as the monetary policy. Essentially, it is the discretion versus rule, which is also called time consistency. And it's a very careful optimization between the investors and the traders. We don't give any targets to the private sector. We allow them to freely operate in the capital markets. For the public sector, we want them to be benchmarks. And so we create that nudge. And over the last 10 years, we have debated this internally. The policy framework has evolved and matured. And we now ensure that public enterprises who have moved bravely onto the capital markets and have won the trust of investors should pay 30% of their profit after tax or 4% of their net worth, whichever is higher, as fair dividends to small investors. And this has picked up. If you see in the last 5 years, the dividends payout by the public sector enterprises has doubled. And even though they occupy only 14% of the market cap in our capital markets, they pay 25% of dividends to the small investors.
So that will continue.
That will continue, and they achieved a record landmark last year. Almost 1,20,000 crores was distributed as total dividends, and we hope to exceed it this year.
You hope to exceed that number this year, 1,20,000 crores. IPOs, and I want to go back to that because the last big blockbuster from the government, of course, was the LIC IPO. What's the thinking? What would you like to prioritize in terms of the IPO pipeline? We talked about how strong the appetite has been as far as the primary markets are concerned. What would the government like to prioritize given the global challenges as well as the appetite in the market from an IPO perspective?
Good. We are doing investor meetings and market research. You should expect that at least some public enterprises in the strategic sector or natural resources space, or maybe their subsidiaries, will be brought out and placed suitably.
So natural resources space. So you've given us a clear heads up there in terms of what the priority is likely to be, sectorally at least at this point in time. Okay, and how soon can we expect you to look at hitting the markets?
End of financial year, anything before that.
This financial year. So that's the target. And how many are you working towards, sir?
No comments.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chawla, I want to take a little segue away from disinvestment to talk about something that I know you've very closely been involved with. I don't know how many people in this room know, but he's, of course, had stints at the IMF, and he's been very closely involved with economic diplomacy as well. As you look at what's playing out at this point in time with tariffs, especially with the ongoing negotiations between India and the US, what do you believe are likely to be the outcomes of these negotiations? How confident do you feel that we will, in fact, be closer to getting some sort of an agreement in the next few weeks?
Those who are not part of negotiations do not comment on it when particularly they leave those positions.
As an observer.
This engagement will continue. It's very difficult for anyone to predict which way it will go. But my own view is that we should not respond in a knee-jerk fashion, which is what we are doing. We should continue to work on our fundamentals, strengthen our economy, provide balanced support to growth, reorient our value chains, and at the end of it, it will pay us good dividends.
So, a calibrated approach is what you're essentially suggesting. But on the macros, as you look at what's happening, especially as far as the currency markets are concerned, and we've seen a fair degree of volatility there, how do you see the rupee and the move in the rupee also kind of offsetting some of the impact as far as exporters are concerned? But, what you believe the strategy should be there?
It's the domain of the central bank, so I would not give any comment on it. But being the market-facing department, whatever we see and whatever we research, broadly the rupee is aligned with the fundamentals, which is called the real effective rate.
Coming back to asset monetization, and we had that big plan as far as asset monetization was concerned. What can we expect now realistically as far as this financial year is concerned on that front specifically, sir?
As I said, I would reiterate that we are on course to meet our target. We've been planning it since the beginning of the year. We did a few things at the beginning, and when the headwinds come, we lie down, but we keep ourselves ready. And the moment the fresh breeze comes, we come out and I would say give fair returns, and if I may use my language, fair dividends to the investors.
Fair returns and fair dividends. Do you feel a fresh breeze, sir? Is it picking up momentum? Is it getting stronger at this point in time?
Very much. And I'm very happy to say that the fresh breeze is now coming from the domestic investors. And they have saved our capital markets, they have saved our economy. And I use this opportunity through you to acknowledge their contribution and also assure and promise them that we will come back with a bouquet of gratitude and give them, share more assets and more valuable assets with them as part of their portfolio.
Well, that's a great message from the Reforms Reloaded platform from you, Mr. Chawla. But, what's next is the question that we're asking here. The government has undertaken several steps, several measures. We saw in the budget the income tax cuts. We've now seen the GST cuts. There's been many moves as far as the ease of doing business are concerned, both at the level of the center as well as the level of the state. If investors are trying to understand how much appetite the government has for future reforms, what could we realistically expect in terms of next steps? What do you believe the order of priority should be?
I would leave that for the Honorable Finance Minister to answer and address in the evening when she speaks to you. But as far as...
Enjoyed your lunch. Let's now move on to a sector that's seeing fresh momentum from reforms like GST 2.0, which has eased compliance and made travel and hospitality more affordable, and that is tourism. Today, we'll explore how these reforms are creating new opportunities for investment, boosting regional economies, and positioning India as a global travel destination. Let's take this conversation forward, and for that, let me also welcome Amish Devgan of Network18. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
And to share insights from the front line of this transformation, we are honored to have Shri Gajendra Shekhawat, Union Minister of Tourism, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
चलिए लंच के बाद एक पॉलिटिकल सेशन होना बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है आप सबकी भी नींद खुल जाएगी थोड़ी। जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन करिए गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत का। सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर हैं और साथ ही साथ बीजेपी के कद्दावर नेता भी हैं। शेखावत जी, अभिनंदन है आपका न्यूज 18 पर। सबसे पहले तो आपको शारदीय नवरात्रों की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और कल प्रधानमंत्री ने देश के नाम एक संबोधन दिया और उस संबोधन में प्रधानमंत्री ने जो जीएसटी 2.0 है उसको एक उत्सव के रूप में, अंग्रेजी में जिसे कहते हैं एक फेस्टिवल के रूप में बनाने का अनुरोध किया समूचे देश से। हाउ बिग इज दिस?
देखिए, शारदीय नवरात्र की बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं आपको और आपके सभी दर्शकों को, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी श्रोताओं को। लंच के बाद में पॉलिटिकल सेशन रखना मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा था, क्योंकि लंच के बाद में किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंच पर बैठने वाले लोगों की दोहरी चुनौती होती है। मैं जब स्टूडेंट लीडर था उससे पहले भी बहुत बार बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में, प्रोग्राम्स में मुझे मंच के सामने बैठने का अवसर मिला। तब एक ही चुनौती होती थी कि अपने आप को जगाए रखना, ताकि कैमरा कहीं घूमे और आप सोते हुए कैद न हो जाओ। लेकिन अब जब मंच पे होते हो तब खुद को भी जगाए रखना होता है और सामने वालों के ऊपर भी।
और मुझे एक बात याद आई, पार्लियामेंट में किसी को आप लोगों ने पकड़ लिया था सोते हुए।
तो देखिए, पार्लियामेंट में स्वाभाविक है, एक सांसद, मैं जानता हूँ एक लोकसभा का सांसद होने के नाते कितना काम करना पड़ता है, शायद मुझे लगता है कि सामान्य लोग उसकी कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। मैं यदि मेरा कहूं तो मैं साल में लगभग 150 से ज्यादा रात मेरे शहर और दिल्ली के बीच में जो ट्रेन चलती है उसमें गुजारता हूँ। मतलब एक बेडरूम में एक बिस्तर पे अगर मैं अधिकतम रात कहीं सोता हूँ एक साल में, पिछले इतने इतने सालों से, तो वो मेरी मंडोर एक्सप्रेस की ट्रेन है। अब एक सांसद बेचारा सुबह 6 बजे अपना काम शुरू करता है, रात को 1 बजे तक लोगों से बात करता है, रात को 2 बजे लोगों का फोन उठाता है। उसको कहीं दिन भर के पार्लियामेंट में बैठे हुए एक आध झपकी आ जाए, ज्यादा चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए। जहां तक जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की बात है, जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स केवल एक नीतिगत निर्णय नहीं है
जी।
जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स केवल मात्र एक करों में राहत जितना विषय नहीं है। जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स पिछले 10 साल में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से देश की अर्थव्यवस्था, जो यूपीए के समय बेपटरी हुई थी, उनके लोन देने की कल्चर के चलते हुए जिस तरह से हमारे बैंक बर्बादी के कगार पर थे, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस के चलते हुए जिस तरह से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज में खड़ा किया था, वहां से लाकर के आज भारत कड़े और बड़े फैसलों के आधार पर, लोकहित और देश हित में लिए गए निर्णयों के आधार पर आज जिस मुकाम पर आकर के खड़ा हुआ है, जब देश चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है, 4 साल से लगातार दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है, देश का कर संचय का बेस जो है ब्रॉडन होकर के 2.5-3 गुना बढ़ गया है। देश का टैक्स कलेक्शन 60,000 से 70,000 करोड़ रुपए पर मंथ के बीच में जब जीएसटी लागू हुआ था तब था, वहां से लेकर के आज 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए प्रतिमाह हो गया है। ये देश के लिए उन सारे फैसलों और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में देश की प्रगति की परिणति है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा लाल किले के प्राचीर से देश 2 बार दिवाली मनाएगा, देश दिवाली से पहले दिवाली के मोड में आ चुका है।
जी, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कल एक टर्म को यूज किया, न्यू मिडिल क्लास। उसमें सरकार का संदर्भ क्या है?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में पदार्पण से पहले, 2014 से पहले, गरीबी हटाओ इसको एक नारे की तरह या राजनीतिक हथियार के रूप में उपयोग किया गया था। लेकिन देश में गरीबों की संख्या सुरसा की मुंह की तरह बढ़ती जा रही थी। पहली बार किसी ने व्यावहारिक तौर पर काम करते हुए देश में गरीबी और गरीबी से जुड़े हुए विषयों को एड्रेस करने पर काम किया। योजनाओं का ही केवल निर्माण की नहीं किया, अपितु योजनाओं को 100% सैचुरेशन के दृष्टिकोण से धरातल पर उतारा।
जी,
मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं की, मूलभूत विषयों की चुनौती से जूझते हुए समाज को उनसे बाहर निकाल करके देश के लिए एक असेट साइड में ला करके खड़ा किया। और उसका परिणाम था, नीति आयोग के आंकड़े उठा करके देख लें, वर्ल्ड बैंक के आंकड़े उठा करके देख लें, देश की दुनिया के दूसरे इकोनॉमी का एनालिसिस करने वाले ऐसे सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और इंस्टीट्यूट्स के आंकड़ों को उठा करके देख लें, मीडिया के वर्टिकल्स पे उठा करके देख लें, कुछ आंकड़ों में अंतर हो सकता है, कहीं 20 करोड़ होगा, कहीं 22 करोड़ होगा, कहीं 25 करोड़ होगा, कोई 30 करोड़ की बात कर रहा होगा, लेकिन इतना बड़ा तबका ऐसा है जो गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकल करके अब मध्यम वर्ग का जीवन जीने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त कर चुका है, वो नियो मिडिल क्लास है।
तो
दैट इज एस्पायरिंग क्लास ऑफ आवर कंट्री।
ओके, आप कह रहे हैं जो मिडिल क्लास और एक दूसरी क्लास के बीच में वो न्यू मिडिल क्लास है?
नहीं जी, नई कोई क्लास नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास में जो नए लोग एंटर हुए दैट इज
न्यू मिडिल क्लास। अच्छा, एक इसकी पॉलिटिकल साइड है, और पॉलिटिकल साइड ये है कि बीजेपी का जब से बीजेपी का जन्म हुआ तब से मिडिल क्लास जो है वो बीजेपी का बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट बेस रहा है नेशन वाइड, स्पेशली अगर हम पूरे देश की बात करें अटल जी, अडवाणी जी के युग से। सो उस मिडिल क्लास को 10 साल में बीजेपी की सरकार देने का बहुत प्रयास कर पा रही थी, लेकिन दे नहीं पा रही थी। इसीलिए इनकम टैक्स में भी राहत दी है, और इसीलिए जीएसटी में भी इतनी बड़ी राहत देने का प्रयास हुआ है, और इसका एक हमें रिजल्ट भी देखने को मिला। दिल्ली इलेक्शंस में आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे एक दिग्गज को चुनाव हरवा दिया, मतलब उनकी पार्टी चुनाव हार गई। इसकी पॉलिटिकल साइड भी है शेखावत जी?
इसको देखिए, हर निर्णय की में राजनीति खोजना इस देश की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था के साथ में जुड़ा हुआ विषय है
जी।
हमारे मन में नहीं होगा तो मीडिया के साथ ही आप लोग खोज देंगे, और आप लोग खोज करके हमारे सामने प्रतिपक्ष में बैठे हुए लोगों को सुझा देंगे, और वो उसका तंदूरा बजाने लगेंगे।
नहीं, हम नहीं समझा रहे,
या वो बजाने लगेंगे तो आप उसको दिखाने लगेंगे, वाइसी वर्सा दोनों हो सकता है। देखिए, मोदी सरकार के फैसले राजनीतिक स्वार्थ और हितों को लेकर के नहीं किए जाते। वहां मंत्र है देश हित सर्वोपरि, दल का हित उसके बाद में, और उसके बाद में कहीं व्यक्ति या कहीं किसी और का हित आता है। इसलिए देश का हित लेकर के जब फैसले करते हैं, देश की जनता प्रतिसाद के रूप में जो है वो राजनीतिक दायित्व देती है, सफलताएं देती है, वो इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट है। लेकिन डायरेक्ट राजनीतिक के लाभ से और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से फैसले जिन्होंने किए थे वो आज देश की राजनीति में हाशिए पर सिमट करके खड़े हो गए।
नहीं, जब ऑपोजिशन के नेता बोलते हैं, बड़े बड़े नेता बोलते हैं, मैं सबका नाम लेना चाहूंगा तो समय निकल जाएगा सवाल में, वो कहते हैं कि टैरिफ से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये पूरा खेल खेला गया है। दैट्स अनदर वर्जन। व्हाट्स योर टेक?
मैं याद दिला देता हूँ, डिमोनेटाइजेशन जब होने वाला था उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव हो रहे थे
जी,
पुराने रिकॉर्ड उठा करके देख लीजिएगा उस समय कैसी टिप्पणियां की गई थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या था। मैं फिर कहूंगा, हर विषय को राजनीतिक दृष्टि से देखने की कोशिश करना, उस लेंस से देखने की कोशिश करना, और माइक्रोस्कोप लगा करके उसमें राजनीति ढूंढना और उसकी आलोचना करके अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थों या महत्वाकांक्षा की पूर्ति करने के प्रयास पहले भी होते रहे। इस 10 साल के कालखंड में लगातार इस तरह के प्रयास किए गए, एक बार पहले भी विफल हुए, एक बार फिर विफलता होगी।
अच्छा, इसके अंदर एक आंकड़ा है, वो ये है कि ये जो नई स्लैब रेट्स आई हैं जीएसटी की, इसके बाद 85% गुड जो हैं वो लगभग और वस्तुएं हैं, सर्विसेज हैं, गुड सर्विसेज हैं, ये अब 5% टैक्स के दायरे में आएंगे, और इससे लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत होगी। क्या आपको लगता है कि वो सारा सरकार का assumption ये है कि जो बचत होगी वो पैसा दोबारा सिस्टम में आएगा? दैट्स योर बिलीफ?
देखिए,
हालांकि
जो दो इंपॉर्टेंट टैक्स स्लैब्स की बात करें हम, 12% की या 12 और 18 दोनों को जोड़ करके अगर उससे हम टैक्स रिडक्शन हो उसकी बात करें तो 95% गुड्स जो है इन दोनों स्लैब में थे उनका टैक्स रेट कम हो गया है। 28% स्लैब में थी, उसमें भी लगभग 85% का आंकड़ा जो है वो ये दिखाता है कि वहां टैक्स स्लैब कम हो गया है। हर एक आदमी के, आपके, मेरे सामने बैठे आपके दर्शक, सबके घर में जितनी भी दैनिक उपयोग की वस्तुएं
जी,
खेत में काम करने वाले किसान से लेकर के और बंबई के बड़े आलीशान घर में रहने वाले तक, सबके हर एक के जीवन की उपयोग की वस्तुओं को जो है वो टैक्स स्लैब कम करके 0 से 5% के बीच में लाया गया है।
जी,
जब बचत होती है, मैंने जब इनकम टैक्स का स्लैब चेंज किया था, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने पिछले बजट में जब ये तय कर दिया था कि 12 लाख रुपए तक देश में किसी भी नागरिक पर 0 इनकम टैक्स होगा, तब भी मैंने जो बात कही थी मैं आज फिर दोहराता हूं। देखिए, जब टैक्स का बोझ कम होता है तो निश्चित रूप से जेब में पैसा बचता है। जब जेब में पैसा बचता है तो आदमी मार्केट में जाके या तो निवेश करेगा या खर्च करेगा, दो ही काम करेगा। दोनों में सरकार का लाभ है। निवेश करेगा तो भी सरकार का लाभ है, और जो है अगर जाकर के मार्केट में खर्च करता है, चाहे वो अपने घर में कुछ सामान खरीदने के लिए, संसाधन खरीदने के लिए, गैजेट्स खरीदने के लिए खर्च करे, या पर्यटन के लिए, पर्यटन उसका ऑटोमेटिकली एक बड़ा बेनिफिशियरी होता है। और हम सब ने देखा है जिस तरह से इकोनॉमी ने ग्रो किया, जिस तरह से टैक्स बेस कम हुआ, आज भारत का डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवल जो है वो बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है। पिछले एक साल में 294 करोड़ यात्राएं इस भारत में डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवलर्स ने की है। और आप ही देख ही रहे हैं, आप आंकड़े उठा करके देख लीजिएगा, मध्य प्रदेश में उज्जैन का महाकाल मंदिर बनने से पहले ये जो महाकाल लोक का निर्माण किया पिछली सरकार के समय में, शिवराज सिंह जी और देश की सरकार ने मिलकर के, महाकाल लोक बनने से पहले उज्जैन में टोटल शिवरात्रि को छोड़ करके टोटल तो जो है दर्शनार्थी जाते थे वो लगभग 20 लाख के आसपास होते थे। और अभी शिवरात्रि को छोड़ करके एवरेज अगर निकालें तो हर सप्ताह का लगभग 10 लाख से ज्यादा है। तो ये जो 25 गुना वृद्धि हुई है, ये केवल महाकाल लोक बनने से नहीं हुई है, वहां सुविधा उसके कारण से बढ़ी है, लेकिन देश के लोगों के पास खर्च करने के लिए जेब में पैसा है। इसलिए आप हर सीजन के समय ओवर टूरिज्म की जो है स्टोरीज आप लोग सब चलाते हो, शिमला में भीड़ है, मसूरी में भीड़ है, नैनीताल में पांव रखने की जगह नहीं है, देश के किसी भी मंदिर में जगह नहीं है, किसी भी तीर्थ पर्यटन स्थल पर जगह नहीं है। वो इसलिए है क्योंकि देश की इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही है और देश के लोगों की जेब में पैसा बच रहा है।
हमने महाकुंभ में देखा, मैंने खुद विटनेस किया है कि कितने लोग वहां जा रहे थे। एक जो हिंदू तीर्थ स्थानों पर भीड़ बढ़ी है, उसके पीछे एक बड़ा कारण है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने एक हिंदू चेतना भी जगाई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जेनजी में भी, जेनजी की बड़ी बात हो रही है, तो एक उनमें फोमो हो जाता है कि हम नहीं जा रहे तो वी आर मिसिंग आउट समथिंग। आई विल गेट इनटू दैट आल्सो, बट जीएसटी की बात अगर हम करें तो इन रिफॉर्म की अभी आवश्यकता क्या थी? इकोनॉमी ने ऐसा क्या सिग्नल दिया था? व्हाट्स योर व्यू?
देखिए, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था, जिस तरह से मैंने प्रारंभिक प्रश्न के उत्तर में कहा था कि जब जीएसटी लागू हुआ था उससे पहले के परिप्रेक्ष्य में चाहिए, अनेक तरह के टैक्स, देश में अलग अलग तरह के टैक्स स्लैब्स, हर राज्य की अपनी टैक्स संरचना, और लगभग 18 तरह के ऐसे टैक्स जो सिमिलर टैक्सेस सब जगह थे, इसके स्लैब्स अलग अलग हो सकती थी, हर राज्य में थे। मैन्युफैक्चरर परेशान था, उपभोक्ता परेशान था, टैक्स ओवर टैक्स के कारण से कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट होता था, उसके कारण से जो है आम जन को, उपभोक्ता को वस्तुएं महंगी मिलती थी।
जी,
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय किया, विपक्ष ने बहुत सारे, विपक्ष के नेतृत्व वाली सरकारें थी, उन्होंने बहुत सारी चिंताएं व्यक्त की। आज इस जगह पे खड़े होके और बैठ के धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं देश के प्रधानमंत्री के, उन्होंने उनके निर्णय का और उनके साहस का। उन्होंने कहा कि टैक्स कलेक्शन कम नहीं होगा और किसी राज्य को अगर नुकसान होगा उसकी भरपाई केंद्र सरकार करेगी, और हमने की। आप जब प्रारंभ में 2017 में जीएसटी लागू हुआ था, उस समय पहले 6 महीने का एवरेज टैक्स कलेक्शन देखिए, वो 60-70 हजार करोड़ के बीच में एक महीने का था।
जी जी जी,
ऑल टाइम हाई 2,34,000 करोड़ को छोड़ दूं, लेकिन अभी भी पिछले 6 महीने का टैक्स कलेक्शन उसी जो है रेस्पेक्टिव 6 महीनों का ही अगर मैं निकालूंगा तो 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए। ये जो इकोनॉमी ने ग्रोथ की, क्योंकि हमने टैक्स एक किया, मार कम हुई, लोगों के पास पैसा पड़ा, हमने साहसिक निर्णय लिए, देश की इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करने वाले निर्णय लिए, हमने देश के करदाताओं के बेस को ब्रॉडन अप किया। लेकिन पहले थोड़े से करदाता बहुत सारा बोझ उठाते थे, अब बहुत सारे करदाता मिलकर के थोड़ा थोड़ा बोझ उठाते हैं। ये जब काम करना शुरू किया, इसके अतिरिक्त ईमानदारी से जो है टैक्स असेसमेंट को शुरू किया, टैक्स कलेक्शन को शुरू किया, आज उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि देश की सरकार टैक्स बढ़ाने के बजाय टैक्स घटा करके देशवासियों को सौगात दे पाई।
एक सिग्नल इकोनॉमी ने क्या दिया, उस लाइन में आप क्या बोलोगे? वन लाइन में
कि एक नहीं, एक का अधिक 2,34,000 करोड़ रुपए देश की सरकार के पास में एक महीने का हाईएस्ट कलेक्शन अगर होता है, 60,000 करोड़ से यात्रा इकट्ठी होकर शुरू होकर के 2,34,000 करोड़ रुपए की दिखता है। मुझे लगता है ये निर्णय पर्याप्त है।
तो ग्लोबल
और इसके अतिरिक्त देश की जनता पर कर का बोझ कम करने से देश की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और विशेष रूप से जो हमारा एमएसएमई सेक्टर जो है वो बेनिफिट होता है, देश की मेक इन इंडिया स्पिरिट को फायदा होता है। ये प्रूवन ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है, इसलिए देश की सरकार को ये निर्णय करना।
ये पॉइंट है, ये तो सब पहले भी हो रहा था, अब क्योंकि ग्लोबल परिप्रेक्ष्य को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया।
कोई आदमी अगर दौड़ना शुरू करे 400 मीटर की रेस में
जी,
और वो 400 मीटर की फिनिश लाइन पे जाकर के बहुत तेजी के साथ में 3-4 कदम भर के दौड़े और फिनिश लाइन पे जीत जाए, क्या आप उससे ये प्रश्न करोगे कि दौड़ तो आप पहले भी तेज रहे थे, आज अभी लास्ट में जाकर के आपको 4 कदम क्यों दौड़ना पड़ा?
तो आप
आप तय कर दीजिए सब लोग।
तो चलिए मैं जीएसटी की पॉलिटिक्स पे बात करता हूं। कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि ये सब कुछ राहुल गांधी ने करवाया है, राहुल गांधी की वजह से सब कुछ हुआ है। फाइनली मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी की सुननी पड़ी, मोदी कैबिनेट को सुननी पड़ी।
आपने ठीक से तो सुना था?
नहीं, यही बोला है, जो बोला है मैं बता रहा हूं।
क्योंकि कांग्रेस के अधिकांश नेता आजकल ऑफ द कैमरा तो ये कहते हैं कि ये सब राहुल गांधी का किया धरा है, ये जो दुर्दशा है, दुर्गति है, ऐसा कहते हैं। जितने मेरे मित्र हैं, मैं जब ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड बात करता हूं तो वो ऐसी बात करते हैं। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं सुना है आपने? वरना जीएसटी को लेकर के, जब जीएसटी लागू हुई तब से लेकर के आज तक हर मंच पे खड़े होकर के उन्होंने इसको गब्बर सिंह टैक्स कहा था। उन्होंने ये कहा था कि ये गब्बर सिंह टैक्स जो है ये देश का शोषण है। उन्होंने कहा था कि देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को बर्बाद कर देगा, देश के उपभोक्ताओं के जेब खाली कर देगा। उन्होंने ये कहा था कि जब कभी भी हमारी सरकार बनेगी, उनको भी पता है कि नहीं बनेगी, लेकिन जब कभी भी बनेगी तो हम इसको समाप्त कर देंगे। अब जब देश की जनता दिवाली मना रही है, खुशियों के चरम पर है, तब अपनी खींच मिटाने के लिए वो राहुल गांधी जी को श्रेय देने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
देखिए वैसे तो सोर्स बताना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं सोर्स बता देता हूं। जयराम रमेश लिखते हैं, ही राइट्स कि हमने जुलाई 2017 से ही जीएसटी 2.0 की मांग कर दी थी। ये लोकसभा चुनाव 2024 के लिए हमारे न्याय पत्र का में भी प्रमुख वादा था। आज उसी वादे को निभाया गया है।
आप 2024 के उनके पॉलिटिकल भाषण हर मंच के उठा करके देख लीजिए। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारी सरकार बनेगी, हम जीएसटी खत्म कर देंगे। जो खत्म करने की बात थी वो राहत की चाव के ऊपर क्रेडिट लेने की कोशिश कैसे कर सकते हैं?
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे कहते हैं 900 चूहे खा के बिल्ली हज को चली। ये आज ही सुबह का है।
अमीश भाई, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब के पास में गांधी परिवार की तारीफ करने के अलावा या उनको हर चीज का क्रेडिट देने के अलावा उनके पास में और है भी क्या?
कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष हैं वो,
तो तभी तो उनके पास में और कुछ नहीं है इसके अतिरिक्त।
तो आप कह रहे हैं उनकी अपनी कोई क्षमता ताकत नहीं है?
ये आप मुझे मत पूछिए।
मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपसे।
देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों से नींद में से उठा करके पूछोगे, वो भी बता देंगे, चाहे वो किसी भी पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी का होगा।
जी, लेकिन उन्होंने क्या कहा? सरकार ने कांग्रेस के सरल और कुशल जीएसटी की बजाय अलग अलग 9 स्लैब से वसूली करके गब्बर सिंह टैक्स लगाया था। 8 साल में 55 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा वसूले हैं। अब फाइनली इन्होंने बात मानी है, वो भी यही लिख रहे हैं।
मैं आपसे एक बात पूछना चाहता हूँ आपके दर्शकों के सामने भी, किस 2017 से लेकर 2025 तक सारे टैक्स को एक साथ इकट्ठा करके
जी
एक जीएसटी लागू किया गया था 2017 में। उससे पहले 10 साल तक उनकी सरकार थी, अलग अलग टैक्सेस लगते थे। 18 तरह का इंस्पेक्टर जो है वो ट्रेडर और मैन्युफैक्चरर की छाती पे, उसके घर पे घुसा रहता था। कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट की मार जो है उपभोक्ता झेलता था। जिन लोगों ने 10 साल तक सरकार में ये सब जनता को दंश दिया था, वो उस सुधार पर टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार कहां से प्राप्त करते हैं? और देश की जनता ने इसको देखा है। लोकतंत्र में देखिए सबसे बड़ा पैमाना क्या होता है? चुनाव होता है। अगर माननीय मोदी जी का निर्णय देश के हित में और देशवासियों के अनुकूल नहीं होता ना, तो तीसरी बार लगातार इतने बड़े बहुमत के साथ में देश की जनता जो है उनको आशीर्वाद देकर के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनाते।
जी, लेकिन कांग्रेस को लग रहा है कि उनका आइडिया, आजकल उनको बहुत चीजें लग रहा है चोरी हो रही है, लेकिन उनको लग रहा है आइडिया भी चोरी हो रहा है उनका।
देखिए कोई आइडिया, मैं आपके सामने एक बात और रखना चाहता हूं। उन्हीं की रिजीव में प्रधानमंत्री, देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने यह कहा था कि हम 100 रुपया दिल्ली से भेजते हैं, वो धरातल पर पहुंचते पहुंचते 15 रुपए बच जाता है। उन्होंने पैसे में कहा होगा 100 पैसे भेजते हैं, 15 पैसे पहुंचते हैं।
जी
85% ड्रेन हो जाता है। ड्रेन हो जाता है, ये वो एक्सेप्ट करते थे। फाइलें उठा करके देखिएगा, कभी एक्सेस मिलेगा तो उस समय भी इस पर विचार हुआ था कि इसका समाधान क्या हो सकता है, लेकिन समाधान नहीं हुआ था। समाधान करने की चेष्टा भी नहीं की गई थी, और कुछ जितनी की गई थी वो भी कर नहीं पाए थे, क्योंकि साहस नहीं था। राजनीतिक डर इतना था कि कुर्सी छिन जाएगी, इस डर के मारे नहीं कर पाए। देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक संकल्प लेकर के देश के हर आदमी का बैंक का खाता खुले और डिजिटाइजेशन की ताकत से दुनिया को सबसे ज्यादा डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन वाला देश भारत को बना दिया, बिचौलियों को समाप्त कर दिया। अब वो ये कहें कि ये आइडिया हमारा चोरी कर लिया। तुम आइडियाओं के साथ में, आइडियाज के साथ में रात भर स्वप्न देखो और उनके डर के मारे आइडियाज को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाओ और कोई आकर के आइडिया को इंप्लीमेंट कर दे तो धन्यवाद देना चाहिए ना
जी।
हमने उनके आइडिया को, अगर वो मानते हैं भाई, अगर वो मानते हैं तो उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए, आपने हमारा आइडिया इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया।
चलिए,
एक बार भी साहस के साथ में खड़े होकर के उन्होंने धन्यवाद दिया क्या?
नहीं, पर एक बात तो बहुत साहस
जब
के साथ
जीएसटी लागू किया तो
पर एक-
उन्होंने कहा कि जीएसटी तो गब्बर सिंह टैक्स है, जीएसटी की शुरुआत की
लेकिन
बात
एक
कहाँ
बात
हुई?
तो बहुत साहस के साथ कहते हैं, वो कहते हैं वोट चोरी करा है आप लोगों ने। वो हर दूसरे दिन कहते हैं, कह रहे वोट चोरी करा है, वो कुछ आंकड़े भी लेकर आ जाते हैं।
नहीं, मैं तो अभी इस पर विचार कर रहा हूं, हम कुछ लोग बैठ करके सोच रहे हैं कि अब अगला वो क्या बात करेंगे, क्योंकि पिछले चुनाव तक वो ईवीएम पर बात करते थे, उसके बाद में वो ईसीआई पर बात करते थे, उससे पहले वो कुछ और विषयों पे बात करते थे, अब की बार वो वोट चोरी तक पहुंचे। अगली बार क्या बात करेंगे, अपने तो चिंता उस पर करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी बात को देश गंभीरता से नहीं लेता, ये सिद्ध हो चुका है। उनकी बात को लोग मजाक समझ करके उड़ा देते, उनकी बात में कहीं कोई तथ्य नहीं है, कहीं कोई लॉजिक नहीं है, देश
वोट
सारा
चोरी,
जानता
आपको
है।
लगता है वोट चोरी मुद्दा है क्योंकि कांग्रेस उस पे बहुत दमखम के साथ लगी हुई है?
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोगों की मजबूरी है कि नेता जो कहेगा उसके उसी राग में राग उनको मिलानी पड़ेगी, सुर में सुर मिलाना पड़ेगा। लेकिन देश की जनता इस बात को बहुत अच्छे तरह से जानती है और पहचानती है। मैं तो इतना कहूंगा कि संविधान को जेब में रख करके हम संवैधानिक व्यवस्था का सम्मान नहीं कर सकते, उसके लिए संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं का सम्मान करना पड़ता है, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को जो है वो मजबूत करना पड़ता है। देश की संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़े करना संविधान का अपमान करने के बराबर है, जो आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी निरंतर कर रहे हैं। कभी वो न्यायपालिका पे प्रश्न खड़ा करते हैं, कभी वो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया पे खड़ा करते हैं, कभी वो जांच एजेंसियों पे खड़ा करते हैं। पहले आपको याद होगा पिछले चुनाव के समय में रफाल्स को लेकर के उन्होंने कितने बड़े बड़े
आजकल तो वो बम भी फोड़ रहे हैं।
जितनी टोटल डील नहीं थी उतनी से ज्यादा बड़ी डील।
आप तो राजस्थान से आते हैं, पोखरण भी जाते रहते होंगे, वहां अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने सबसे दूसरे नंबर, पहले इंदिरा गांधी ने करा, फिर अटल जी ने वहां पर
परमाणु लोकसभा क्षेत्र
आप ही का लोकसभा क्षेत्र है। अब राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि वो दिल्ली में हाइड्रोजन बम फोड़ेंगे, पॉलिटिकल हाइड्रोजन बम।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी दिल्ली में हाइड्रोजन बम फोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं और मोदी जी की सरकार पाकिस्तान में आतंकवादियों के किलों को ढहाने के लिए बम फोड़ती है। ये फर्क है, और ये फर्क देश की जनता बहुत स्पष्ट निगाहों से देखती है, उनको दिखाने की और समझाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
जी जी, एक अगला इंपॉर्टेंट विषय है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का 75वां जन्मदिवस। जी जी जी,
वो कुर्सी की प्राप्ति के लिए इस तरह के दुष्प्रयास करते हैं, और हम देश का सम्मान बढ़ाने के लिए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश को आतंकवाद से मुक्त करने के लिए, देश के दुश्मनों का सफाया करने के लिए इस तरह से करें। देश की जनता जानती है, पहचानती है, देखती है, तभी तो वो हाशिए पर सिमटते हैं। अब कहीं एक कोने में रह गए हैं।
जी, लेकिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट 17 सितंबर गया है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का 75वां जन्मदिन था। व्हाट इज योर मोदी स्टोरी यू वांट टू शेयर हियर?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ में लंबे समय से काम करने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चलती फिरती विश्वविद्यालय हैं। जब कभी भी उनसे मिलने का अवसर मिला है, चाहे किसी को भी, अगर वो अपने दिमाग की खिड़की खुली रख करके मिलता है तो वो वहां से कुछ ना कुछ सीख करके आता है। वो अपने हर वाक्य से, अपने हर सुझाव से, अपनी हर समीक्षा से,
कोई इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा
और
आप
अपने
शेयर करना
हर
चाहेंगे?
बातचीत से वो कुछ न कुछ आपको अवश्य रूप से सिखाएंगे। अनेक विषय हो सकते हैं, लेकिन किसी विषय को वो कितनी गंभीरता के साथ में पकड़ते हैं। मैं जब सांसद था, एक बार उनके पास में अपने लोकसभा क्षेत्र के किसी विषय को लेकर के गया था। मैंने विषय एयरपोर्ट के एक्सपेंशन से जुड़ा हुआ विषय था, मैंने विषय उनके सामने रखा। उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, इसकी मुझे क्रोनोलॉजिकली ये सब चीज लिख करके दे दो। 10 मिनट का समय था, मेरी बात तो लगभग 45 सेकंड में समाप्त हो गई थी। उठने लगा तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि बैठो, और क्या कर रहे हो? मैं उस समय एक सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर मैंने एक जो है इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था, जिसमें हम लोग कुछ विषयों को लेकर के शोध करना चाहते थे। और हमने देश के दुनिया भर के ऐसे बच्चों से जो लोग पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, इंस्टीट्यूट्स में पढ़ रहे हैं, उनसे कहा था कि देश की सरकार और प्रदेशों की सरकारें जो डिफरेंट स्कीम्स चलाती हैं, योजनाएं चलाती है, उन योजनाओं को आपस में जोड़ करके बेटर तरीके से सिंक्रोनाइज करके अच्छे रिजल्ट्स कैसे प्राप्त किए जा सकते हैं, इस पर हम स्टडी करें।
जी,
हमने शॉर्टलिस्ट करके लगभग 2000 लोग जिन्होंने अप्लाई किया था, उसमें से 350 लोगों को हमने साथ जोड़ा, जिसमें देश के हर IIT, हर IIM, हर एम्स, हर NLU, हर प्रदेश और देश के फ्लैगशिप इंस्टीट्यूट्स के विद्यार्थी थे। सब लोगों ने उस पर काम किया, 3-4 महीने एक्सरसाइज की। हमने डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए थे, उस सेक्टर्स पे लोगों ने काम किया, उन्होंने जो है और अपनी तरफ से उस पर आइडिएट किया, उसको आगे बढ़ाया। तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताया कि मैं इस विषय पर काम कर रहा हूँ। उन्होंने तुरंत अपने दोनों सहयोगियों को बुलाया और उनसे कहा गुजराती में कि ये जो काम कर रहे हैं ये अच्छा काम है, एक बार इसको समझिए। मुझे लगा, मैं नया नया संसद में आया था, मुझे भी लगा कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा समझिए, PM ऑफिस में कभी 5-10 दिन बाद इनको याद आएगी। मैं अपना बाहर निकल के भोजन करने जा रहा था, मुझे फोन आया कि आप कहाँ चले गए। मैंने कहा साहब रोटी खाने जा रहा हूँ। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, पहले आप वापस आओ। तो मैंने कहा मेरे पास कंप्यूटर लैपटॉप कुछ भी नहीं है, मैं क्या बताऊंगा। कि नहीं, आप आकर के ऐसे ही एक्सप्लेन करो। मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया 1 मिनट, 10-15 मिनट में। तो उन्होंने कहा इसको आप मुझे लिख करके भेजो, भेज दिया। और उसके बाद में दूसरे दिन मुझे सूचना मिलती है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश है कि आपको पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग, जहां बीजेपी के सारे लोकसभा राज्यसभा के सांसद होते हैं, उन सब के साथ में सामने आपको प्रेजेंटेशन करना है। मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन किया, प्रधानमंत्री ने खुद उस प्रेजेंटेशन पर अपना वक्तव्य 10 मिनट तक उसकी भूमिका रखी। उसके बाद में उसको कंक्लूड उन्होंने खुद को ने किया। एक नए सांसद जिसकी दिल्ली में कोई पहचान नहीं है, उसके किए हुए काम को किस तरह से महत्ता देना और उसकी उपयोगिता को पूरी संसद के सारे सदस्यों के सामने सिद्ध करना, सब अपने व्यक्ति की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने की जो हुनर उनका है, उन्होंने उनको नरेंद्र मोदी बनाया है।
जी जी जी, बिल्कुल आखिरी राउंड है और समय भी बिल्कुल समाप्त हो गया, तो एक एक लाइन में आपका जवाब चाहूंगा। रैपिड फायर राउंड है और आपके लिए बिल्कुल कठिन नहीं है, सरल सवाल है आपके लिए बिल्कुल। बड़ा नेता कौन है, राहुल गांधी है या तेजस्वी यादव है आपकी राय में? चूज वन।
निश्चित रूप से तेजस्वी यादव है।
ओके,
राहुल गांधी जी बेचारे हो गए। अब बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात कर रहा हूँ, बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में सीट डिवाइड होंगी तब देख लेना कौन है।
जी जी जी, GST रिफॉर्म जरूरी या मजबूरी, चुनावी मजबूरी बिहार की?
देश के लिए आवश्यक है।
देश के लिए आवश्यक है। और आखिरी पॉइंट, जेनजी पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ कहा जा रहा है, नेपाल जैसे हालात यहाँ ना बन जाए।
देश का भविष्य और भारत का जेनजी जिस तरह से देश के विषयों को लेकर के जिम्मेदार है, पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, हैदराबाद यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, ये इस बात का परिचायक है।
पर राहुल जी को जेनजी से ही उम्मीद है।
उसके परिणाम इस बात से परिचायक हैं कि देश का युवा देश के परिवर्तन और देश के विकास और विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ पूरी ताकत के साथ जुड़ा और खड़ा है।
देश का, पर राहुल गांधी को जेनजी से उम्मीद है काफी।
हाँ, लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी से कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को और उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को कितनी उम्मीद बची है, समीक्षा इस पर करनी चाहिए।
शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस मंच पे आने के लिए। जोरदार तालियों से धन्यवाद करिए गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत का, केंद्रीय मंत्री।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those precious insights. And thank you, Amish, for that engaging conversation. So if GST 1 unified India's domestic market, GST 2.0 is about future-proofing it for the next decade of growth. To help us make sense of what lies ahead, please welcome Shweta Punj of Network 18. Ladies and gentlemen, please also put your hands together for one of India's top economic thinkers, economist, author, and member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Mr. Sanjeev Sania.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Sanjeev, for being here. Can we get a louder applause, please, for Sanjeev, for embodying the spirit of Navratri today? I think we've gotten so many compliments, and it's lovely. Please take a seat. A very warm welcome to Reforms Reloaded. What a day to be talking to you. It's the start of the Savings Festival, as the Prime Minister called it. It's the first day of Navratri. And this morning, I was on an e-commerce platform, a quick commerce platform, and I was trying to buy something, but the prices have not gone down yet, Mr. Sanya. So, and we had some companies talking about why it'll be difficult for them to pass on the rate cuts because it's just the price. I want to get your thoughts in on this.
Now, never confuse capitalism with the private interests of capitalists. Of course, nobody wants to reduce their prices. However, let me say that the government has been very, very clear that we don't want to introduce another anti-profiteering type of thing, because in the end, creating another Inspector Raj in that sense is not helpful. So it would be good if prices were passed through. Some may prefer to pass it through larger quantity. Obviously depends on the particular product. I mean, I can't see how you can pass on 25% or 18% more television, but anyway, it may be possible in some products, I don't know. But let me say that there should be public pressure on the manufacturing and producers and companies to pass this through, because it is a windfall, but the windfall is not meant for them, it is meant for consumers.
Absolutely. In fact, yesterday the Prime Minister also said that the citizen is God, and you're saying that the public needs to speak up and put public pressure. However, having said that, it's easier said than done, and we've had an anti-profiteering agency in the past that's not really worked, and you've categorically come out and said that there should be no Inspector Raj. Is there a thought process in the government on how do we ensure that the rate cuts are passed on? Because, that is the question that I think everyone in the audience has here at the moment.
Look, I think business needs to understand that they are as much citizens as anyone else. So as a country, we do expect good behavior. Now, some of this has to come from social pressure. As I said, giving additional powers to the bureaucracy it has its own connotations. Therefore, that is not something that I'm very keen on pushing for. So this is something that hopefully will, over time, I'm not saying it may need to happen immediately, but over the next few months, it would be important to see this pass through. And maybe it will. I mean, that's why you need competitive markets. Some people will pass it through, their prices will fall, and presumably they will, therefore their market share will go up and so on. So to some extent, the market may force it through anyway.
All right. In terms of a consumption push, there are various estimates, that have been doing the rounds. How soon do you expect the consumption to pick up, and what are the estimates that you are working with?
So first of all, it's impossible to put a number to this. So there are some people trying to put number to this, but let me tell you, as a person who trained economist, it is not possible to draw those demand and supply graphs. So because it's not just at one point, right? It's across the entire supply chain that you have reduced prices. So it's impossible to try and guess how much that will be. So I would say that it would be significant. But let me say one more thing. I think thinking of the benefit from just this one-time, demand boost during Navratra, whatever you think, is in fact the wrong way to think about it in the first place. You have to understand that the real benefit from this is to make the economic machinery more efficient. So what happened is, and so I need to step back a little bit, is to go back to how we implemented GST in the first place. We implemented GST, and I've said this to you before as well, we basically wanted to shift the whole complicated morass of excise, sales, and all kinds of octroi and other taxes onto a unified system. So that was the focus. What we didn't do at that time was to look at the slabs and the actual rates from a first principles basis. All we did is we slid the rates to the nearest slab that we could find, just because at that time we didn't want too many changes. So look, we are changing the system, so at least let the rates go to the nearest one that you can find. The result was that things like, for example, cement ended up being a 28% slab. Why? Because it just happened to be something that was heavily taxed in the old system. Then, of course, it took 2 years to stabilize that system. We then got hit by COVID, another 2.5 years. And then we didn't want to disturb the system while we got the recovery. So it's only in 24 that we came to the conclusion that, look, it's all happened now. We now need to move to first principles and think through why any slab is where it is. So that is the context that we are trying to do here, is now we have a much more logically consistent system where when you know the name of the item, you can more or less with a reasonable amount of certainty say that which slab it should be, because it's a logical one. All the inverted duties and all kinds of things have now got eased up. And now you don't have to get into these debates about is the popcorn salted or is it caramel?
Right. No, definitely. It's really
So,
made things
so this
easier.
is the real benefit of the system, is simply to make the system more efficient. Now, when it becomes more efficient, and then it's good for producers, it's also good for consumers. It's just a pure economic gain.
So, we've spoken about the impact on consumption. What are the estimates that we are working with where growth is concerned? There are, estimates doing the rounds between 1 to 1.5%. That's the kind of growth that.
It's, as I keep telling you, it's not possible to estimate all of this because growth is impacted at every point in time by so many things. It'll be impacted simultaneously by Trump tariffs. It'll be impacted by oil prices. It'll be impacted by 200 other things, our own spending of our government, interest rates that MPC is doing. So the net impact of the GST, to strip that out from a one-time event, is very, very difficult. You can do it if there's something that happens repeatedly. Then if you have, some 30 data points, you can work out statistically what the impact of something is. But from a single data point, it is not possible to work out the impact of a one-time event.
Okay, but inflation is expected to go down further. So does this set the stage for maybe a rate cut cycle to begin or to get accelerated? Do you think now is the time?
Well, inflation is anyway very low, as you know. And yes, it's expected that that inflation will fall further from this. So yes, there is certainly space for doing some easing, but obviously it will depend on what the Monetary Policy Committee thinks. It's their prerogative.
Let's talk about the next generation reforms, Sanjeev. And, you have been a proponent of a very, different form of governance, which is focused on process reforms and ease of doing business. And you personally, you're working on mapping the government and so on. So what do we expect from here? Now, this is a big structural shift that has been brought in on GST reforms, but then there's a 100-day agenda that's being put together. Can you tell us a little bit about the focus areas that are likely to be implemented in the short term and long term?
So most of the time when you think of reforms, people like to think about massive structural reforms, one-time big reforms. So the original 1991 reforms, or introducing GST, introducing insolvency and bankruptcy code, or the inflation targeting system, or whatever it is. Basically, those are structural changes because they change the structure of whatever that activity is. However, I have been arguing for many years, as many of you know, that most of what needs to be done, however, is actually process reform. It is some rule number 53, subsection D, some clause C, where 3 words have to be changed. Most of the pain points of business, pain points of living are caused by these frictions in the system, and India is replete with them. Then there are all kinds of departments, etc., which are defunct. We need to go back into the government and close them down, merge them, and so on. So this process reform, which is the small reforms in the system that need to be done, I have argued for some time, and now I think many people in government and in the wider economics field also agree, that much of what needs to be done is cleaning this up. Now, this is not going to hit the newspaper anytime because most of these reforms are extremely sectoral. And as I told you, they are very, very specific. And unless you happen to be from that little sector, you may not care about it. But the accumulation of literally thousands of these small reforms is what is needed to be done. It's very painful stuff, meticulous work, and I and my team at the Economic Advisory Council have been working on this for some time. Now a committee has been set up under Rajiv Gaubaji to look into deregulation. But this kind of process reform, and do literally hundreds of them, is something that we need to do. As I said, you usually not become a hero by doing them, because literally nobody other than that little segment knows this. But there are thousands of such reforms that can be done at the central and, importantly, state and municipal levels as well.
Right. So we have now the H-1B visa controversy, right? And there is hope and expectation that this could lead to a reverse talent, reverse talent coming back into the country. And process reforms are closely integrated to that, because if we do get talent back into the country to encourage the entrepreneurial spirit, we need to simplify processes. I want to understand from you, on one, how are you viewing the H-1B visa situation playing out for India? And secondly, when it comes to process reforms, what are the top 3 things that you are going to be focusing on that we can expect?
See, my views on H-1B and any other long-term visa to another country has been the same for a long time. That this is really a good thing for that country. Even today, H-1B visas is primarily used by Amazon, Google, and so on, and not so much by Indian companies. In any case, if they're IT companies, why do they need to move to America? I mean, surely if you are outsourcing it to some email account or something, no, you're doing it online. If you can do it sitting there, you can do it sitting here. After all, you are in the industry that claims that you can do work from anywhere. So surely work from anywhere. You use the business visa to visit it once in a while. Why do you need to move there? So I have had a long view, of which I've written before as well in newspapers, that look, Indian negotiators with any country should not actually negotiate for long-term visas. Why are we using this up why are we giving that up as a negotiating point? This should be something they should be negotiating with us, not us asking.
But this is a key point in many negotiations.
Yes, so so my view on this has been the same for a long time, and as I said, it's a public view. It's not a view I've just come up with. Is that these kinds of visas primarily benefit the recipient country.
H-1B was benefiting the United States.
Absolutely.
More
How
than...
does it? It's entirely been unclear to me how it benefits us. So this is something I have said a long time. Now, whether people return or not, well, I don't think we are doing process reforms because of returning NRIs. We should be doing process reforms because it's a good thing to do even for residents.
Absolutely.
So we should do those reforms.
So we should accelerate them now.
We should accelerate them irrespective of this business of H-1B. We should have been pushing for this, and I have been working on this now for several years, and we have literally done hundreds of these reforms.
In fact, you were talking to me about some of the agencies that were redundant, and there was a tariff commission that was done away with. Can we expect, are there any other such agencies that are on your hit list?
Yes, there are dozens, if not hundreds of them. So I am currently carrying out a mapping of the central government. The first time we have done this since independence, to work out where is the central government? I mean, not just the ministries or departments, but what are the bodies under them? Subordinate offices, attached offices, agencies, regulators, tribunals, etc. Promotion councils of various kinds. I haven't completed it. I've done 2/3 of the government so far. I've got 1/3 to go. And this same thing can be done, by the way, at the state level as well. And it's very clear that we need to clean the stables out. And this is something I've been doing for some time, but I didn't do it for the government as a whole. I did for some ministries. Some of it is not known widely, but some of them did find there, like railways. My note on railways became public knowledge. So, but I had been doing this even when I was in finance ministry, but I've been doing it more systematically now. And yes, there is a large amount of the Indian government that is either redundant or should be cleaned up. But also that there are many parts of the government that need to be grown as well. In fact, one of my findings so far, it's not a completed thing, so don't hold me to it, but so far it appears, if anything, the central government is too small for a country our size. The problem is that it is in the wrong place. There are parts of the government that should actually be grown and some parts should be shrunk. So the problem to the bigger problem is the distribution of the government across areas rather than the size of government.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because, when Prime Minister Modi was voted to power, one of his key planks of governance has been maximum governance, minimum government. But now you're hinting that we might see a bigger government.
So I think we need to be careful about what you mean by this. We also need maximum governance. Don't forget, everybody likes the minimum government bit, but it only comes with maximum governance. The point I'm making is, and as I said, I'm still doing this mapping, but the results as it appears so far is that there are many outdated parts of the government which have too many people there. And there are parts of the government where we don't have enough people. We don't have enough people in, say, for example, cybersecurity. We should have more people there. We need more archaeologists.
And departments where there are more people than required.
And then there are many. I'll give you one example of something we shut down a couple of years ago called the Tariff Commission. So let me tell you the story of the Tariff Commission, then you'll appreciate what I'm talking about. You see, before we became a market-driven economy, we were a socialist economy. And we used to have something called the Bureau of Industrial Costs and Pricing. Do any of you remember this body? Well, this body was the body that used to set the prices for commodities like cement, various grades of steel, aluminium, and so on. Okay. So it was a very powerful body because obviously one rupee up and down price change could make and break that body. And this is a very large body. It had over 300 people working in it. A very senior secretary rank officer was tended to be the head of it. And, it was a very powerful and some would argue much misused body. Anyway, 1991 happens. This body now overnight becomes redundant because all these prices now are market driven. But the body was never shut down. So it continued to exist in the system till somebody decided that, look, if we are discovered, we'll get shut down. So one fine day, somewhere in the late 90s, they renamed themselves as the Tariff Commission. The problem was that they had nothing to do with setting tariffs. See, tariffs are basically set by the finance ministry with maybe consultation with the relevant line ministry, maybe with commerce. DPIIT has nothing to do with the whole thing, whereas the Tariff Commission sits in DPIIT. So there, this Tariff Commission sat for all these years, doing nothing relating to actually setting tariffs. Till I, by chance, while I was at finance ministry, bumped into it and discovered this body. So I then wrote a note saying that it should be shut down. And you'll be pleased to hear, after much discussion and debate, in 2022, it was finally shut down.
So now what's shutting down next?
That I'm not in a position to list out. But let me say that many similar bodies have got either shut down or dissolved. There was the All India Handicraft Board, All India Handloom Board, and so on. So many of them have been dissolved over time. And in this, you have to understand, moment you state what kind of things you want to shut down, typically those who are incumbents there, not just bureaucrats, by the way, there is usually a large patronage system associated with that institution. They will always accuse you of, being fascist, of you not understanding the issues and so on. And so when All India Handicraft Board was being shut down, the person who was kind of the head of that for some 20 odd years, the chairman of the All India Handicraft Board, she wrote a very nasty note stating that this is a fascist government that doesn't care for artisans and so on, and is shutting this down. Now you have to understand, it's not about the name of the body. The question is not whether artisans should be supported. There are many bodies that are supporting artisans. Just at the central government alone, there is the Silk Board, there is Khadi Udyog, there's Cottage Industries Emporium, many people. So the question is not whether the activity is good or bad. The question is, what does this body do? Is the All India Handicraft or Handloom Board serving its purpose. And that is the real issue, right? When you're shutting down a body.
All right.
So when we decided that this should be closed down, it was closed down, I think, in 2023. The then chairman, who had been chairman for some 20 odd years, wrote a note in public, in social media or in a newspaper, saying that this is a fascist government that doesn't care, etc. So the then textile minister, Smriti Irani ji, under whom this body came,
Right.
she basically wrote back a retort saying, Madam, if you can give us the minutes of any meeting held by this body in the last 7 years, we will reinstate the body. We are still waiting for them.
Well, thank you. We have to wrap up, but one last comment from you. Any message that you'd like to give out to the businesses and to the consumers sitting here, starting today?
So, well, the effort of the GST over the last 8 years, we introduced it to unify the system. The original introduction of GST was like a free trade agreement that India signed with itself. The second round that we have now done is to radically simplify it and lower the tax rates, one, to benefit the consumers, and second, to make the system radically more efficient. The idea is that, one, of course, our consumers are able to consume goods, particularly India-produced goods, and also that our producers are able to now take advantage of a much simpler system to basically make in India.
So buy Swadeshi and make in India. And you are embodying all of that. All right. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Sanjeev Sanyal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, for those invaluable insights. And thank you, Shweta, for an engaging discussion. Now, looking at the national picture, the stakes couldn't be higher. GST has transformed states like Arunachal Pradesh, where collections have surged 700% since 2017. Yet, markets remain cautious. Can one tax really create opportunities for consumers, markets, and states alike? To explore this, please welcome Shireen Bhan, who will be joined by Dr. V. Ananth Nageswaran, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We continue the dialogue and the conversations here at the Reforms Reloaded platform, and it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome here the Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Ananth Nageswaran. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here this afternoon. Let's start with GST as well as the impact that the government hopes this GST cut will provide as an impetus to the economy. What's your own expectation? Do you believe that you now feel confident enough to review upwards your growth projections for the economy, or do you believe that the band that you had articulated in the economic survey still holds?
No, I think the GST 2.0 is a very significant landmark reform. I am very confident that under the circumstances, it will provide a very significant boost to domestic demand, because if you look at the total amount of taxes that is estimated to be foregone is exactly the amount of savings that the households are making, coming on top of the direct tax relief or concessions made in the budget. And then if you sort of take in the multiplier effect, it will definitely add quite a bit to the GDP numbers. While I should actually be looking at revising my numbers upward, given my cautious nature, I will simply say that I am more comfortable now that the final number, which we have given a range, 6.3 to 6.8% in real terms, I'm more comfortable now in saying that we will be tending towards the upper end of this range rather than the lower end of this range, considering what's happening on the external front. So that is the extent to which I am prepared to sound more relaxed and confident at this point. But once second quarter number comes, then we will revisit the estimates.
No, we'll take that, the higher end of that band that you had laid out in the economic survey. But if we could just understand the stimulus provided by both the income tax cuts as well as the GST benefits. The Prime Minister gave a number of 2.5 lakh crore rupees when he addressed the nation yesterday. what's the estimate that you're working with? Because I'm sure that will go into the budget math as well.
No, I think his numbers are quite appropriate, taking into account both the direct and the indirect taxes, because especially focusing on the indirect tax cut, GST 2.0, it's a combination of three components. One is the reductions in rates from, many categories going from 18 to 5 and the 12 becoming 5, etc. That is one major chunk. The second chunk is the withdrawal of the compensation cess. These two are very positive to the households. The small minus is the one where few categories where the rate goes from 28 to 40. So the final tax savings is the first two components minus the third component, and that number will be upwards of 1 lakh crore. And then if you really assume a marginal propensity to consume, as they call it, MPC in the economics jargon, which basically means depending on how much households consume, then it leads to further income growth. And so 2-3 rounds of multiplier effect, then the total impact on the economy will be even more than 2.5 lakh crores. So I think what the Honorable Prime Minister said was purely the static estimate of the tax saved for the households. But the impact on the economy can be bigger. But of course, we know that there are other uncertainties and other factors which may dilute some of this translation of the savings into aggregate demand or GDP growth, as we call it. But the total impact is of this order of magnitude between the direct tax relief and the indirect tax relief put together.
I'll come to the uncertainties that you alluded to in just a second, but I just want to continue with the GST conversation and talk about the impact on states and state finances, because many states came out and said that they were concerned about the revenue impact that they would have to face. As you look at how things are panning out, and we've just seen the CAG numbers also come in as far as state revenues are concerned, what's your own indication, considering the fact that there is no longer any compensation cess?
So look, I mean, in fact, former RBI Governor C. Rangarajan and Mr. Shanmugam, former Finance Secretary of Tamil Nadu government, wrote an article before the GST Council met about 3 weeks ago as to how well states have done with GST. And they particularly pointed out that the producing states, which were concerned about GST impacting them adversely, actually have ended up doing much better. So that's one. The second point I would like to make is GST rate, the revenue neutral rate, which was around 15% when GST came into being, actually has been coming down even before this happened. So by last year, it was down to 11% something.
Yes.
So there's a 4%. Every time the effective revenue neutral rate or the effective GST rate came down, but the annual average collection actually kept going higher and higher. So you already have a track record where the reduction in the GST rate, effective GST rate, did not result in decline in GST revenues. But revenues were having a step up function every year. And this happened even in 2019 before the election, sometime in February, March or April, I don't remember the exact month, when the GST significant reliefs were announced, there was a concern that it would lead to a decline in revenue. But immediately after the elections, the monthly numbers picked up within no time. So these two examples, I think, give us encouragement that the volume growth will make up for the static calculation that, as the rate drops, the revenue collections will drop because the volumes will go up. And the last point I want to make is, last year I wrote a paper co-authored with the Joint Secretary in the GST Council. We both wrote saying that whenever UPI transactions they pick up, they have a very high correlation with GST revenues. And UPI transactions are growing,
at record highs,
growing at 20 to 30% per annum year on year every month. So the rise in UPI transaction is actually a very good harbinger of GST revenues continuing to rise, and with the rate cut, the volume effect will dominate. So we shouldn't be overly concerned because the track record is there. Rate reductions have led to more formalization rather than less formalization, and that means more revenues.
That means more revenues,
more
and
transactions,
hence, more transactions, and hence you believe states have little reason to be concerned at this point in time, which brings me to the question about the government's own fiscal math. We are, of course, getting into the budget making exercise. Do you believe that this will have any impact as far as the government's own fiscal math is concerned?
I think we are confident that the final number will be 4.4% of GDP, which is the gross fiscal deficit. We have had good non-tax revenue growth, and overall revenue growth is on track in comparison to last year's numbers. And we feel that the festival season will last all the way until the end of the year because of successive, the Diwali festival spilling over towards Christmas and New Year, etc. So we are confident that the fiscal math will hold up very well for the current financial year.
The Q2 numbers should be out shortly at the end of this month.
Of the GST numbers, you mean?
No, GDP.
GDP for the second quarter
Yes.
will come only in November.
Yeah, November.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
It comes only end of November.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But what's the expectation there
No,
on the back of the data available so far?
No, I think I don't want to, sort of, what shall I say, jinx the GDP number. But from whatever we have seen in the first 2 months of July and August, the second quarter numbers look very encouraging. Very encouraging. We may be getting closer to the 7 handle. Even for the month of, even for the second quarter, notwithstanding the tariff that came into effect from August 3rd week onwards, the fiscal second quarter growth numbers are looking quite promising based on the high frequency indicators we track. But of course, that is still only about 1.5 to 2 months of data. So we have to wait and see how much, how did September fare, etc. But we're sort of quietly hopeful that the second quarter has maintained the momentum that we saw in the first quarter.
And so closer to the 7% mark is what you're hoping for,
but
on the back of what the information you have.
I'm hoping for, rather than saying I'm predicting it. I'm not predicting it.
Fair point.
I'm simply saying, based on the trends I have seen, it's the number that I hope for. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We'll take that. So you talked about the tariff impact, and what is the expectation if this were to continue? I mean, the hope is that we will be able to arrive at a middle path, and there will be a conclusion to the trade negotiations that are underway. We don't know whether that will result in 25% of the additional tariffs being done away with. But if 50% continues for the foreseeable future, what will the impact be on the economy?
I think it will have an impact. I think for this year, maybe obviously it will be slightly muted because half the year went away before the tariffs kicked in, and we also achieved 50% of our annual merchandise export to the US by August. Yes. So this year the impact will be, I mean, but then it will be diluted or compensated for by the GST cut, etc. So it will be very difficult to give you a net effect. Let's assume that, so we have to make some simplifying assumptions. If the GST rate reductions were not there, based on what we knew at that time, by the end of August or something, we could have said this year's impact will be about 0.4 to 0.5% of GDP reduction. And next year, it might be, I'm saying reduction from what, you might ask, reduction from the trend growth rate of 6.5%. Right. That is what we would have said. And next year, it would have been closer to 1%. Right. But again, now that the GST rate reductions have happened, it might actually be a lower impact than what I just now mentioned.
Since we're talking about the impact of the tariffs, and that is on goods so far, but what we have seen over the weekend is the first indication of the Trump administration now trying to go after services. H-1B is the first move that's come in. Of course, there have been clarifications that the administration has put out, which have sort of provided some relief to what was expected as the worst case scenario. What is your impression, assessment of the impact of this, especially when we talk about remittances, etc.?
No, I think it's still very early days because, as you said, clarifications have been issued and 2/3 of the annual visa issuances is pertaining to renewals. So, and that is not affected by this new announcement. And I think the fee also, if I'm not mistaken, I think NASDAQ has clarified.
It's a one-time.
No, not only that, I think it kicks in from 2026.
Yes, from the next lottery. That's correct.
From the next, which is 2026.
26, correct.
So I think in that sense, the impact will not be immediate. And I think there will be, by the time the next lottery comes around, I'm sure there is plenty of room for the American companies and the Indian companies to figure out ways to deal with this, etc. So I think it is still, having seen the announcement only in the last couple of days or so, it is difficult to give you a quantified impact of what it would mean for remittances or for services sector, export growth, etc. But again, considering the clarifications issued and that it is coming into effect from 2026, and there is much these days that's too long term a
Yes.
period, too long term for us to comment on. I wouldn't be anxious at this point about the impact. Yeah.
While we've seen many changes between decisions that have been taken by the Trump
Right.
administration and eventually what gets rolled out, but the momentum that seems to be building on going after services. The Hire Act, of course, is more a private, almost akin to a private member's bill at this point in time, which talks about a 25% tax on outsourcing. But the possibility or the probability of that, does that seem to worry you, concern you now?
No, I think we have already enough on our plate to think about. So I don't want to add hypotheticals also to this list. And anyway, as the moment, it is a private members initiative. It has to get through the Senate, and then it has to get through the House, and then it has to reach the president's desk. So there is plenty of steps to for that process, for that particular piece of legislation to make its way through the Congress and to the president's desk. So let's wait for it to play out rather than sort of reacting preemptively.
No, I completely agree with you. But the impact of all of this, especially as far as foreign direct investment is concerned, and that is something that we've been trying to attract FDI across sectors into the country. Given the uncertainty, the volatility, the unpredictability, what sort of an impact do you believe this could have in the medium to long term on FDI?
No, I mean, I think the operative words in your question is the medium to long term. In the medium to long term, I think there will be some via media found, and I don't think it will have an impact on the FDI numbers. In the short run, yes, people will wait to see some sort of a resolution to this situation. And if anything, if the Indian system, I mean, by that I mean both the public and the private sector, if we are able to use these developments as opportunities for changing the business model on the part of the private sector, or for the government to do what it is doing in terms of focusing on structural reforms like GST, deregulation, etc., they may actually end up as catalysts for higher FDI. And if you look at the first quarter numbers, April to June, the gross FDI flows were $25 billion. So annual run rate of $100 billion at the moment, compared to last year, which is $80 billion. So I think the investment interest from whatever I have seen, people who have visited us from other countries or even from the United States themselves, the picture of attractiveness of India as an investment destination or a manufacturing destination as an alternative to in the overall China Plus One framework, I haven't seen any diminishing of that interest.
Even with the 50%?
Even with the tariffs, yeah, even with the additional tariff, etc. The medium to long, that's why I said the operative part of your question was the medium to long term. The medium to long term plans or the attractiveness of India, in the conversations I have had in the last 1 month, I haven't seen, it has been very unhesitating, very unambiguous in what they said. India remains a top investment destination for them.
Well, that's good to hear. You talked about never missing a crisis as an opportunity to reform, and we're perhaps seeing that play out starting with the GST. The economic survey that you presented had a lot there in terms of what the government needs to do on deregulation, the ease of doing business, and so on and so forth. We've got the government set up committees under the Cabinet Secretary to look at exactly that. What would you now prioritize in light of the measures already undertaken, but given the need of the hour today, with the global uncertainty being the way that it is, what would you prioritize today in terms of next steps?
No, I think the policy steps, apart from the three important boosts we have given to domestic demand, direct taxes, indirect taxes, and income tax simplification, etc. Now, the other thing that we are focusing on is the deregulation part, because our goals are to boost private capital formation and get manufacturing share of GDP up and increase the share of small and medium enterprises in this. All these three goals are well served by deregulation, not just at the union government level, but also at the state government level. So I think the next important policy agenda would be to get this deregulation committees to submit the reports and start acting on them immediately. Apart from that, yes, there is emphasis on innovation, R&D, but that is more a private sector responsibility than a public sector responsibility. There, the government has done its bit by notifying the Anusandhan National Research Fund and the Research and Development Innovation Fund, no, they have to become active. They have to have the governing structure in place and get to start funding research ideas and so on. The other important thing would be to get our energy transition and energy security in place. I think we have, in the budget, we announced that we will open up nuclear energy for the private sector and remove the civil nuclear liability provisions in the law, etc. That would be, in my opinion, an important area. And the third one, which we are doing already, again, it is a work in progress, because UGC, for example, 2 years ago notified simplified norms for foreign universities to set up shop here.
Yes.
But in general education, both school and higher education, we have a lot of input-based requirements. I think those sectors now need opening up for more competition, more innovation, focus on outcomes. I think just as, you know, we talk about external developments providing the impetus for change, the infusion of AI into the learning and teaching process will also trigger these reforms. So I would say, from a structural reform perspective, focusing on education and skilling will be more important now that we have taken care of the demand aspect, and then the deregulation, ease of doing business. The third important bit is the human resources. And that is where I would think we will be focusing on, and we are doing that. Let's start to ramp it up further.
Okay, ramp that up further. I want to go back to the demand issue that you just spoke of. You said that now that we've taken care of demand, what does that mean in terms of investments? What's the sense that you get in terms of a further pickup on private investments? You've, of course, been talking about the fact that we've been seeing green shoots emerge on the private investment side.
Right.
But, you know, given capacity utilization across sectors, what's the indication on that front?
So frankly, if you look at post-COVID trends, we have had 4 completed years of data. 21, 22, very big ramp up in private sector spending. Naturally, it was a sort of a bounce from the 2021 contraction. And 22, 23 wasn't bad, but obviously a bit lower. It was 23, 24 that was disappointing. And 24, 25, actually, from what I gather, I think those numbers are going to be good. So if you, we will get to see it only in February next year, the breakdown. But I think the fact is, therefore, you would have had 2 very good years, one moderate year, one disappointing year post-COVID. And that isn't a bad record, because considering the circumstances, you know, higher interest rates in the world in general, the Ukraine-Russia conflict and supply chain disruptions in semiconductor chips, etc., the overall pace of capital formation in India at around 30.4% of GDP, it's not something concerning, in my opinion. So, and the biggest contribution the government can make for the investment growth are 2. One is to provide a platform for demand to rise, which is what will lead to capacity build-up on the part of the private sector. The second is the fiscal prudence and fiscal stability, because that brings down the interest rates.
Yes.
And government's borrowing cost has dropped by about 250 to 300 basis points in the last 10 years. And that naturally brings down the private sector's borrowing costs. So basically, making your investments easier to finance and providing the underlying demand conditions. And third, by continuing to invest in ease of doing business, I think these are the 3 building blocks of boosting capital formation, and all of them are in place right now.
Okay, all of them in place right now, and you expect a further pickup as far as capital formation is concerned.
Right.
You know, since we're talking about industry, and I think would it be fair for me to say that I've sensed some disappointment in your commentary on how industry has responded by way of wages, etc. You know, you've made those comments
that is true.
in public forums several times.
No, absolutely. You know, I agree with you. I have made my comments, and I continue to make those comments whenever I have conversations with the industry. I think that's important, because from a medium-term perspective, there is no trade-off between how well we take care of our workers and how well we perform profitably. There is no trade-off. It's the trade-offs occur only in the short run. And yes, if you look at the track record of India's top 25 manufacturing companies or the entire private sector data, it is true that salaries and wages growth have substantially trailed profitability growth. And this will become even more acute when we are talking about inroads that AI would make in terms of job creation, not to mention job displacement, etc. And I think the medium-term social stability is an important consideration for businesses to be profitable as well. So there is no trade-off there. So that issue remains important. along with what I mentioned earlier in terms of innovation, investment in R&D. These are also areas where the industry has its own role to play in catching up.
Is that another area of disappointment that you believe Indian industry hasn't risen to the occasion, so to speak, as far as innovation and R&D is concerned?
In part,
R&D spends?
well, I mean, in fact, it's not, I mean, more than me, Mr. Naushad Forbes has been writing about it quite extensively in the last couple of years. But again, I would qualify my observation, because my disappointment is in part, because if you look at how the Indian pharma industry responded to the TRIPS agreement in 1995, they ramped up their R&D spend quite considerably. So you have a template there. When their operating model was threatened, they did not take shortcuts. They actually ramped up their R&D spend, which is how they managed to retain their global market shares in generic drugs and so on. And that's exactly the same thing we need to repeat.
Is it, to take that conversation forward, is this then and a similar inflection point for India's IT services sector?
I think so. I think, as is the case with individuals, every crisis actually is the only way we will relook and re-examine the business model. And whatever is happening in the last couple of days or 3 is a very good, I would say, we will look back 2-3 years from now and say that was actually a good thing that happened, because we are now much stronger, more diversified, and have a different operating model. I think that is what we will see 3 years later, although it may look very uncertain right now.
Speaking of diversification, I mean, of course, we've got our challenges as far as the India-US partnership is concerned currently. But, we are trying to ink and forge for free trade agreements, whether it's with the EU or other nations. This diversification, how do you see it playing out again in the medium to long term? Because in the short term, it will still take time for these agreements to operationalize.
I totally agree, because even the agreement signed with the UK, has to be ratified by their parliament.
Correct.
Right? So I understand that. But naturally, this is what we can do and we should be doing, which we are doing, which is to sort of open up geographies for our exporters. And it will definitely have an impact. In fact, if anything, we should remember that if most of these markets already have a very low import duties in their markets. So all that India is getting is access to these markets, because as a country which imposes a higher duty, we are the ones who make more concessions in these negotiations than they make. In general, their average MFN rate is much lower than ours. So in that sense, Indian exporters will get an opportunity to compete in those markets. It doesn't mean that it's sort of a free way for Indian exporters into these markets, that they're going to come in and immediately get their market share up. We have got these agreements get our exporters as a leg inside the door, inside the mall. And how we compete there depends on not only industry's investment in competitiveness, R&D, but also in how we, from the policy perspective, make the cost of manufacturing more affordable in the country. That requires not only deregulation, but also look at our duty structure on input materials, intermediate materials, etc. So that is also something that the policy will have to contribute to make the overall cost of production lower. That is how we will translate these free trade agreements into actual export growth numbers.
Since we're talking about decisions that policymakers will have to make, the Prime Minister's comments yesterday in his address to the nation on Atmanirbharta as well as Swadeshi. Now, as far as Atmanirbharta, self-reliance is concerned, we've seen the government act on several measures, including, for instance, in the defense sector, where there has been now a concerted attempt at indigenization.
That's right.
But what do we understand Swadeshi to mean, and what will that result in terms of policy changes, if any, if at all?
No, I think what he meant, and in fact, he has said it even in recent past also, as long as the money could be coming from anywhere, but as long as the good is made with the sweat of the Indian, then he calls it a Swadeshi or an India-made good. So in that sense, this signifies a certain openness to foreign direct investment. As long as it is manufactured here, then he calls it a Swadeshi, which is, I think, is an important statement to understand, that it is not an anti-foreign investment position at all. Now, with respect to buying Indian goods, yes, I think the important thing is to also make it easier, as I said, to manufacture those goods in India. And right now, for example, if you look at the kind of the components that the categories of goods we import from China, predominantly it is intermediate goods and capital goods, which are necessary for our own industry to become self-reliant in manufacturing. So there are areas where we need to sequence our made in India. We need to make sure that for our finished goods to be made in India, we need to have these supplies of intermediate goods and capital goods. Therefore, getting into the global value chain still is an important priority for Make in India to become a very viable long-term reality.
Well, speaking of global supply chains, it was again the economic survey last year that talked about the need to re-engage with China. We've now seen the government, as well as the Chinese government, make steps to further the cause of economic re-engagement. There's a lot of talk around the possibility of Press Note 3 being up for review, for instance, to try and draw in investments from China. What do you think the way forward should be on this economic re-engagement with China?
I think it will be somewhat difficult for me to comment on what should be the way forward, because I think there are many more steps required for both the countries to take it to the next level, etc. But the important point is we need to figure out a way to improve our own resilience in terms of supply chain, because right now it is skewed in favor of more imports, which is what I wrote about in the economic survey. That still remains the case. But in what manner and shape this will evolve in the coming months and years, because a lot of water has flowed on the bridge since I wrote this last July in 2024. But how exactly it will move forward is still very difficult to sort of visualize. But I think there will be some movement along these lines, I suppose.
Well, speaking of movement, let me get your take on the movement of the rupee and what you make of that, as well as the moves in the bond markets, global as well as here in India, and the interest rate trajectory as well. I know the MPC's meeting, you won't comment on that, but at least as far as the rupee and the bond market is concerned.
No, I think I'm not too concerned about the rupee's current sort of recent weakness or the current levels per se. It's all right. Obviously, we have ample foreign exchange reserves and we have very low external debt. So it's not that the rupee is vulnerable in any particular manner. It is just maybe the current demand for dollars or the reduction in the inflows on the portfolio side may have contributed to this weakness. So I'm not worried about the one.
And does it actually also help offset some of the, at least as far as the exporters are concerned?
To a limited extent, it's actually a good thing because if the Indian rupee is depreciating on the back of a depreciating dollar, it does impart a certain competitiveness in the near term. But of course, anything that is overdone will be a challenge. But that is not something we are facing right now. The interest rates, yes, I think. The 10-year bond yield went to 6.6, but we are now hovering around 6.5 or 6.45. I think it's still room for it to go down, and it will go down because right now maybe the market is concerned about second half supply and RBI's monetary policy stance and what will be the fiscal deficit, etc. And as I said, we are confident of maintaining the fiscal deficit. The second half market borrowing will be unchanged, etc. And I think we will know what the Reserve Bank decides. So I do believe that the Indian bond market is a pretty good opportunity for investors at the current 10-year yield levels. The third point was about?
Inflation.
Oh, I think, frankly, if you ask me, until the end of next calendar year, by and large, I see pretty benign inflation trends. I know that I am speaking a little too far ahead because next year's monsoon will play an important part. But assuming that it's a normal monsoon, I think then we are looking at fairly benign inflation until the end of the next calendar year.
Until the end of the next calendar year. So what will that then mean as far as the business of inflation targeting is concerned? The RBI discussion paper is out. I don't know whether the government has sent in its feedback or not yet. No?
No, I think we haven't responded officially, and I don't think it will serve any purpose by commenting on it in public at this point.
But do you believe a status quo perhaps is warranted, or?
I suppose because on the face of it, as long as the central bankers have the flexibility and are willing to exercise it and not be doctrinaire about it, then I think the framework, as long as the framework doesn't become a sort of a constraint, then it's fine. Because sometimes once the framework is in place, disrupting it also will send confusing signals to investors.
So a status quo, even though you haven't officially sent in the feedback yet.
I don't know about that. That is a question you need to ask Secretary Economic Affairs. It's not my survey last year. In a conceptual manner, discussing the pros and cons of inflation targeting for a developing country like India. But having returned that, I would also acknowledge the fact that once a framework is in place, you have to be very careful about disrupting it also.
Well, fair enough. Let me end by asking you, you are, of course, going to be presenting the economic survey come February next year.
January,
And I would imagine that we'll get some sort of an update from you on the measures already undertaken, especially on heads like deregulation.
Yeah,
What could that potentially
I
look
think-
like? How much ground has been covered?
No, I think it will be unnecessarily spoiling the whatever little fun people have in reading economic surveys. I don't think I call it a fun document, but anyway, but whatever little surprises
It's a voluminous document for sure.
Sorry?
It's a voluminous document
Yes,
for sure.
exactly. So whatever little surprises, I don't want to spoil it by talking about it right away. But having written about deregulation, it's only natural for us to write about the progress that the government has made, not just the government, but the governments around the country have made in the last 1 year. That will be something that we will cover in the economic survey.
Well, we look forward to the next edition of the Economic Survey. CA, many thanks
Thank
for
you.
joining us here on Reforms Reloaded. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Chief Economic Advisor, Anantha Nageshwaran. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nageshwaran, and thank you, Shireen, for a very engaging conversation. We do hope that there is status quo in the market which prevails and that the government will be able to also create opportunities for industries to, in fact, bring in investment. And there is also enough economic oiling as far as our economy is concerned for the machinery to operate, as Mr. Sanyal was also highlighting earlier. But GST 2.0 is resetting the rules of the economy. India's next frontier, as we reset the rules for the economy, is also going to be technology. Why do we say so? It's also about building capabilities that will define sovereignty for decades. GST 2.0 has arrived, but the big question is, will we be able to create those opportunities for investors? And what will this mean for the market, for the consumer, for the customer, even though Prime Minister arrived with that message of giving a boost to spending, will that boost actually happen? So from semiconductors worth over 1.6 lakh crore rupees in projects to, in fact, sovereign AI models supported by government grants to defense tech innovations in UAVs and aerospace, we are looking at 1.6 lakh crore rupees worth investment. So Bharat is, of course, making these bold moves to reduce external dependence and secure its future. At the same time, input tax reforms under GST 2.0 are giving deep tech manufacturers and hardware startups a much needed boost. However, the big question that still remains whether we can build those capabilities at scale and on our own terms. That's a question we have been posing. To explore this, please welcome Rahul Seth, Director, Industrial 47, who will take this conversation with leaders shaping India's deep tech roadmap. Shashi Shekhar Vempati, who's the co-founder of Deep Tech for Bharat. Vivek Mishra, who's the co-founder and CEO at Rafi M Fiber, and Rishi Balu, the Executive VP at Bharat Gen. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us over here today at Reforms Reloaded. The stage is all yours.
And can we have Shivang Luthra join us as well, Director, RK Electro? Thank you so much, Shivang. Sorry. Hi. Super, folks. We'll quickly get started. Thank you so much to everyone for being here and taking the time out. I know a lot needs to be done in deep tech in India. So we'll quickly dive in. Something I want to interestingly point out today, we discovered this in the conversation, is out of the 4 gentlemen on the panel today, 3 of them studied abroad and came back to India to build in India. Given the kind of context that we're living in today, it's incredible to see that happen, and I hope more and more people come back. So just a round of applause for the gentlemen here. All right, Shashi, we'll get started with you. So Shashi, you've spoken a lot about tech sovereignty. Would love to understand, just as opening remarks, how do we think about tech sovereignty and how does that look like, especially within deep tech sovereignty for India? What do you think that means?
So before I start answering that question, I think 4 of us have come back. I didn't study abroad, but I still came back. So,
fair.
So I mean, how do we think of sovereignty in the context of tech or even deep tech? I think the best way to understand it is Look at what happened, 4 years back, right? When COVID hit us out of the blue, the entire world was, uncertainty. A lot of things that the government did in the years prior actually came to help, because you don't want to wait for a crisis to figure out that you don't have control on certain elements within your supply chain, or within your manufacturing sector and so on. The fact that the government took the steps to create a cashless economy with UPI became a huge godsend during COVID. Similarly, the fact that back in 2003, the government decided that we should have a free-to-air, direct-to-home television platform called DD Free Dish actually became very useful during COVID, because when the schools were shut, when a large part of the population didn't have computers at home, didn't have broadband access at home, you were able to deliver classrooms right into their homes through the television, right? So unless you have these sovereign platforms where you have control over it, when the situation changes, when the circumstances change, when the environment changes, you wouldn't want to then start figuring this out. And today we are already seeing it with the kind of geopolitical environment that has emerged. There's a lot of uncertainty globally. The entire semiconductor supply chain is concentrated on one country, and we know that country is sort of the center of focus for a lot of the geopolitical conversations. So that's a big, huge risk there. Similarly, with AI models, we've seen that there are deep biases. When you have a country which is as diverse culturally, socially as us, we don't want fundamental technologies or foundational technologies carrying risks, carrying biases. That would create problems for us down the road. So sovereignty to us is not just merely about Swadeshi. It's not merely about building everything in India. It's also being prepared for what we can't foresee today for the crises of the future as well.
Interesting. So I'll take off from the semiconductor bit that you said. So we have Mr. Luthra with us. So Mr. Luthra, I'd love to understand from the semiconductor and electronics industry perspective, what do you sort of see as, where has India come from our journey of dependence, the days of the SCI in Chandigarh, to today what we're calling about self-reliance? There are about 18 projects that have recently been sanctioned. Where do you think we are now?
So definitely we are moving towards from being dependent to a self-reliant country. Recently, if you see in the last month, we have had an event for Semicon, where about 30,000 participants actively participated into it. Honorable PM was the one who inaugurated the event. So there is a lot of traction happening into the semiconductor market. Talking about the 18 plants that you've just highlighted, we have Tata coming into the plant of packaging and also a fabrication plant. Another, we have a lot of private investment happening into this ecosystem, where partners like Keynes and the foreign partners are investing into Indian ecosystem. And there's a lot of foreign investment happening into the R&D.
So if I may ask, as a follow-up question to this, right, there's a lot of good stuff that's been happening, and that's very great and heartening to see in many ways. I'd love to see, what do you think, given the flux, given the dependence on singular countries on this, what can India do to position itself to be the choice for anybody setting up? We recently heard about the ARM thing as well. So would love your thoughts on that.
So what we have done in the last couple of years is something extraordinary. The policies that have been implemented, like India's semiconductor mission, design link incentive, these are something that has become groundbreaking. And that is why if you see a lot of foreign investments have inflowed into the country with the high numbers. But there are some challenges, but these are small challenges like custom problems or custom regulations or some skilled manpower. So I think with the time moving, we are changing into policies with, I think, the new policy of ISM 2.0. When that comes into play, I think that challenges will be sorted out. But I think we are on that road of changing from a dependent to a self-reliant country.
Interesting. So I'll come back to you specifically on what is one thing that you'd want us to change, especially with ISM2 coming in. But I'll shift focus now to another very critical area, which is AI. We have Rishi Bal with us, who was with Google Research earlier. Rishi, you head Bharat Gen, which is building a model for India. You folks are based out of IIT Bombay itself. You were at Google when the transformer revolution was happening in some ways back then. I'd love to understand from you, one, about what are the kind of challenges and opportunities that you're seeing in building something this foundational for India over the time that you've spent here, maybe contrasted with your experience earlier. Would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for that question. I think the challenges are enormous, but in terms of in terms of data, in terms of talent, but the opportunity is also huge. And the good news for us is that everyone else around the world faces the same set of challenges, right? There's only a handful of countries that are producing the kind of talent that's needed to be able to produce these LLMs at scale. There's only a handful of countries that actually have sufficient data. So there's a shared set of challenges. And I feel like if we're able to solve for that set of challenges, we can not only be producing for India, but we could also be a global producer of AI and talent for AI.
So I'm curious to understand this here. Given our innovation pipeline, you're now on the academia side, you were on the industry side a little prior to this. Do you see more and more lab scale work translating into products today? Like, what has that looked like? And I would love if you have any thoughts about, as you said, talent is a concern. How do we solve for that in some ways? Like, for example, from last year's International Mathematical Olympiad finalists, there are only, out of the 30 that made it from India, there are about 3 or 4 who continue to remain in India. What can we do to solve this?
So take BharatJan as an example of how we've approached this challenge. We, at the outset, recognized that talent was going to be an issue. So instead of just taking a purely academic route or a purely industrial route, what we've done is we've created a consortium. So we've created a Section 8 nonprofit company, which operates functionally like a regular company would. We have over 45 full-time employees. The company is growing. At the same time, we have over 7 academic partners. So we've tapped into the top IITs. We have IIT Bombay, Madras, Kanpur, Mandi, Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, IIM Indore, and that consortium continues to grow. And so what we've done is we've tapped the top talent in AI in India. We're continuing to bring on more people. And part of our approach here is it's not just about the professors and their labs, it's all of their students. So we have over 75 BTechs, MTechs, and PhDs that are interning at BharatJan alongside the engineering team. And what that does is it allows us to create talent at scale. And these people that are graduating and working with BharatJan will be part of that industry, but they're not just consumers of AI or application builders, they're actually creators of AI. And that's just one way in which sort of we're doing this. So I think going back to that larger opportunity, that partnership and the intersection between industry and academia is super important. And as part of that engagement, it's been really heartening to see the level of support that we've gotten from IIT Bombay and some of the other institutes in making available these faculty members. And so as we're able to drive and encourage this type of industry participation as part of how academia is evaluated or given an alternate route, right? Not just publications, but publication plus industry, very interesting things can happen at that intersection.
Interesting. And you mentioned that there are a lot of challenges that we face with the kind of AI work that we're doing in India as such. On the positive side, what could you tell us about what we are doing right that we should possibly double down on?
It's been incredible to see the level of support that we've received from across the country. It really starts with the government. So the Department of Science and Technology, which did the seed funding for BharatJan, it's a significant seed funding. And to see the India AI Mission and Ministry of Information Technology pick up on that, right? And it's actually now a one government approach in terms of seeding the funding and then taking it through different TRL levels, right? That's been really heartening to see. It's been incredible to see how engaged the government has been in terms of understanding what the needs are in terms of building AI and then making the commitment in terms of funding and support as well. So certainly a lot of things that we're doing right. Another big shout out is we are an enormous producer of talent, right? Having worked with some of the best at Google Research and other places, I have to say the graduating students I see at all of these IITs are second to none, right? And so what we need to do now is create that product pipeline that encourages innovation right here. So in addition to the work that we're doing in the services industry, having a larger product mindset and IP creation mindset right here in India.
Interesting. One of the things I'm hearing, because this used to be a common critique, that there's an overlapping of efforts across different government departments, but I heard you mention that DST, METI, and a host of departments came together to work with you guys. This isn't something I've heard so far. Would it be fair to say that different departments are working in concert together on focused, and like the kind of infighting that used to happen has tamped down significantly?
I can't speak to what used to happen, but
I have no idea either. Assuming.
But what I will speak to is sort of that positive one government approach that I'm experiencing, and that's one aspect. The other aspect is a genuine curiosity to understand what we need in the Indian AI ecosystem, and then be able to invest in different layers that are needed. It's not a one and done. We need people at every part of this AI ecosystem. We need people that play in data. We need the talent institutes that are actually churning out people. We need AI builders, model builders, fine tuners, application builders, and all of that needs to come together.
Interesting. So on financing, as you said, and how that's become a lot more available, I want to come to Vivek on this. Vivek, you're the founder of Refi. You came back, decided to build defense tech in India in 2016, 17, which is unheard of. We're almost a decade into the journey in many ways. So I'd love to hear from you, and given how sensitive defense innovation is, it's been at the forefront recently as well. What has your journey and experience been like since you came back, and then building this company over the last 6-7 years? What does that look like? How have you seen things change?
Over the last 1 decade, we have seen a lot of things move and move very quickly.
Okay.
And especially in terms of how supportive the government and the user has been.
Okay.
So when we came back in, there was no vehicle to go and interact with the user, to start research, and the research starts with funding. And so we were very lucky to see over the last 10-12 years, what has happened is that the interaction with the user has increased. You get to know what you need to work on. So if you want to work on a product and you yourself think about that, hey, this is something which is going to work, it's most probably gonna fail.
Most likely, yeah.
When you get to interact with the user, you get to see what the requirements are and hear from them directly, then you are focused towards what needs to be developed. Second is there has been a lot of vehicles that have been created to fund research. Now, I want to say this and probably put a pressure on it, is that aerospace and defense is a place where jugaad doesn't work. So I know there has been a lot of buzz about that we are good at jugaad, but this is where it doesn't work, and it needs research from ground up. So rather than working on the system itself, it takes a lot of effort to work on the subsystems, because even if one subsystem is unreliable, that can create an unreliable system itself. So we have seen a lot of movement towards funding of these basic subsystems, wherein the requirement comes directly from the user, and then you can get funds from the government allocated funds and work on these systems, and you get to integrate and see whether it works or not.
Interesting.
So that has been the major push. What I've not seen is the change in the mindset when it comes to private investments.
Okay.
So, research is hard, manufacturing is slightly harder, and mass manufacturing is at least 10x harder.
Agreed.
And what it needs as an input is a lot of money, which comes from the private investment. And it needs a lot of patience. Research needs patience. Building mass manufacturing setup needs patience.
Agreed.
And that is something still to be seen at a larger scale when it comes to private investment, where you support industry in niche areas, not at the system level, subsystem levels, wait for an output, let them do research, come up with the state-of-the-art or even crossing the state-of-the-art research and manufacturing setup to move forward.
No, I absolutely agree with you. It's a glaring stat on R&D funding where 70% of the R&D spend in India is all government spend and only 30% is private sector. While if you compare it to a South Korea, the ratio is reversed. It's almost 80% is private sector investing. So I wish that happens. I agree with you. I hope for the same as well. Which leads to an interesting question around like how institutional mandates can be created to try and do something like this. And Shashi, you're the expert on this. We've heard of the in-space model about how they were fundamentally a regulator and a promoter for the industry. And it's sort of, in many ways, I haven't heard of a model like this globally anywhere. It's reaped a lot for India's space industry. What do you think are other things that we can do? Are there other institutional mechanisms we can create? What are thoughts about it?
I think great question. In fact, I'll take off from where he just pointed out. You know, it requires a lot of patience, right? Unless you have patient capital, we're not going to make significant breakthrough progress in the deep tech areas, be it AI, be it semiconductors, be it quantum, and so on. I think space and drone are two examples where government intervention has made a substantial difference, and it's tangible. We can see it, right? Be it the in-space model that you brought out, or the drone example. What has happened, at least in the last 2-3 years, right? The government has put significant money on the table, be it with the NRF, be it now with this new Research and Development Innovation Fund, be it with the India AI mission. I think it is something that Rishi didn't say out loud enough, that Bharat Jan is a big bet that the government has made. Right? It is, in fact, I would call it, India's Manhattan project for AI. Right? So the government has made that big step. What about the private sector? And I think that's a big question. Maybe it is understandable that individual private enterprise in India may find it too risky. Okay, that is understandable. What if you come together as a group, as a consortium, or as an industry, and then participate in these high tech, high risk research projects, right? So I think we need an innovative model here, where, for example, I'll give you one example from the broadcasting industry because I've been involved in that. There is this entity called BARC, which does television ratings. And what is unique about BARC is that it is actually 3 industry bodies that have come together to create it. So understandable, there are issues with it. Understandable, there are differences of opinion across each stakeholder. But at least what is unique is that what any one industry could not do, all of them came together and did, right? What if we could do something similar for some of these other deep tech areas? So that is perhaps one way of looking at it. But I think coming back to government itself, I think what Rishi pointed out and what you were highlighting, have the silos come down? I think they've come down in a decent way, but a lot more can be done on that. I think a lot more can be done by, looking at international best practices. For example, how DARPA does it, right? How do we create, mission mode dedicated program managers who take these high-risk projects all the way through their life cycle, handhold them, because I think handholding is a very important thing in a country where you have a spaghetti of rules, you have GFR, you have audits, you have all sorts of barriers, right? And these barriers will not go away overnight, even if the Prime Minister is after your life, which is probably why the drone projects have moved or the space projects have moved. But for everything else, right, you can't expect one individual, top down to push everything, right? So one way to solve that is to have these mission mode program managers who understand these risks, who understand these barriers, and are able to handhold these deep tech projects all through their life cycle. I think once that happens, I think we will see significant progress on all these areas.
No, I think that's a very interesting thought process, that having these mission mode program managers, I'm going to use that somewhere else on this. This is interesting. I'd love to hear from the semiconductor electronics industry as such. What would a mission mode program manager like this look like for you guys? What do you think you'd want? And this is the original question where I came back to Ki. In the next 12 months, for example, if there'd be one Man Ki Murad that you may have, what would it be?
So there has been a lot of investments, right, in the last couple of years. What has happened is that we need to really understand the ecosystem of semiconductor. The business of investing into manufacturing of semiconductor is highly capital intensive. It is not a short-term capital yield project. The bare minimum investment of even a packaging plant start from a couple of 100 crores.
Okay.
So when we have these mission enablers, this will really help the private investors to get these results out in the long term.
Okay.
And success rate can be much higher.
Okay.
What I also think that right now the pool that we have, the think pool, what I call is, we have one of the highest designers all over the world. We have 20% of the manpower for designers that are invested throughout the world.
Agreed.
If we can design semiconductors, we can manufacture it beautifully, and the results can be outstanding. What we really need is the will to do it. We have the will to do it now, and in the next couple of years, we'll see that India is just not a designer, it'll be a manufacturer semiconductor, and the biggest one.
Well, fingers crossed for that. Hope that happens. So, Vivek, coming back to investments in this space, you're the founder on the table with us, as is Rishi, as is all of us. But help me understand, when you think about investment models for this space, building subsystems, etc., what could be things that we could try out that would help? Like, what is something that you would have wanted when you came back in 2016, 17? And a bunch of it is there now, that you would have said, if this was there, that'd be interesting. Or if for the investors in the room or investors watching, what could we do that would be helpful?
See, what we missed the most was when we came back from the US, doing research in the US costs at least 1/10 the cost here, because you have labs set up, you have skilled people available.
Okay.
Now, if I want to say do a research on composites or alloys,
okay,
right? For me to be able to do that, I have to get the whole infrastructure setup done, hire people, learn the machine myself, then train the people on those machines, and then start the research. So both in terms of cost and opportunity cost,
okay,
it's a huge investment. Now, which I keep on saying everywhere, what the wish is that we establish a strong research and manufacturing ecosystem, not only for defense and aerospace, but for the other industries as well, wherein whenever you want to surpass the state of the art, it doesn't have to take an individual to do a whole lot of investment and spend a lot of time in training people to be able to do that.
Interesting. And since, as Rishi was also saying, you folks train a lot of talent here and try and do that and bring them up to speed. But as Vivek said, it takes a certain amount of time, a certain amount of cost, etc. What could be other ways we could short circuit this? Are there other thoughts about this? For example, China very famously had the 1,000 Feathers program, where they dedicatedly brought talent back in a focused manner over decades, in many ways as such. So any thoughts about what we could do from both of you? Vivek and Rishi.
See, do you want to start? Okay, sorry. Yeah. So we recently went to US and sponsored a IEEE event.
Okay.
And I was happy and surprised at the same time to see that I met with around 150 Indian professors.
Wow.
And students who really, really want to come back.
Okay.
But the problem is that if you bring people back and you don't give the same amount of same quality of work that they get there, that's the challenge. Money is not of a big challenge. But then this is where we need to invest more towards doing a lot of basic research, working on alloys, working on metals, working on magnets, and bring people back in to do quality research and give them that work. And I know, like us, a lot of people are sitting there waiting for an opportunity to come back.
Okay. And Rishi?
Yeah, maybe I'll add in a few things. Thanks for that. At BharatGen, we're building what is India's sovereign AI program. And so we think about AI not just in the context of what we're building, but what is the larger ecosystem and how do we grow that ecosystem to be successful. And one of the things we see as we look around the world is there's two patterns that have emerged in AI. There's the American pattern, which is largely private sector funded, and that comes from funding from profit sources in other areas that then subsidize model creation. That's your Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon. And then there's the private sector VC sovereign fund funding that's going to companies like OpenAI. There's the other model in China, which offers government funding, and then it also offers a closed ecosystem where startups and companies can continue to thrive. Now, the environment in which we are building AI is one where government-funded entities are dropping trillion parameter models that have been built with a subsidy elsewhere.
Yeah.
And so if we want to grow our AI ecosystem, we have to find ways of nurturing it. And that nurture, you have to create some kind of area where the AI ecosystem can be incubated and actually given a chance to actually grow with the significant funding. We talked about, access to labs, we talk about access to talent, but it's going to need an incubation environment. And I also think we have to think deeply about policy and incentives so that there's encouragement for Indian players to work durably with the Indian AI ecosystem going forward. Otherwise, the sheer sort of force of money, is going to be very hard to compete with people that are subsidized in other sources when we don't have an ecosystem that allows for that growth.
Fair. Gentlemen, this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your time and all your insights. A big round of applause for the folks here. Thank you for being patient listeners as well. And we look forward to more of this happening in the country. Thank you so much. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that very insightful conversation. I'm sure our audiences also enjoyed it a lot. With that, we will in fact now also be turning our attention to the global stage. As far as GST 2.0 is concerned, it is indeed strengthening India's domestic economy, and how we leverage these reforms will shape our competitiveness and engagement globally as well. To unpack these changes, please welcome Parikshit Luthra of Network18. And may I please invite upon stage 3 distinguished diplomats to share their perspectives. Please welcome Ambassador Benedict Hoskulson, who's the ambassador of Iceland to India. Ambassador Kamal Sibal, who's a former foreign secretary and former Indian ambassador to the US. And Ambassador Anil Suklal, who's the High Commissioner of South Africa to India. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome the 3 distinguished diplomats.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, and thank you everyone in the audience for joining us. It's been an entertaining day. We've had some great discussions on GST 2.0, but now let's focus on the geopolitics of it all. Today, there is a lot of uncertainty around the world regarding trade, supply chains, and also weaponization of natural resources. I'm sure every morning when you pick up your phone, you look at your WhatsApp or X or Facebook, there is a bit of shock as to what has happened with regard to global trade and geopolitics, especially with the United States. The H-1B news over the weekend took us with a lot of surprise and shock, but thankfully there is certainty that this will not be affecting current H-1B visa holders. It only applies from the next lottery cycle. Having said that, India definitely is a bright spot in all of this uncertainty. Lots of things going for India, but what more do we need after GST 2.0? So let's begin this panel today, and I'm going to put this first question to Ambassador Hoskulson. Ambassador Hoskulson, this couldn't have come at a better time. GST 2.0, rate rationalization, rate reduction, 2 rates only in the country. Just a few days ahead of the EFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, EFTA is the European Free Trade Association, the 4-nation grouping comprising of Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. So India has signed a trade deal with them last year, and the trade deal comes into effect on the 1st of October, a very important trade agreement. So how does this help EFTA investors and especially Iceland now?
Thank you for the question. It is quite important, and it is something that we are quite happy to see happening today, that the GST reform takes place. The Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement between NAFTA and India goes into force 1st of October. So that's 8 days from now. This is important in the sense that, the reform basically unifies India as a market. So that we see straight away that, the interstate economy will grow. That's positive for when the investors are looking into, if they should come into India for investments. Secondly, the reform marks really important characteristics for the investors in the sense that, this becomes a transparent way in which they will comply when it comes to taxes. That's important. Input tax credits will be more transparent and automated so that it will become easier for the companies to operate, and that will actually leave them also in an area where they will have lesser expenses to comply with the Indian system. So those are very important factors or components of doing business, and we already see this as something that will take place.
Right, and one point that Ambassador was telling us a short while back and off stage is that there is a commitment from EFTA nations to make $100 billion in FDI investment in the country in the next 10 to 15 years. So that's a big amount, ladies and gentlemen. So lots riding on that relationship.
Well, it's very important, and it should be pointed out that the TEPA, as we call the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, is a new generation of free trade agreements in the sense that we, the 4 countries who sign on to it, have pledged and committed to actually invest over $100 billion worth in the next 10 to 15 years, and thereby creating some 1 million jobs. So this is significant, and I'm very happy. Actually, I can tell you that already now, today, we already have positive investments coming from Iceland into India on this basis.
Right, and let's, Ambassador, let's move on to the other big topic of attention, that something Donald Trump has been speaking about ever since he took over, and that is BRICS. So he has raised concerns about de-dollarization that the BRICS is going to indulge in, how BRICS will undermine the dollar, how they'll have their own currency that they will be trading in. None of that is really true. But Ambassador Suklal, if you can give us your view, South Africa, a key member of the BRICS, and BRICS, ladies and gentlemen, is almost 24-25% of global trade right now. Does the GST 2.0 reform in India, will BRICS double down on India as a result of this reform?
Well, I don't think there'll be any doubling down. If any reform comes about that is positive for the country, for its growth, and for its people, especially those that are at the lower rungs of society, I think that's most welcome. Now, let me say that in terms of BRICS and de-dollarization, I think de-dollarization has become a catchphrase. I served as South Africa's BRICS Sherpa for 13 years before being posted here. That was my last portfolio. So I know this whole history. This issue of de-dollarization arose in 2023 during South Africa's chairship. At no stage during the course of that year did South Africa or any 5 of us at that stage, still BRICS 5, spoke about de-dollarization. But what became a major issue during our chairship was the expansion of BRICS. And this was not well received, especially by our friends in the global north. And it was the Western media that started this whole debate that BRICS has on the agenda de-dollarization. What we had on the agenda is deepening trade in local currency. That was on the agenda, and looking at alternative payment platforms, especially given the unilateral sanctions and the freezing of Russian funds by the Western countries. And we felt that if this could happen to Russia, it could happen to any one of us. So we need to look at our own financial systems, and how do we deepen trade between ourselves and trade in local currency? Because way back, I think in 2018, we signed an interbank BRICS agreement. So it was already there for a number of years, but we didn't activate that. And unfortunately, this was taken out of context and the whole focus went on de-dollarization. And up to the present time, I think your foreign minister earlier this year also mentioned that at no stage have we discussed de-dollarization in BRICS. I think India is an important member of the BRICS community. And the reforms that are taking place in India are welcome. Firstly, I'd like to say from a South African perspective and an African perspective, we welcome this because India is not, let me be very frank, not an easy trading environment. For our companies to enter this market, you have multiple layers of regulations and taxes and custom duties at national level, state level. So simplifying this is going to help us better understand. And I think it will also help boost India-African trade. I mean, Africa is an important trading partner for India. We have a modest trade between Africa and India. It's around $100 billion. I know India is very keen to double that. I think we have all the ingredients to do that. We are two major markets, Africa 1.5 billion, you are 1.45 billion. So I think for African businesses, especially the MSME sector that is very keen to enter the Indian market, these kind of reforms are welcome.
Right, very important points there. And ladies and gentlemen, I missed, and bad on my part, I should have also introduced Ambassador Nilistra Suklal, who is with us here in the audience, Ambassador Suklal's wife. And she's someone who's been a distinguished ambassador to Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, and both them together contributing to India-South Africa relations in a very big way. And they have very strong Indian origins. Ambassador Suklal hails from a village near Varanasi, and you've got Ambassador Nilistra, who has been from both Ayodhya and Varanasi, if I'm not wrong. So ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to both of them as well. Now, just coming back, Ambassador Civil, I'd like to ask you about the United States. And that's a question I'm sure rattling a lot of us in the audience. I guess the only thing that is certain about the India-US relationship right now is that nothing is certain. Is it time for India to strengthen other relationships with BRICS, with South Africa, with the African continent, with the European Union for that matter?
I think our longer term interest lies in that, and the effort should be made in that direction. But this can't happen overnight. Our biggest trading partner is United States of America, if we take both goods and services. It's the biggest market in the world, huge consumption market, the biggest source of technology and investment. So if you look around, what are the choices we have? With China, we have a $100 billion deficit, and I don't think they're going to make it easy for us. With Russia now, we have a $60 billion deficit. Our exports are about $5 billion. Even if they increase by 100%, it'll be $10 billion. It's nothing. In terms of technology and investments, I don't think we have those easy choices. So we have to look at somehow maintaining our market share in the United States and find every possible way, despite Trump and his idiosyncrasies, to nurture this relationship. However, for the next 3.5 years, I think we're going to have a tough time. One option we have, and which is actually a very productive option, is to strengthen our ties with the European Union. The European Union itself is under huge pressure from the United States, the manner in which they have been humiliated in this framework agreement. They are looking for partners also. And they have all the attributes that the United States market has. They have a lot of technology, they have a lot of investment potential, high consumption market. We have $130 billion roughly of trade with them, which is roughly balanced. So we can help each other. So I think this is the time to actually accelerate, if it's possible, the finalization of the FTA. Now, van der Leyen and others are talking very positively about wanting to do that before the end of the year. But whether it can happen or not happen, it's I think, uncertain. One of the issues that has been raised by the Americans, which has complicated our ties, and they are putting pressure on Europe also to go in that direction, is to raise the issue of our oil purchases from Russia. And unfortunately, Brussels is today headed by people who are viscerally anti-Russian. To begin with, the foreign policy chief, who has no concept of geopolitics, frankly. And if they make that an issue and start imposing sanctions on us, which probably they won't, because that will derail the India-EU FTA negotiations. But nevertheless, this is a pressure point. So the long and short is that we have to look at Africa, particularly Latin America, where there's a lot of potential, and we can do much more with that continent. Unfortunately, all our deficits are eastwards, whether it's ASEAN or Japan or China or what have you. So we have to look, now the Middle East, there we can, the UAE and all, we can expand our economic ties. We have this target now of $100 billion of mutual trade, non-oil trade with the UAE. So with the GCC area, there's a lot of potential. To answer your question, we have to look for alternative partners, and there are some readily on the horizon, with the Europeans and the GCC states, the Gulf states being the most obvious ones.
Right. You know, Ambassador, you're absolutely right. We need to diversify our exports, but also continue the reform push. We can't end at GST as well. And that's a question I'd like to put to you, Ambassador Oskulson. GST was a big reform that companies had been demanding, even foreign investors had been asking for. But if we had to utilize the EFTA completely, if the India-EU agreement happens by the end of the year and we want to make full use of that, what more reforms, according to you, are needed in India for ease of doing business, for making India a more attractive place to do business? What could be done?
You're right. You're absolutely right. So the GST reform is maybe the first step in a much longer road ahead. And what the investors look for are reforms in the labor market, for example, land acquisitions. So there are a host of issues that the investors look to then will need to be addressed in India sooner than later. It also comes to, like in our case, we do think that it's extremely important that, India's work on improving relations with other blocs, such as the EU and others, it needs to take place. For us, that supports our efforts, because as you may know, Iceland and Norway particularly are very integrated into the EU economy as a part of the internal market. So it's really important that the pathway forward, actually the reform doesn't stop here, but actually continues. And there are a host of other issues that need to be addressed, but those would be the most, at least for the foreign direct investments. That's where you need the improvements, but then also the complications. If you talk to our companies and Norwegians, which we tend to be small and medium-sized companies, it's the bureaucracy, it's the time it takes to do transactions with India that sort of hinders them in a way to do the business. So we need to see those sorts of reforms take place, because for small and medium-sized companies, they don't have the time or the manpower to dwell on these things. Either we do it or they turn their attention to something new.
Or some other country for that matter.
Yes, exactly.
Because when they speak about a China +1 opportunity, which we started hearing Ambassador Sukla and Ambassador Sibal during COVID-19, that is an opportunity that is not going to last forever. There are 4 or 5 countries which are competing, and in some labor-intensive areas, some countries like Vietnam, Indonesia are already ahead of India, including Bangladesh. But Ambassador Suklal, if you spoke about the importance of India-South Africa business relations, also the larger India-Africa relations. it is a very big market for the future. China is already making very big inroads there. What more does India need to do in order to step up India-Africa ties, get India-South Africa closer together, and what could be the next phase of reforms that could probably usher that phase?
Well, if you look historically in the recent past, India had a larger footprint on the African continent than China. But somewhere along the line, China overtook India. And one of the things I've been saying to my colleagues at MEA and to Indian businesses, India has a massive footprint throughout the African continent. You have an Indian diaspora of about 3.5 million on the African continent. That's substantial. But there's no visibility about what India is doing on the African continent, be it on the trade front, be it on the cultural front, on education. You just opened up an IIT in Zanzibar about 2 years ago, and you're looking at the second one now in Tanzania. And also in terms of the development front, India is quite involved with Africa's development, but we never hear of it. It's so quiet. And this day and age, quietness doesn't help you. You need to also bring visibility so that we as Africans know that India is present in Africa. They are partnering with Africa on all of these different areas. And also the Indian populace. What I've found in the just under a year that I've been here, there's very, very little knowledge on both sides. In India about the African continent and the opportunities that Africa provides. Africa is rising. 9 of the fastest growing economies of the top 20 in the world today are from Africa. Small economies, but the fastest growing. So I think the last time India had an India-Africa Forum Summit was 10 years ago, in 2015. I was here as part of South Africa's delegation. It can't be that you wait for 10 years to have a summit with the continent. I'm glad that they are now talking about a summit early next year. I think it's very important. Having this strong government-to-government relations between the African continent and India is important. I was very pleased to see President Murmu was in Africa last year, several countries that she visited. Prime Minister Modi was recently in Ghana and Namibia. I think these are important initiatives. But in terms of the private sector, you have a large number. There's about 150 Indian companies, as I said, in South Africa. And I have found that there's a great appetite from the Indian companies wanting to do business with India, and likewise African companies wanting to interact with India. But I think you lose also a valuable opportunity. There are 45 African countries that have embassies here in Delhi. And I've been saying to my MEA colleagues, why don't you interact with us as a collective? In this 1 year I've been here, we haven't had a collective meeting. Just if you take our own region as SADC, the Southern African Development Community, 15 of us. 14 of us have embassies here. We meet on a regular basis. We've been trying to get a collective engagement with MEA, and it's not materialized. So I think it's lost opportunities. Yes, it's important to talk about the will to increase interaction between Africa and India. Prime Minister Nehru referred to Africa as the sister continent. But you need to see action on the ground. And I believe that there is not sufficient there. And I believe both sides are poorer for this. So we need to see how we scale up this and how we bring visibility to the major interactions that are taking place and the vast potential. I mean, $100 billion of trade between Africa and India is a drop in the ocean. That should be 300-400 billion. China is 340 billion. That's what's China's total trade with Africa at the moment. You have a total investment from India and Africa around 75 billion.
Right.
That could be doubled easily. And as I've said, you have major multinationals of India in the African continent and doing very well. And I think the other important point that I'd like to make is that India has a trust positive factor with the African continent.
It's a historical partnership.
It's a historical partnership, but you don't have some of the fault line and challenges that some of the others have, be it through colonialism or new partners that are coming there and exploiting the African continent. You need to actually capitalize on this trust positive identity that you have with the with the African continent and capitalize on that?
Very important. You need to capitalize on the trust positive environment and that you enjoy in South Africa. Let me get in Ambassador Sybil once again. Ambassador Sybil, help our audience understand, where did this H-1B change, this $100,000 fee, come out of the blue? Yes, there were some MAGA activists who had been calling for this change, but coming so soon after Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi shared those very positive synchronized messages on social media, why do you think this happened? And how should we see this India-US relationship, especially when it comes to mobility of professionals? Would you advise Indian professionals, Indian companies to start looking elsewhere?
Well, firstly, you shouldn't take President Trump at his word, because he can contradict himself anytime. So whether he sent soft messages and that meant that there was a change of heart with regard to his relationship with India would have been a total misinterpretation of his past personality and his character. He blows hot and cold. And I think he thinks that being unpredictable gives him a lot of scope to put the other side on pressure, under pressure, because the other side doesn't know what he's going to do. And unlike in our case, if the government starts contradicting itself or the Prime Minister starts contradicting himself, the opposition will get at his throat. But in the United States, Trump can contradict himself, and there is no backlash. He's become very, very powerful within his country, unfortunately. This H-1B visa business has been troubling many of, as you said, rightly said, his base, the MAGA base, and the myth has been created that they are stealing jobs. And this is part of the general feeling that Trump and his and those around him have all felt that there's been job losses in the United States. Now, whether they have occurred because of China or whether because of H-1B visas, I think is highly disputable. Those jobs that they've really lost are manufacturing jobs. The IT sector, in fact, whatever we've done is a plus for the US high-tech companies, and they need our skilled people. So this was an absolutely wrong step they took, and they realized immediately that they took a wrong step, and they have backtracked. Because this is not only the high-tech sector, it's also the health sector. And that'd be a huge problem if that sector started collapsing. So they have stepped back, rightly so, but that's not the end of the story, because he's been hitting us in various ways. 50% tariffs, we are the most tariffed country in the world. Frankly, he's been telling us that we are the tariff king. Now, United States has become the tariff king. If you really look at the tariffs they have imposed on every country. The other interesting thing is that they've always criticized us when we raised our tariffs a couple of years ago, that why are you doing this? You are discouraging American companies from coming in. And what was our rationale for doing so? That we will force them to invest in our country. Precisely what Trump is trying to do by raising tariffs. So, you know, there's no consistency in the American position. He has now imposed sanctions on the Chabahar project, which actually is in no way hurts American interests in any way, in any sense.
But he may have given a win to China.
In fact,
indirectly.
Indirectly, he's building up a China's strategic interest in our region by not targeting Gwadar.
Yeah.
And it is through Gwadar that China is increasing its links with the Gulf countries, where the United States has strategic interests. He's weakening us on that score also.
Right.
There's so many other things that we have done, but we have to ride it out.
We have to ride it out. We have to ride it out.
The
Somehow,
relationship is very important.
yeah.
And we cannot act as erratically.
Or knee-jerk. And I think that's the sense, Ambassador, a lot of people in the foreign ministry also say that we are not going to retaliate. We'll do everything that's possible to keep this relationship intact. But Ambassador Hoskulson, coming to you right now, in this period of immense global uncertainty and US-imposed trade uncertainty, how do you see India vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Vietnam, Indonesia? Does the US crisis make India look more positive, make Iceland or the European Union look more positively at India?
I think I would go back to the reforms and what's needed. That will make India more sort of positive. So just, everybody is now dealing with the fact that there is a risk premium to the US economic policies. Okay, that means that everybody's scrambling. He threw up the global trade network, so everybody's now looking for new partners. India is for sure, absolutely, an important partner for all of the others. What we're looking for is a stable, reliable partners whom you can trust. And right now, India is one of those and will be. So as far as we see it, India is a reliable partner. We have already signed it. And I think that's we are the first one, so that we're happy with that. But India is, but you cannot stop in a sense. You need to make the reforms that this is the beginning. More needs to follow.
More needs to follow. Ambassador Suklal, the US wants us to reduce relations between BRICS nations because they think that this is an anti-US alliance. We've been repeatedly saying we're not an anti-US alliance. But do you think the BRICS will work even more closely together in this period of uncertainty? There is an economic roadmap that was renewed in the last BRICS summit. What do you think is the thinking within BRICS nations? What is the kind of economic partnership and trade we are going to see over the next 5 years?
Well, I think it's larger than BRICS. The reality is the global south is rising. Countries like India, China, Indonesia, African countries are on the rise. They're no more on the margins, nor do they want to remain on the margins. They're very vocal. India, you introduced during your G20 summit, Voice of the Global South. You had 3 editions of it, where you are constantly pushing forward the agenda of the Global South to address the fault lines in a global community that's global architecture that's outdated. This is very weak. Leaders of the world, well, some leaders of the world, because many important leaders of the world are not converging in New York. And yet it's the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN. I recall the 70th anniversary. I was part of South Africa's delegation. And the pomp and grandeur celebrating 70 years of the UN, and many pronouncements were made in terms of reform. You rightfully are talking about reforms. But what reform have we seen in the past 10 years in terms of the multilateral architecture? On the contrary, unilateralism has become the norm of the day. And unfortunately, today, we are no longer trying to reform the United Nations system. We are rendering it paralyzed, because that's what's happened to the UN system, unfortunately. So we have to constantly, as global South countries, safeguard the multilateral system. It has to be reformed and be fit for purpose for the global reality of today and not 1945. And I think the last point is, all of these measures that are being taken by the Trump administration, be it against India, we also as South Africa have been hit with 30% tariff that's impacting on us quite severely. It's part of the US policy, not just under Trump, of containment. As soon as you see the global South, countries of the global South rising, they tried it with Japan. When Japan started growing double digits in the 1960s, they made sure they stopped that. Japan went into stagnation. They've tried it with China, they still continue with China. Now they can see a rising India, and all predictions are in the next 10, 20 years where India will be. And that is not a comfort position for a country that wants to occupy that space solely by itself. But the world is changing and the global South is rising, and BRICS is an important platform that will provide this.
Absolutely, Ambassador Suklal. Those are great words. My final question to Ambassador Sibal, we've run out of time, but Ambassador Sibal, as someone who's watched India for decades now, you've seen the 91 reforms, and currently we're in a crisis. What we're seeing with the US right now is a crisis, and one should make good use of a crisis. So if you had to make 1 or 2 recommendations to the Indian government to do something right now which will make India a very attractive destination and will usher in the next phase of growth, what would that be?
Well, I think there are better minds than me who've been addressing this issue, and it's become more pressing after the difficulties we're having with the United States. Clearly, we have to go in for the second set of reforms, deeper reforms. Everybody is agreed on that. What the nature of those reforms should be can always be discussed. Less regulation, or at least more efficient regulatory practices, helping build our MSME sector, which is going to be the backbone of our economic growth going into the future, making investments in India easier, ease of business. That's never ending. Now, the ambassador of Iceland talked about reforms in our country. You will always be under pressure from investing countries to go in for reform. They'll never be satisfied. They'll never say that this is enough because they would always want it that the ecosystem in India should be more congenial for foreign investment, and for the Americans, they would want to have the same kind of system here that they have in America, which they are used to, which is not going to happen. And anyway, the other thing, of course, which is not relating to reform, but in a way it is. It is this Atmanirbharta. It's extremely important, important, because more self-reliant you are, more attractive you will become as a partner, because you will deal with the world more equally. So at the moment, there are a lot of pressure points on us. China, why is there less pressure points? Because China has developed its own capacities.
It's self-reliant.
So if you develop your own capacities, your bargaining power increases. And finally, on the defense side, extremely important that we develop the capability to defend ourselves. Then we are much less vulnerable to all kinds of pressures that we may be subject to in the future.
Very important. I think for India, the focus needs to be on Atmanirbharta, Atmanirbharta, Atmanirbharta. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and Ambassador Hoskulson, Ambassador Sukla, and Ambassador Sibal for joining us for this fantastic masterclass on geopolitics in the India context.
Thank you, Ambassador Hoskulson. Thank you, Ambassador Suklal and Ambassador Sibal, for your perspectives, very precious ones, especially on the future of globalization, as Parikshit said, from the India context. And thank you so much, Parikshit, for that very engaging conversation. With that, we'll now pause the discussions for a quick break. Let's now join back in 20 minutes to explore the next set of conversations shaping India. Enjoy your tea and coffee break. Investment, boosting regional economies and positioning India as a global travel destination. Let's take this conversation forward. And for that, let me also welcome Amish Devgan of Network18. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
And to share insights from the front line of this transformation, we are honored to have Shri Gajendra Shekhawat, Union Minister of Tourism, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
चलिए, लंच के बाद एक पॉलिटिकल सेशन होना बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है. आप सबकी भी नींद खुल जाएगी थोड़ी. सो जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन करिए गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत का. सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर हैं और साथ ही साथ बीजेपी के कद्दावर नेता भी हैं. शेखावत जी, अभिनंदन है आपका न्यूज 18 पर. सबसे पहले तो आपको शारदीय नवरात्रों की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. और कल प्रधानमंत्री ने देश के नाम एक संबोधन दिया और उस संबोधन में प्रधानमंत्री ने जो जीएसटी 2.0 है उसको एक उत्सव के रूप में, अंग्रेजी में जिसे कहते हैं एक फेस्टिवल के रूप में बनाने का अनुरोध किया समूचे देश से. हाउ बिग इज दिस?
देखिए, शारदीय नवरात्र की बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं आपको और आपके सभी दर्शकों को, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी श्रोताओं को. लंच के बाद में पॉलिटिकल सेशन रखना मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा था, क्योंकि लंच के बाद में किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंच पर बैठने वाले लोगों की दोहरी चुनौती होती है. मैं जब स्टूडेंट लीडर था उससे पहले भी बहुत बार बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में, प्रोग्राम्स में मुझे मंच के सामने बैठने का अवसर मिला. तब एक ही चुनौती होती थी कि अपने आप को जगाए रखना, ताकि कैमरा कहीं घूमे और आप सोते हुए कैद न हो जाओ। लेकिन अब जब मंच पे होते हो तब खुद को भी जगाए रखना होता है और सामने वालों के ऊपर भी।
और मुझे एक बात याद आई, पार्लियामेंट में किसी को आप लोगों ने पकड़ लिया था सोते हुए?
तो देखिए, पार्लियामेंट में स्वाभाविक है, एक सांसद, मैं जानता हूँ एक लोकसभा का सांसद होने के नाते कितना काम करना पड़ता है, शायद मुझे लगता है कि सामान्य लोग उसकी कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। मैं यदि मेरा कहूँ तो मैं साल में लगभग 150 से ज्यादा रात मेरे शहर और दिल्ली के बीच में जो ट्रेन चलती है उसमें गुजारता हूँ। मतलब एक बेडरूम में एक बिस्तर पे अगर मैं अधिकतम रात कहीं सोता हूँ एक साल में, पिछले इतने इतने सालों से, तो वो मेरी मंडोर एक्सप्रेस की ट्रेन है। अब एक सांसद बेचारा सुबह 6 बजे अपना काम शुरू करता है, रात को 1 बजे तक लोगों से बात करता है, रात को 2 बजे लोगों का फोन उठाता है। उसको कहीं दिन भर के पार्लियामेंट में बैठे हुए एक आध झपकी आ जाए, ज्यादा चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए। जहां तक जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की बात है, जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स केवल एक नीतिगत निर्णय नहीं है
जी।
जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स केवल मात्र एक करों में राहत जितना विषय नहीं है। जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स पिछले 10 साल में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से देश की अर्थव्यवस्था जो यूपीए के समय बेपटरी हुई थी, उनके लोन देने की कल्चर के चलते हुए जिस तरह से हमारे बैंक बर्बादी के कगार पर थे, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस के चलते हुए जिस तरह से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज में खड़ा किया गया था, वहां से लाकर के आज भारत कड़े और बड़े फैसलों के आधार पर, लोकहित और देश हित में लिए गए निर्णयों के आधार पर आज जिस मुकाम पर आकर के खड़ा हुआ है, जब देश चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है, 4 साल से लगातार दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है, देश का कर संचय का बेस जो है ब्रॉडन होकर के 2.5-3 गुना बढ़ गया है। देश का टैक्स कलेक्शन 60,000 से 70,000 करोड़ रुपए पर मंथ के बीच में जब जीएसटी लागू हुआ था तब था, वहां से लेकर के आज 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए प्रतिमाह हो गया है। ये देश के लिए उन सारे फैसलों और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में देश की प्रगति की परिणति है। और जब प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा लाल किले के प्राचीर से देश 2 बार दिवाली मनाएगा, देश दिवाली से पहले दिवाली के मोड में आ चुका है।
जी, लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कल एक टर्म को यूज किया, न्यू मिडिल क्लास। उसमें सरकार का संदर्भ क्या है?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में पदार्पण से पहले 2014 से पहले गरीबी हटाओ इसको एक नारे की तरह या राजनीतिक हथियार के रूप में उपयोग किया गया था, लेकिन देश में गरीबों की संख्या सुरसा के मुंह की तरह बढ़ती जा रही थी। पहली बार किसी ने व्यावहारिक तौर पर काम करते हुए देश में गरीबी और गरीबी से जुड़े हुए विषयों को एड्रेस करने पर काम किया। योजनाओं का ही केवल निर्माण की नहीं किया, अपितु योजनाओं को 100% सैचुरेशन के दृष्टिकोण से धरातल पर उतारा।
जी,
मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं की, मूलभूत विषयों की चुनौती से जूझते हुए समाज को उनसे बाहर निकाल करके देश के लिए एक असेट साइड में ला करके खड़ा किया, और उसका परिणाम था नीति आयोग के आंकड़े उठा करके देख लें, वर्ल्ड बैंक के आंकड़े उठा करके देख लें, देश की दुनिया के दूसरे इकोनॉमी का एनालिसिस करने वाले ऐसे सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और इंस्टीट्यूट्स के आंकड़ों को उठा करके देख लें, मीडिया के वर्टिकल्स पे उठा करके देख लें। कुछ आंकड़ों में अंतर हो सकता है, कहीं 20 करोड़ होगा, कहीं 22 करोड़ होगा, कहीं 25 करोड़ होगा, कोई 30 करोड़ की बात कर रहा होगा, लेकिन इतना बड़ा तबका ऐसा है जो गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकल करके अब मध्यम वर्ग का जीवन जीने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त कर चुका है। वो न्यू मिडिल क्लास है। तो दैट इज एस्पायरिंग क्लास ऑफ आवर कंट्री।
ओके, आप कह रहे हैं जो मिडिल क्लास और एक दूसरी क्लास के बीच में वो न्यू मिडिल क्लास है?
नहीं जी, नई कोई क्लास नहीं है। मिडिल क्लास में जो नए लोग एंटर हुए दैट इज न्यू
मिडिल क्लास। अच्छा, एक इसकी पॉलिटिकल साइड है, और पॉलिटिकल साइड ये है कि बीजेपी का, जब से बीजेपी का जन्म हुआ तब से मिडिल क्लास जो है वो बीजेपी का बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट बेस रहा है नेशन वाइड, स्पेशली अगर हम पूरे देश की बात करें अटल जी, अडवाणी जी के युग से। सो उस मिडिल क्लास को 10 साल में बीजेपी की सरकार देने का बहुत प्रयास कर पा रही थी, लेकिन दे नहीं पा रही थी। इसीलिए इनकम टैक्स में भी राहत दी है, और इसीलिए जीएसटी में भी इतनी बड़ी राहत देने का प्रयास हुआ है, और इसका एक हमें रिजल्ट भी देखने को मिला। दिल्ली इलेक्शंस में आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे एक दिग्गज को चुनाव हरवा दिया, मतलब उनकी पार्टी चुनाव हार गई। इसकी पॉलिटिकल साइड भी है शेखावत जी?
इसको देखिए, हर निर्णय की में राजनीति खोजना इस देश की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था के साथ में जुड़ा हुआ विषय है।
जी।
हमारे मन में नहीं होगा तो मीडिया के साथ ही आप लोग खोज देंगे, और आप लोग खोज करके हमारे सामने प्रतिपक्ष में बैठे हुए लोगों को सुझा देंगे और वो उसका तंदूरा बजाने लगेंगे।
नहीं, हम नहीं समझा रहे,
या
प्रतिपक्ष
वो
वालों को।
बजाने लगेंगे तो आप उसको दिखाने लगेंगे, वैसी वर्षा दोनों हो सकता है। देखिए, मोदी सरकार के फैसले राजनीतिक स्वार्थ और हितों को लेकर के नहीं किए जाते। वहां मंत्र है देश हित सर्वोपरि, दल का हित उसके बाद में, और उसके बाद में कहीं व्यक्ति या कहीं किसी और का हित आता है। इसीलिए देश का हित लेकर के जब फैसले करते हैं, देश की जनता प्रतिसाद के रूप में जो है वो राजनीतिक दायित्व देती है, सफलताएं देती है, वो इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट है। लेकिन डायरेक्ट राजनीतिक के लाभ से और राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से फैसले जिन्होंने किए थे, वो आज देश की राजनीति में हाशिए पर सिमट करके खड़े हो गए।
नहीं, जब ऑपोजिशन के नेता बोलते हैं, बड़े बड़े नेता बोलते हैं, मैं सबका नाम लेना चाहूंगा तो समय निकल जाएगा सवाल में। वो कहते हैं कि टैरिफ से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये पूरा खेल खेला गया है। दैट्स अनदर वर्जन। व्हाट्स योर टेक?
मैं याद दिला देता हूं, डिमोनेटाइजेशन जब होने वाला था, उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव हो रहे थे
जी।
पुराने रिकॉर्ड उठा करके देख लीजिएगा उस समय कैसी टिप्पणियां की गई थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या था। मैं फिर कहूंगा, हर विषय को राजनीतिक दृष्टि से देखने की कोशिश करना, उस लेंस से देखने की कोशिश करना और माइक्रोस्कोप लगा करके उसमें राजनीति ढूंढना और उसकी आलोचना करके अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थों या महत्वाकांक्षा की पूर्ति करने के प्रयास पहले भी होते रहे। इस 10 साल के कालखंड में लगातार इस तरह के प्रयास किए गए। एक बार पहले भी विफल हुए, एक बार फिर विफलता होगी।
अच्छा, इसके अंदर एक आंकड़ा है, वो ये है कि ये जो नई स्लैब रेट्स आई हैं जीएसटी की, इसके बाद 85% गुड जो हैं वो लगभग और वस्तुएं हैं, सर्विसेज हैं, गुड सर्विसेज हैं, ये अब 5% टैक्स के दायरे में आएंगे और इससे लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत होगी। क्या आपको लगता है कि वो सारा सरकार का assumption ये है कि जो बचत होगी वो पैसा दोबारा सिस्टम में आएगा? दैट्स योर बिलीफ?
देखिए,
हालांकि
जो दो इंपॉर्टेंट टैक्स स्लैब्स की बात करें हम, 12% की या 12 और 18 दोनों को जोड़ करके अगर उससे हम टैक्स रिडक्शन हो उसकी बात करें तो 95% गुड्स जो है इन दोनों स्लैब में थे, उनका टैक्स रेट कम हो गया। 28% स्लैब में थी, उसमें भी लगभग 85% का आंकड़ा जो है वो ये दिखाता है कि वहां टैक्स रेट कम हो गया है। हर एक आदमी के, आपके, मेरे सामने बैठे आपके दर्शक, सबके घर में जितनी भी दैनिक उपयोग की वस्तुएं हैं
जी,
खेत में काम करने वाले किसान से लेकर के और बंबई के बड़े आलीशान घर में रहने वाले तक, सबके हर एक के जीवन की उपयोग की वस्तुओं को जो है वो टैक्स स्लैब कम करके 0 से 5% के बीच में लाया गया है।
जी।
जब बचत होती है, मैंने जब इनकम टैक्स का स्लैब चेंज किया था, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने पिछले बजट में जब ये तय कर दिया था कि 12 लाख रुपए तक देश में किसी भी नागरिक पर 0 इनकम टैक्स होगा, तब भी मैंने जो बात कही थी मैं आज फिर दोहराता हूं। देखिए, जब टैक्स का बोझ कम होता है तो निश्चित रूप से जेब में पैसा बचता है। जब जेब में पैसा बचता है तो आदमी मार्केट में जाके या तो निवेश करेगा या खर्च करेगा, दो ही काम करेगा। दोनों में सरकार का लाभ है। निवेश करेगा तो भी सरकार का लाभ है, और जो है अगर जाकर के मार्केट में खर्च करता है, चाहे वो अपने घर में कुछ सामान खरीदने के लिए, संसाधन खरीदने के लिए, गैजेट्स खरीदने के लिए खर्च करे या पर्यटन के लिए, पर्यटन उसका ऑटोमेटिकली एक बड़ा बेनिफिशियरी होता है। और हम सब ने देखा है जिस तरह से इकोनॉमी ने ग्रो किया, जिस तरह से टैक्स बेस कम हुआ, आज भारत का डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवल जो है वो बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है। पिछले 1 साल में 294 करोड़ यात्राएं इस भारत में डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवलर्स ने की है। और आप ही देख ही रहे हैं, आप आंकड़े उठा करके देख लीजिएगा, मध्य प्रदेश में उज्जैन का महाकाल मंदिर बनने से पहले जो महाकाल लोक का निर्माण किया पिछली सरकार के समय में, शिवराज सिंह जी और देश की सरकार ने मिलकर के, महाकाल लोक बनने से पहले उज्जैन में टोटल शिवरात्रि को छोड़ करके टोटल जो है दर्शनार्थी जाते थे वो लगभग 20 लाख के आसपास होते थे। और अभी शिवरात्रि को छोड़ करके एवरेज अगर निकालें तो हर सप्ताह का लगभग 10 लाख से ज्यादा है। तो ये जो 25 गुना वृद्धि हुई है, ये केवल महाकाल लोक बनने से नहीं हुई है, वहां सुविधा उसके कारण से बढ़ी है, लेकिन देश के लोगों के पास खर्च करने के लिए जेब में पैसा है। इसलिए आप हर सीजन के समय ओवर टूरिज्म की जो है स्टोरीज आप लोग सब चलाते हो। शिमला में भीड़ है, मसूरी में भीड़ है, नैनीताल में पांव रखने की जगह नहीं है, देश के किसी भी मंदिर में जगह नहीं है, किसी भी तीर्थ पर्यटन स्थल पर जगह नहीं। वो इसलिए है क्योंकि देश की इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही है और देश के लोगों की जेब में पैसा बच रहा है।
हमने महाकुंभ में देखा, मैंने खुद विटनेस किया है कि कितने लोग वहां जा रहे थे। एक जो हिंदू तीर्थ स्थानों पर भीड़ बढ़ी है, उसके पीछे एक बड़ा कारण है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने एक हिंदू चेतना भी जगाई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जेनजी में भी जेनजी की बड़ी बात हो रही है, तो एक उनमें फोमो हो जाता है कि हम नहीं जा रहे तो वी आर मिसिंग आउट समथिंग। आई विल गेट इनटू दैट आल्सो, बट जीएसटी की बात अगर हम करें तो इन रिफॉर्म की अभी आवश्यकता क्या थी? इकोनॉमी ने ऐसा क्या सिग्नल दिया था? व्हाट्स योर व्यू?
देखिए, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था जिस तरह से मैंने प्रारंभिक प्रश्न के उत्तर में कहा था कि जब जीएसटी लागू हुआ था उससे पहले के परिप्रेक्ष्य में चाहिए। अनेक तरह के टैक्स, देश में अलग अलग तरह के टैक्स स्लैब्स, हर राज्य की अपनी टैक्स संरचना और लगभग 18 तरह के ऐसे टैक्स जो सिमिलर टैक्सेस सब जगह थे। इसके स्लैब्स अलग अलग हो सकती थी, हर राज्य में थे। मैन्युफैक्चरर परेशान था, उपभोक्ता परेशान था, टैक्स ओवर टैक्स के कारण से कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट होता था, उसके कारण से जनता जो है आम जन को, उपभोक्ता को वस्तुएं महंगी मिलती थी।
जी,
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्णय किया, विपक्ष ने बहुत सारे, विपक्ष के नेतृत्व वाली सरकारें थी, उन्होंने बहुत सारी चिंताएं व्यक्त की। आज इस जगह पे खड़े होकर और बैठ के धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं देश के प्रधानमंत्री के, उन्होंने उनके निर्णय का और उनके साहस का। उन्होंने कहा कि टैक्स कलेक्शन कम नहीं होगा और किसी राज्य को अगर नुकसान होगा उसकी भरपाई केंद्र सरकार करेगी, और हमने की। आप जब प्रारंभ में 2017 में जीएसटी लागू हुआ था, उस समय पहले 6 महीने का एवरेज टैक्स कलेक्शन देखिए, वो 60-70 हजार करोड़ के बीच में एक महीने का था।
जी जी जी,
ऑल टाइम हाई 2,34,000 करोड़ को छोड़ दूं, लेकिन अभी भी पिछले 6 महीने का टैक्स कलेक्शन उसी जो है रेस्पेक्टिव 6 महीनों का ही अगर मैं निकालूंगा तो 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए। ये जो इकोनॉमी ने ग्रोथ की, क्योंकि हमने टैक्स एक किया, मार कम हुई, लोगों के पास पैसा पड़ा, हमने साहसिक निर्णय लिए, देश की इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करने वाले निर्णय लिए, हमने देश में करदाताओं के बेस को ब्रॉडन अप किया। लेकिन पहले थोड़े से करदाता बहुत सारा बोझ उठाते थे, अब बहुत सारे करदाता मिलकर के थोड़ा थोड़ा बोझ उठाते हैं। ये जब काम करना शुरू किया, इसके अतिरिक्त ईमानदारी से जो है टैक्स असेसमेंट को शुरू किया, टैक्स कलेक्शन को शुरू किया, आज उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि देश की सरकार टैक्स बढ़ाने के बजाय टैक्स घटा करके देशवासियों को सौगात दे पाई।
एक सिग्नल इकोनॉमी ने क्या दिया, उस लाइन में आप क्या बोलोगे? वन लाइन में
कि एक नहीं, एक का अधिक 2,34,000 करोड़ रुपए देश की सरकार के पास में एक महीने का हाईएस्ट कलेक्शन अगर होता है, 60,000 करोड़ से यात्रा इकट्ठी होकर शुरू होकर के 2,34,000 करोड़ रुपए की दिखता है। मुझे लगता है ये निर्णय पर्याप्त है।
तो ग्लोबल
और इसके अतिरिक्त देश की जनता पर कर का बोझ कम करने से देश की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और विशेष रूप से जो हमारा एमएसएमई सेक्टर जो है वो बेनिफिट होता है, देश की मेक इन इंडिया स्पिरिट को फायदा होता है। ये प्रूवन ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है, इसलिए देश की सरकार को ये निर्णय करना।
ये पॉइंट है, ये तो सब पहले भी हो रहा था, अब क्योंकि ग्लोबल परिप्रेक्ष्य को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया।
कोई आदमी अगर दौड़ना शुरू करे 400 मीटर की रेस में
जी,
और वो 400 मीटर की फिनिश लाइन पे जाकर के बहुत तेजी के साथ में 3-4 कदम भर के दौड़े और फिनिश लाइन पे जीत जाए, क्या आप उससे ये प्रश्न करोगे कि दौड़ तो आप पहले भी तेज रहे थे, आज अभी लास्ट में जाकर के आपको 4 कदम क्यों दौड़ना पड़ा?
तो आप
तय कर दीजिए सब।
तो चलिए मैं जीएसटी की पॉलिटिक्स पे बात करता हूं। कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि ये सब कुछ राहुल गांधी ने करवाया है, राहुल गांधी की वजह से सब कुछ हुआ है। फाइनली मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी की सुननी पड़ी, मोदी कैबिनेट को सुननी पड़ी।
आपने ठीक से तो सुना था?
नहीं, यही बोला है, जो बोला है मैं बता रहा हूं।
क्योंकि कांग्रेस के अधिकांश नेता आजकल ऑफ द कैमरा तो ये कहते हैं कि ये सब राहुल गांधी का किया धरा है, ये जो दुर्दशा है, दुर्गति है, ऐसा कहते हैं। जितने मेरे मित्र हैं, मैं जब ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड बात करता हूं तो वो ऐसी बात करते हैं। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं सुना है आपने? वरना जीएसटी को लेकर के, जब जीएसटी लागू हुई तब से लेकर के आज तक हर मंच पे खड़े होकर के उन्होंने इसको गब्बर सिंह टैक्स कहा था। उन्होंने ये कहा था कि ये गब्बर सिंह टैक्स जो है ये देश का शोषण है। उन्होंने कहा था कि देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को बर्बाद कर देगा, देश के उपभोक्ताओं के जेब खाली कर देगा। उन्होंने ये कहा था कि जब कभी भी हमारी सरकार बनेगी, उनको भी पता है कि नहीं बनेगी, लेकिन जब कभी भी बनेगी तो हम इसको समाप्त कर देंगे। अब जब देश की जनता दिवाली मना रही है, खुशियों के चरम पर है, तब अपनी खींच मिटाने के लिए वो राहुल गांधी जी को श्रेय देने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
देखिए वैसे तो सोर्स बताना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं सोर्स बता देता हूं। जयराम रमेश लिखते हैं, ही राइट्स की हमने जुलाई 2017 से ही जीएसटी 2.0 की मांग कर दी थी। ये लोकसभा चुनाव 2024 के लिए हमारे न्याय पत्र का में भी प्रमुख वादा था। आज उसी वादे को निभाया गया है।
आप 2024 के उनके पॉलिटिकल भाषण हर मंच के उठा करके देख लीजिए। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारी सरकार बनेगी, हम जीएसटी खत्म कर देंगे। जो खत्म करने की बात थी वो राहत की चाय के ऊपर क्रेडिट लेने की कोशिश कैसे कर सकते हैं?
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे कहते हैं 900 चूहे खाके बिल्ली हज को चली। आज ही सुबह का है।
अमीश भाई, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब के पास में गांधी परिवार की तारीफ करने के अलावा या उनको हर चीज का क्रेडिट देने के अलावा उनके पास में और है भी क्या?
कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष हैं वो,
तो तभी तो उनके पास में और कुछ नहीं है इसके अतिरिक्त।
तो आप कह रहे हैं उनकी अपनी कोई क्षमता ताकत नहीं है?
ये आप मुझे मत पूछिए।
मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपसे।
देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों से नींद में से उठा करके पूछोगे, वो भी बता देंगे, चाहे वो किसी भी पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी का होगा।
जी, लेकिन उन्होंने क्या कहा, सरकार ने कांग्रेस के सरल और कुशल जीएसटी की बजाय अलग अलग 9 स्लैब से वसूली करके गब्बर सिंह टैक्स लगाया था। 8 साल में 55 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा वसूले हैं। अब फाइनली इन्होंने बात मानी है, वो भी यही लिख रहे हैं।
मैं आपसे एक बात पूछना चाहता हूँ आपके दर्शकों के सामने भी, किस 2017 से लेकर 2025 तक सारे टैक्स को एक साथ इकट्ठा करके
जी
एक जीएसटी लागू किया गया था 2017 में। उससे पहले 10 साल तक उनकी सरकार थी, अलग अलग टैक्सेस लगते थे। 18 तरह का इंस्पेक्टर जो है वो ट्रेडर और मैन्युफैक्चरर की छाती पे उसके घर पे घुसा रहता था। कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट की मार जो है उपभोक्ता झेलता था। जिन लोगों ने 10 साल तक सरकार में ये सब जनता को दंश दिया था, वो उस सुधार पर टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार कहां से प्राप्त करते हैं? और देश की जनता ने इसको देखा है। लोकतंत्र में देखिए सबसे बड़ा पैमाना क्या होता है? चुनाव होता है। अगर माननीय मोदी जी का निर्णय देश के हित में और देशवासियों के अनुकूल नहीं होता ना, तो तीसरी बार लगातार इतने बड़े बहुमत के साथ में देश की जनता जो है उनको आशीर्वाद देकर के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनाते।
जी, लेकिन कांग्रेस को लग रहा है कि उनका आइडिया, आजकल उनको बहुत चीजें लग रहा है चोरी हो रही हैं, लेकिन वो कह रहा है आइडिया भी चोरी हो रहा है उनका।
देखिए कोई आइडिया, मैं आपके सामने एक बात और रखना चाहता हूं। उन्हीं की रिजीव में प्रधानमंत्री, देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने यह कहा था कि हम 100 रुपया दिल्ली से भेजते हैं, वो धरातल पर पहुंचते पहुंचते 15 रुपए बच जाता है। उन्होंने पैसे में कहा होगा 100 पैसे भेजते हैं, 15 पैसे पहुंचते हैं।
जी
85% ड्रेन हो जाता है। ड्रेन हो जाता है, ये वो एक्सेप्ट करते थे। फाइलें उठा करके देखिएगा, कभी एक्सेस मिलेगा तो उस समय भी इस पर विचार हुआ था कि इसका समाधान क्या हो सकता है, लेकिन समाधान नहीं हुआ था। समाधान करने की चेष्टा भी नहीं की गई थी, और कुछ जितनी की गई थी वो भी कर नहीं पाए थे, क्योंकि साहस नहीं था। राजनीतिक डर इतना था कि कुर्सी छिन जाएगी, इस डर के मारे नहीं कर पाए। देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक संकल्प लेकर के देश के हर आदमी का बैंक का खाता खुले और डिजिटाइजेशन की ताकत से दुनिया को सबसे ज्यादा डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन वाला देश भारत को बना दिया, बिचौलियों को समाप्त कर दिया। अब वो ये कहें कि ये आइडिया हमारा चोरी कर लिया। तुम आइडियाओं के साथ में, आइडियाज के साथ में रात भर स्वप्न देखो और उनके डर के मारे आइडियाज को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाओ, और कोई आकर के आइडिया को इंप्लीमेंट कर दे, तो धन्यवाद देना चाहिए ना।
जी,
हमने उनके आइडिया को, अगर वो मानते हैं, अगर वो मानते हैं तो उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए, आपने हमारा आइडिया इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया। एक बार भी साहस के साथ में खड़े होकर के उन्होंने धन्यवाद दिया क्या?
नहीं, पर एक बात तो बहुत साहस
जब
के साथ
जीएसटी लागू किया तो उन्होंने कहा कि जीएसटी तो गब्बर सिंह टैक्स है। जीएसटी की शुरुआत की
लेकिन एक बात तो बहुत साहस के साथ कहते हैं, वो कहते हैं वोट चोरी करा है आप लोगों ने। वो हर दूसरे दिन कहते हैं, कह रहे वोट चोरी करा है। वो कुछ आंकड़े भी लेकर आ जाते हैं।
नहीं, मैं तो अभी इस पर विचार कर रहा हूं। हम कुछ लोग बैठ करके सोच रहे हैं कि अब अगला वो क्या बात करेंगे, क्योंकि पिछले चुनाव तक वो ईवीएम पर बात करते थे, उसके बाद में वो ईसीआई पर बात करते थे, उससे पहले वो कुछ और विषयों पे बात करते थे। अब की बार वो वोट चोरी तक पहुंचे। अगली बार क्या बात करेंगे, अपने तो चिंता उस पर करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनकी बात को देश गंभीरता से नहीं लेता, ये सिद्ध हो चुका है। उनकी बात को लोग मजाक समझ करके उड़ा देते। उनकी बात में कहीं कोई तथ्य नहीं है, कहीं कोई लॉजिक नहीं है। देश सारा जानता है।
आपको लगता है वोट चोरी मुद्दा है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस उस पर बहुत दमखम के साथ लगी हुई है?
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोगों की मजबूरी है कि नेता जो कहेगा उसके उसी राग में राग उनको मिलानी पड़ेगी, सुर में सुर मिलाना पड़ेगा। लेकिन देश की जनता इस बात को बहुत अच्छे तरह से जानती है और पहचानती है। मैं तो इतना कहूंगा कि संविधान को जेब में रख करके हम संवैधानिक व्यवस्था का सम्मान नहीं कर सकते। उसके लिए संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं का सम्मान करना पड़ता है। संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को जो है वो मजबूत करना पड़ता है। देश की संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़े करना संविधान का अपमान करने के बराबर है, जो आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी निरंतर कर रहे हैं। कभी वो न्यायपालिका पे प्रश्न खड़ा करते हैं, कभी वो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया पे खड़ा करते हैं, कभी वो जांच एजेंसियों पे खड़ा करते हैं। पहले आपको याद होगा पिछले चुनाव के समय में रफाल्स को लेकर के उन्होंने कितने बड़े बड़े
आजकल तो वो बम भी फोड़ रहे हैं।
जितनी टोटल डील नहीं थी उतनी से ज्यादा बड़ी डील।
आप तो राजस्थान से आते हैं, पोखरण भी जाते रहते होंगे। वहां अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने सबसे दूसरे नंबर, पहले इंदिरा गांधी ने करा, फिर अटल जी ने वहां पर
परमाणु लोकसभा क्षेत्र
आप ही का लोकसभा क्षेत्र है। अब राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि वो दिल्ली में हाइड्रोजन बम फोड़ेंगे, पॉलिटिकल हाइड्रोजन बम।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी दिल्ली में हाइड्रोजन बम फोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं और मोदी जी की सरकार पाकिस्तान में आतंकवादियों के किलों को ढहाने के लिए बम फोड़ती है। ये फर्क है, और ये फर्क देश की जनता बहुत स्पष्ट निगाहों से देखती है। उनको दिखाने की और समझाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
जी जी, एक अगला इंपॉर्टेंट विषय है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का 75वां जन्मदिवस। जी जी जी,
वो कुर्सी की प्राप्ति के लिए इस तरह के दुष्प्रयास करते हैं, और हम देश का सम्मान बढ़ाने के लिए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश को आतंकवाद से मुक्त करने के लिए, देश के दुश्मनों का सफाया करने के लिए इस तरह से करें। देश की जनता जानती है, पहचानती है, देखती है, तभी तो वो हाशिए पर सिमटते हैं। अब कहीं एक कोने में रह गए हैं।
जी, लेकिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट 17 सितंबर गया है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का 75वां जन्मदिन था। व्हाट इज योर मोदी स्टोरी यू वांट टू शेयर हियर?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ में लंबे समय से काम करने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चलती फिरती विश्वविद्यालय हैं। जब कभी भी उनसे मिलने का अवसर मिला है, चाहे किसी को भी, अगर वो अपने दिमाग की खिड़की खुली रख करके मिलता है तो वो वहां से कुछ ना कुछ सीख करके आता है। वो अपने हर वाक्य से, अपने हर सुझाव से, अपनी हर समीक्षा से,
कोई इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा
और
आप
अपने
शेयर करना
हर
चाहेंगे?
बातचीत से वो कुछ न कुछ आपको अवश्य रूप से सिखाएंगे। अनेक विषय हो सकते हैं, लेकिन किसी विषय को वो कितनी गंभीरता के साथ में पकड़ते हैं। मैं जब सांसद था, एक बार उनके पास में अपने लोकसभा क्षेत्र के किसी विषय को लेकर के गया था। मैंने विषय एयरपोर्ट के एक्सपेंशन से जुड़ा हुआ विषय था, मैंने विषय उनके सामने रखा। उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, इसकी मुझे क्रोनोलॉजिकली ये सब चीज लिख करके दे दो। 10 मिनट का समय था, मेरी बात तो लगभग 45 सेकंड में समाप्त हो गई थी। उठने लगा तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि बैठो, और क्या कर रहे हो? मैं उस समय एक सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर मैंने एक जो है इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था, जिसमें हम लोग कुछ विषयों को लेकर के शोध करना चाहते थे। और हमने देश के दुनिया भर के ऐसे बच्चों से, जो लोग पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, इंस्टीट्यूट्स में पढ़ रहे हैं, उनसे कहा था कि देश की सरकार और प्रदेशों की सरकारें जो डिफरेंट स्कीम्स चलाती हैं, योजनाएं चलाती है, उन योजनाओं को आपस में जोड़ करके बेटर तरीके से सिंक्रोनाइज करके अच्छे रिजल्ट्स कैसे प्राप्त किए जा सकते हैं, इस पर हम स्टडी करें।
जी,
हमने शॉर्टलिस्ट करके लगभग 2000 लोग जिन्होंने अप्लाई किया था, उसमें से 350 लोगों को हमने साथ जोड़ा, जिसमें देश के हर IIT, हर IIM, हर एम्स, हर NLU, हर प्रदेश और देश के फ्लैगशिप इंस्टीट्यूट्स के विद्यार्थी थे। सब लोगों ने उस पर काम किया, 3-4 महीने एक्सरसाइज की। हमने डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए थे, उस सेक्टर्स पे लोगों ने काम किया। उन्होंने जो है और अपनी तरफ से उस पर आइडिएट किया, उसको आगे बढ़ाया। तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताया कि मैं इस विषय पर काम कर रहा हूँ। उन्होंने तुरंत अपने दोनों सहयोगियों को बुलाया और उनसे कहा गुजराती में कि ये जो काम कर रहे हैं ये अच्छा काम है, एक बार इसको समझिए। मुझे लगा, मैं नया संसद में आया था, मुझे भी लगा कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा समझिए, PM ऑफिस में कभी 5-10 दिन बाद इनको याद आएगी। मैं अपना बाहर निकल के भोजन करने जा रहा था, मुझे फोन आया कि आप कहाँ चले गए? मैंने कहा साहब रोटी खाने जा रहा हूँ। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, पहले आप वापस आओ। तो मैंने कहा मेरे पास कंप्यूटर लैपटॉप कुछ भी नहीं है, मैं क्या बताऊंगा। कि नहीं, आप आकर के ऐसे ही एक्सप्लेन करो। मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया 1 मिनट, 10-15 मिनट में। तो उन्होंने कहा इसको आप मुझे लिख करके भेज दिया। और उसके बाद में दूसरे दिन मुझे सूचना मिलती है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश है कि आपको पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग, जहां बीजेपी के सारे लोकसभा राज्यसभा के सांसद होते हैं, उन सब के साथ में आपको प्रेजेंटेशन करना है। मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन किया, प्रधानमंत्री ने खुद उस प्रेजेंटेशन पर अपना वक्तव्य 10 मिनट तक उसकी भूमिका रखी। उसके बाद में उसको कंक्लूड उन्होंने खुद ने किया। एक नए सांसद जिसकी दिल्ली में कोई पहचान नहीं है, उसके किए हुए काम को किस तरह से महत्ता देना और उसकी उपयोगिता को पूरी संसद के सारे सदस्यों के सामने सिद्ध करना, सब अपने व्यक्ति की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने की जो हुनर उनका है, उन्होंने उनको नरेंद्र मोदी बनाया है।
जी जी जी, बिल्कुल आखिरी राउंड है और समय भी बिल्कुल समाप्त हो गया, तो एक एक लाइन में आपका जवाब चाहूंगा। रैपिड फायर राउंड है और आपके लिए बिल्कुल कठिन नहीं है, सरल सवाल है आपके लिए बिल्कुल। बड़ा नेता कौन है, राहुल गांधी है, तेजस्वी यादव है आपकी राय में? चूज वन।
निश्चित रूप से तेजस्वी यादव।
ओके,
राहुल गांधी जी बेचारे हो गए हैं। अब बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात कर रहा हूँ, बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में सीट डिवाइड होंगी तब देख लेना कौन है।
जी जी जी, जीएसटी रिफॉर्म जरूरी या मजबूरी, चुनावी मजबूरी बिहार की?
देश के लिए आवश्यक है।
देश के लिए आवश्यक है। और आखिरी पॉइंट, जेनजी पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ कहा जा रहा है, नेपाल जैसे हालात यहाँ ना बन जाए।
देश का भविष्य और भारत का जेनजी जिस तरह से देश के विषयों को लेकर के जिम्मेदार है, पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, हैदराबाद यूनिवर्सिटी का चुनाव, ये इस बात का परिचायक है।
पर राहुल जी को जेनजी से ही उम्मीद है।
उसके परिणाम इस बात से परिचायक हैं कि देश का युवा देश के परिवर्तन और देश के विकास और विकसित भारत के संकल्प के साथ पूरी ताकत के साथ जुड़ा और खड़ा है।
देश का, पर राहुल गांधी को जेनजी से उम्मीद है काफी।
हाँ, लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी से कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को और उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को कितनी उम्मीद बची है, समीक्षा इस पर करनी चाहिए।
शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस मंच पे आने के लिए। जोरदार तालियों से धन्यवाद करिए गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत का, केंद्रीय मंत्री।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those precious insights. And thank you, Amish, for that engaging conversation. So if GST 1 unified India's domestic market, GST 2.0 is about future-proofing it for the next decade of growth. To help us make sense of what lies ahead, please welcome Shweta Punj of Network 18. Ladies and gentlemen, please also put your hands together for one of India's top economic thinkers, economist, author, and member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Mr. Sanjeev Sania.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Sanjeev, for being here. Can we get a louder applause, please, for Sanjeev for embodying the spirit of Navratri today? I think we've gotten so many compliments, and it's lovely. Please take a seat. A very warm welcome to Reforms Reloaded. What a day to be talking to you. It's the start of the Savings Festival, as the Prime Minister called it. It's the first day of Navratri. And this morning, I was on an e-commerce platform, a quick commerce platform, and I was trying to buy something, but the prices have not gone down yet, Mr. Sanya. So, and we had, some companies talking about why it'll be difficult for them to pass on the rate cuts because it's just the price points are tricky. They'd rather increase the product size. I just want to get your thoughts in on this.
Now, never confuse capitalism with the private interests of capitalists. Of course, nobody wants to reduce their prices. However, let me say that the government has been very, very clear that we don't want to introduce another anti-profiteering type of thing because in the end, creating another Inspector Raj in that sense is not helpful. So it would be good if prices were passed through. Some may prefer to pass it through larger quantity. Obviously depends on the particular product. I mean, I can't see how you can pass on 25% or 18% more television, but anyway, it may be possible in some products, I don't know. But let me say that there should be public pressure on the manufacturing and producers and companies to pass this through because it is a windfall, but the windfall is not meant for them, it is meant for consumers.
Absolutely. In fact, yesterday the Prime Minister also said that the citizen is God, and you're saying that the public needs to speak up and put public pressure. However, having said that, it's easier said than done, and we've had an anti-profiteering agency in the past that's not really worked, and you've categorically come out and said that there should be no Inspector Raj. Is there a thought process in the government on how do we ensure that the rate cuts are passed on? Because, that is the question that I think everyone in the audience has here at the moment.
Look, I think business needs to understand that they are as much citizens as anyone else. So as a country, we do expect good behavior. Now, some of this has to come from social pressure. As I said, giving additional powers to the bureaucracy has its own connotations. Therefore, that is not something that I'm very keen on pushing for. So this is something that hopefully will, over time, I'm not saying it may need to happen immediately, but over the next few months, it would be important to see this pass through. And maybe it will. I mean, that's why you need competitive markets. Some people will pass it through, their prices will fall, and presumably they will, therefore their market share will go up and so on. So to some extent, the market may force it through anyway.
All right. In terms of a consumption push, there are various estimates, that have been doing the rounds. How soon do you expect the consumption to pick up, and what are the estimates that you are working with?
So first of all, it's impossible to put a number to this. So there are some people trying to put number to this, but let me tell you, as a person who trained economist, it is not possible to draw those demand and supply graphs. So because it's not just at one point, right? It's across the entire supply chain that you have reduced prices. So it's impossible to try and guess how much that will be. So I would say that it would be significant. But let me say one more thing. I think thinking of the benefit from just this one-time, demand boost during Navratra, whatever you think, is in fact the wrong way to think about it in the first place. You have to understand that the real benefit from this is to make the economic machinery more efficient. So what happened is, and so I need to step back a little bit, is to go back to how we implemented GST.
Ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed your tea and coffee break. Let's move our attention to our next conversation, and we turn to the markets for this. The ultimate test of whether reforms inspire confidence. India's forex reserves have hit a record $703 billion, and the IPO market is buzzing with 119 issues, raising over 510 billion rupees in H1 financial year of 2025. To explore what investors want from the next wave of reforms, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anuj Singhal, who will be joined by Nilesh Shah, MD Kotak Mahindra AMC, Utpal Seth, who's a founder and mentor at the Trust Group, and Atul Suri, who is the CEO at Marathon Trends. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back more rejuvenated after that break. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. The stage is all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, and well, good to see everyone settled back. Of course, you want to understand what's happening on the policy side, what's happening. You want to get a pulse of the policy side, you come to Delhi. But if you want to know what's happening in the market, you have to travel to Mumbai. I learned that 21 years ago, and now obviously we got whole of Mumbai here. We got Nilesh Bhai, Utpal Seth, and of course Atul Suri. Thank you first of all of you, for coming here and flying from Mumbai. Nilesh Bhai, I'm going to start with you. Gujarati mein kahavat hai, badhare badhare levanu, ghatane ghatane bechwanu. For those of you who don't understand, buy in a rising market, sell in a falling market. That used to be the trading principle. एक साल से most of the people are trying to understand, is this a rising market or is this a falling market? Your thoughts on that?
So very tough question, Anuj bhai, because after 5 years of 25% plus return in small and mid cap, everyone's expectation is that 25% return to ban hi jayega. Now, obviously, when those expectations are not felt, confusion arises whether it's a rising market or a falling market. I will say for an investor, this is a great opportunity to invest. And for a trader, it's a very, very difficult market.
Nilesh bhai said 25%. There was a time when people would say कि sir 25% बन जाए, we'll be happy. मैं 25% बहुत ज्यादा है, थोड़ा सा कम करो. बोले अच्छा चलो ठीक है 15% बन जाए काफी है. मैं कहा 15% बन सकता है, थोड़ी सी मेहनत करनी होगी, म्यूचुअल फंड्स में थोड़ा सा. बोले नहीं सर गलत समझ रहे हो, 15% साल का नहीं, 15% महीने का चाहिए. So we have seen that kind of phase in the market, right? Utpal, of course, you've been a legendary investor. You worked with, you've been the right-hand man. You were the right-hand man of Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. You've seen so many market cycles. You've seen so many reforms. How do you rate this particular reform, the GST cut? How big is that? Many people are comparing it with 91, many people with 96, the dream budget. To your mind, how big a reform is this for the market?
Thank you, Anuj. Before I start my response to that, let me extend what Nilesh bhai said. So Rakesh ji used to always say, "Vadhare vadhare levanu, gatade gatade vechwanu." But he also used to say that trading and investing are two different things. When you say "vadhare vadhare levanu" and "vadhare vadhare vechwanu," gatade gatade vechwanu, for trading, you are referring to price. That as price goes up, you buy more. As price go down, you reduce exposure. But when you're talking about investing, it is still vadhare vadhare levanu, still ghatade ghatade vechwanu, but you buy as the value goes up and sell as the value goes down. So in one case, you are following price. In the other case, you are following value. Okay. So since Nilesh bhai made that distinction, I thought I'll...
See, that's the advantage that you had of working with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, which none of us had, right?
Yes, I'm blessed. Thank you. Okay, coming to your question. See, I think it is a very material reform, much needed, because over the recent years, we were definitely seeing consumption struggling. And I'm hoping that this works out and consumption does pick up. Consumption is 60% plus of our economy.
Yeah.
It is imperative for consumption to do well. However, the root cause is actually the real per capita income. We need the real per capita income to go up. It can go up by two ways. One is incomes go up, and second is prices go down. This actually improves the real per capita income. So I think it is a very substantial reform, much needed, and we are looking forward to its positive outcome.
Okay. Nilesh bhai, just to extend that point, consumption, it's 60% of our GDP, right? Do you see this as a spring kind of effect on the economy? Because 2 साल से तकलीफ क्या रही है हमारी कि अर्निंग्स ग्रोथ नहीं आ रही है. मार्केट में हम जब भी बात करते हैं, कोई भी आप भी अगर आए हैं चैनल पर, आपने हमेशा बोला है कि अर्निंग्स ग्रोथ नहीं आ रही है. Can this lead to that virtuous cycle, people spending more, companies earning more, and then investing more, and eventually the earning cycle revising upwards?
So Anuj bhai, as Utpal bhai mentioned, this reform will support real per capita income. For last 10 years, we have done many supply side reforms, which kind of unleashed the supply creation, ease of doing business, the banking system cleanup. Now, it's time that we start pushing demand. because our capacity utilization has remained around 75% for some time. And if your capacity utilization doesn't go to 80, 85%, people are not investing. So now we are giving support on the demand side, hoping that this demand will create a virtuous cycle of demand improving utilization, utilization creating private capex creating new jobs, and this circle continues to move. But to me, this is first step. There are many more steps we need to take. And the most important thing is ease of doing business. We have done a lot. But even today, we have so many rules, regulations, compliance burden on an entrepreneur that it takes his energy and time in managing those compliances. For example, we have regulation which requires spittoons in a factory. अब अंग्रेज तो थुकदान लेके चले गए थे, वो भी उन्होंने हमारे यहाँ थोड़ी छोड़ा था, but we have kept that law. There's law which says that your wage slip has to be in particular font and particular color. अब आप wage slip email पे भेजो तो there's no rule and regulation on it. Now, should an entrepreneur be spending his energy on doing this kind of compliance or actually focus on business? So while this GST reform is a step in the right direction, let's complement it through ease of doing business and many other reforms so that we can actually go and touch double-digit growth. All this thing is good for us to get 5, 6, 7% growth. हम वो कक्षा के वो स्टूडेंट है जो अव्वल दर्जे पे तो पास हो रहा है, बट सिर्फ 70% पेपर ही अटेम्प्ट कर रहा है, बाकी का 30% छोड़ के आ रहा है. Let's go and get 100 out of 100 by hitting 10% growth rate.
I was having a conversation with Atul earlier in the day because I was here and Atul said ki kya lag raha hai market, and I was like, because this is the one question that everyone is asking, kya lag raha hai market, pata kisi ko nahi hai. And the problem, Atul, is that earlier we could at least report something. Now at 3:30 my biggest challenge is what should be my headline, because Nifty 50 पॉइंट ऊपर या 50 पॉइंट नीचे और मुझे दोनों को एक्सप्लेन करना है. तो एक दिन क्रूड ऊपर था तो मैंने बोला मार्केट इज अप बिकॉज क्रूड इज अप. अगले दिन मार्केट नीचे था, मैंने बोला मार्केट इज डाउन बिकॉज क्रूड इज अप. कुछ ना कुछ तो रीजन ढूंढना है. बट यू टेल मी एज अ फंड मैनेजर, हाउ आर यू नेविगेटिंग दिस एग्जॉस्टिंग मार्केट, एंड डू यू थिंक दिस जीएसटी कट कैन लीड टू सम काइंड ऑफ maybe upliftment of sentiment?
So there's a line I heard long ago, I don't know from whom it was. So it says that they think we know. We know we don't know, but we also know they don't know. So it's like that. So we are in some sort of that stage. As you rightly said, we see the index se upar hai, so you have to manufacture a reason why the market is up. And half an hour later, the market is down. You have to manufacture a reason why the market is down. So in these narrow ranges, very often we, get into that phase. And we have been experiencing for the last 1 year. But as people who manage public money, we always tell people that, hey, take a time horizon a little longer. The last 1 year has been very frustrating. It's been, the index is where it is, and most funds have actually lagged it. But the moment you stretch it, as Nilesh Bhai said, that the returns that we've had since 2000, which I think was a major reset, which was the COVID time. Since there, we've had 4 years of phenomenal returns. And even if you factor in this sideways market of last 1 year.
You mean 2020?
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah.
So the returns have been phenomenal. So yes, I mean, I think it's like, you're like a marathon runner, right? It's 42 kilometers. You set off. We were the best performing market those 3-4 years. But to complete a marathon, you don't have to be the first every kilometer. In fact, if you try to be the first every kilometer, you may not finish the marathon. It may exhaust you. At some stage, you need to retain your energy. You need to take a step back. So I feel that we are going through a consolidation in a larger bull market. And that 1 year is painful. Misplaced expectations, yes. The global markets are going up and we are not going up. That is even more painful. But one has to take a step back and look what we've done 2 to 3, 4 years before that. And from that point of view, I think it's phenomenal. So I think this is a correction in a larger bull market. And yes, it's always painful because expectations are 25%. The good part is that those expectations will now be tempered. And now 12 and 15 will look very good. In fact, anything positive may look good. And that is the real mindset you need as investors.
You made some really good points, and especially the point on the fact that from 2020 we have done really well. It's just last ke 2 saal thoda sa kharab rahe. But you know what? Post 2020 ke baad, one more change has happened. When I started my career, long term was 5 years, medium term was 2 years, short term was 6 months. Now long term is BTST, medium term is 5 hours, and short term is कि मैंने सौदा डाला पैसा नहीं बना. So this set of new investors, Nilesh Bhai, who has come in the market post 2020, this is the first year in which they haven't made money. What's your message to them? Because they saw big returns being generated from 20. A lot of people left their full-time jobs and started trading as a career, trading or investment. I met some of them outside actually. So what do you tell them in this kind of market?
So Anuj, if making money was so easy, all of us would have become billionaire.
You already are.
So the point is that even in last 5 years, where markets by and large has gone up except last 1 year, how many retail speculators have lost money? As per SEBI's own research, 9 out of 10 people trading in FNO has lost money. And that number is amounting to somewhere around 1 lakh crore plus. The profit of Jane Street is real. The profit of retail speculators might just be a show off. So my only recommendation to speculators will be, trading is a very, very difficult way to make money. Investment is far simpler way to make money. Yes, investment birbal ki khichdi hai to samay chahiye. But trading, making money is very, very difficult. And you have to be right every time. The day you go wrong, you end up losing whatever you have created. I mean, look at long-term capital management. It had the brain power of Nobel laureates. It's been described as one of the best congregation of intelligence. For a few years, it ran very well. There was no dip. And one day it just collapsed. Long-term capital management became history. If Nobel laureates couldn't succeed in trading, how the hell an individual speculator will succeed?
Now, since you've raised this point, do you think the solution is to ban weekly expiry, which is where we seem to be heading, or is there something else? Just since you brought this topic up.
So my preference as a purist will be to ban weekly expiry. It doesn't serve much purpose. But then we are living in a not so ideal world. So saap mare nahi aur lathi toote nahi jaisa solution, and let weekly expiry be only among individual traders. Let no institution play into it. There will be no Chain Street, there will be no mutual fund. We'll be fine with it. Then within retail speculators, someone will make money, someone will lose money. Manipulations will be far less. Exchange will be happy. Broker will be happy. Speculators को एक जगह मिल जाएगी खेलने के लिए. And exchequer will be happy. STT चलता रहेगा.
It's like a poker table, एक shark के लिए, एक fish के लिए. So, Utpal, last time when we had a big reform, a tax reform for the market, and market loves tax cuts, right? 2019, corporate tax was cut. I think the market was going through the similar funk at that time. We used to be bored of the market daily, and then one fine day, the finance minister announced that we are cutting corporate tax. For half an hour, market didn't move because market didn't believe that something like this could happen. And then we had 9% rally in 2 days in Nifty. इस बार क्यों नहीं आई वो रैली इतने बड़े जीएसटी कट के बाद? एक आध सेक्टर को छोड़ दें तो इतना बड़ा कट जीएसटी का आया.
See, the most important driver for equity prices is corporate earnings. When you have a tax cut for corporates, it has an impact immediately, fully traceable, right? Now, when you cut indirect taxes, that takes a long time to play out and reflect in corporate earnings.
Earlier, there was a direct tax cut as well in budget. So if you combine them, it's like you were talking about 2 lakh crores
No,
savings
direct tax cut was not for corporates,
for individuals.
for individuals. Right? So it's not for corporates. What we are talking about, the September 19 cut, was for corporates. So when you have interest rate cut combined with direct tax cut for corporates, the impact on corporate profitability is immediate, and the impact on valuations is immediate. This time you've had a rate cut, but longer term yields have not come down. You have an indirect tax cut, but not a corporate tax cut. So I feel that it will take a longer time to play out for our corporate earnings and reflect in corporate earnings.
Okay. How long do you think?
Just if I can add to what Utpal Bhai said, there are certain industry where you have gone from 18 or 12 to 0, but they were getting input tax credit of 5%, 7%.
Yes.
Now, ideally 18 minus 5, they would have passed 13 to consumer. But right now they are passing full 18. That means they have to take a hit on the profitability of 5%.
Yes.
So market is not very sure of input tax credit coming to the corporate. So in some sectors, there is actual loss of earning rather than increase of earning because of this.
Like
input tax
insurance, like
credit.
insurance sector.
Like insurance.
Okay. You make another point, Utpal Bhai, on that.
No, I was not making another point. I was just saying, bringing out the difference between now and September 19.
Okay. Okay. So it will take another 2 years, maybe.
Hopefully 12 to 18 months.
12 to 18 months. Okay. I'm just trying to find out when the Nifty will hit new high, because
Much before.
yeah, that makes my life a bit easier.
No, I know.
So,
but you also mentioned that this is a boring market, and
no, I can never say that. That's first thing my editor told me when I started my career. He said, never say this is a boring market, because then why will anyone watch you? Even if the Nifty moves 5 point, you make it a point that we have 5 point move on the Nifty.
Understood.
Make it exciting.
You said
it's a very exciting market.
You said frustrating.
It's a frustrating market.
Okay. I think it's not about being frustrated. This is not a frustrating market. The market is signaling something. We should respect corporate earnings growth. More than that, the market is also signaling that there is a value migration taking place. The 2020 move that you asked Atul about, in that move, it was the value stocks and the small cap stocks which did the best, because there was a catalyst. Market is signaling a value migration. We all need to figure out what is the value migration towards.
Got it.
I think it's a very interesting market and not a frustrating market.
Okay. Let's take a bit of a poll here. How many of you invest in stock markets? Okay. And how many of you are finding this market really troubling? We have only one honest person in this room. Thank you so much. Atul, we have been the worst performing market this year. Facts. You can argue that over a 20-year period, we've been the best performing market. You could argue that from 2020, if you look at things, we are among the best performing market. This year, it's never happened in 30 years that we have underperformed MSCI Asia X Japan by 20%. We've done that this year. And that's reflected in the flows that you track. What's going wrong? Where are these flows headed? What's your study saying?
As I said, that we ran up to new highs in September, exactly a year ago. In fact, the new high happened exactly a year ago, last week of September 24. So the index is where it was. Post that, we had a fall to 22,000 Nifty. That was the first hit. I think that was a time when people suddenly started realizing that earnings is not what is being priced in. And that whole argument that FI selling came in, we are overvalued, etc. came in. So we had a very big sharp drift, and the world was doing pretty good at that stage. Then we tried to recover. Then we had the India-Pakistan border and the market gap down. We took a second hit. Then again, as the world continued to rally, we again attempted. And now we've had this tariff issue. So we've had 3 very big hits as far as the index goes. If you compare this with the world, as you rightly pointed out, is about 20% higher, MSCI Global Index. Let's not factor in some more interesting markets. A lot of the European markets, you'll find that they have done phenomenally, decadal best. So India in that sense has had almost a dip, a second attempt, and now it's struggling to make new lifetime highs, which you just spoke about. So I guess that's the kind of environment that there is. FII selling is constant. But I think the moot point is, which the earlier 2 speakers also spoke about, that the basic thing is that till earnings do not come, we do not have the legs to make new highs. Absolutely. Even if we make new highs, it will not sustain. You can have false breakouts, right? Why are some false breakouts? Why do some succeed? Ultimately, it is earnings, just as in a case of a stock. And that is why this whole GST reforms is very interesting and timely. As you know, you asked earlier that the last time there were corporate tax cuts, it was a mathematical number. It's straight off. It had to be factored in EPS growth, post-tax. But now we do not know. Yes, the reforms look good. Yes, it has to deliver. But will it pan out? And this is going to take time. So I feel that that is definitely the silver lining. If this propels that earning growth, but it will take time, then I guess India has a very big catch up to do.
Absolutely.
In fact, I foresee that we could have a 20% up move in our markets. A 20%, that would be 30,000 Nifty.
In next 1 year?
Yes, provided these reforms, and there are more in the pipeline, actually play out, and India as a country starts seeing that uptick in GDP growth, corporate earnings and things like that. So India has a very big catch up to do. We've actually struggled and underperformed. And, just progressing from where you are, if you look at global markets, it is crazy. It is insane.
Especially
the kind of rally.
If you look at NASDAQ, for example, and the kind of listed
Anything to do with AI.
Yeah.
You look at, stocks, of course, we all know of NVIDIA. Look at a stock called Palantir. You will spin. You look at countries like Japan, which have not made new highs for decades. But when you go into the Japanese market and you see what's driving Japan, it's not those old Nissan, etc. They are the AI plays.
It's AI play.
Go to Korea, go to Taiwan. So you realize that, as Utpal said, that there is a new theme emerging. In fact, what I'm seeing, even in our markets, Anuj, there are very dramatic new themes emerging. We are still stuck with that HDFC, TCS, Infosys, Reliance. They've done nothing for 5 years. But look at what Eternal has done.
Yeah.
It's created record from listing day to index.
Absolutely.
I think it's been the fastest journey. So I feel that there are a lot of things happening, but ultimately markets are slaves of earnings.
Absolutely. No, you made a very good point. Actually, I was now going to bring that up. When we talk about reforms, Nilesh Bhai, let's also talk about the reforms that private sector should do. Why should we only look at the government? Now, why can't, I remember reading a very good headline. It struck me. Oracle buys the future, Infosys buys back the past. In one day, Oracle added entire market cap of Indian IT. What have we done? As someone said, it was said in a very funny manner. It was a bit of a sarcasm that, it's good that, US is banning H1B because now at least the good Indian people will stop going and becoming CEOs of Google and start something good here instead of just, providing the outsourcing model. So you think if we can also get, if Taiwan can do it, why can't we do it?
So I can answer your question in a lighter vein or in a serious
In a
manner.
lighter vein, please.
Lighter vein. Okay. So all our IT company CEO should line up before Xerox and ask them to invest in their company. Because Xerox is the creator of all the digital ecosystem of the world. We all know Xerox is a copier. But Xerox invested into Palo Alto Research Center to invent future. It invented graphic user interface, which converted a blank laptop screen, computer screen into live with icons and mouse. It invented mouse. It invented laser printing. It invented Ethernet, through which one computer started talking to another. It invented modular programming, through which complex software programming was possible. It invented Alto, which was world's first personal computer. And Xerox had invested in Apple. So they invited Steve Jobs to visit their Palo Alto research center. Steve Jobs looked at Alto, graphic user interface, mouse, Ethernet, and Macintosh was born. Apparently, Bill Gates also picked up something from Xerox. So we need to find out a company like Xerox who will invent future and allow us to copy. That's the best way to success.
Okay, we have about 4-5 minutes. We'll take some questions. If you have, please raise your hand. Yeah, one question over there. Please, mic there. Please specify who this question is for out of the three.
So my question is for all of you.
Okay.
So I'm CA Shivashish Kannani, practicing as an advocate, but I have a lot of interest in stock markets because I'm a CA also. So जैसे सर ने बताया कि स्टॉक मार्केट्स में तो जो अर्निंग्स लग रही है वो तो 12-15% अभी लग रहा है, तो बेटर ये नहीं है कि हम गोल्ड सिल्वर और कॉपर में अभी लगा दें? गोल्ड सिल्वर एंड कॉपर मुझे स्पेसिफिक एडवाइस अगर हम लोगों को मिल जाए, that would be better, and it is not covered by SEBI guidelines also that you cannot advise on those items. Thank you.
Who wants to take this? Utpal, you want to take it?
Yeah, so हमारा एक recency bias बहुत होता है. Like we're all talking about gold. In fact, a lot of people have been talking about gold. But if you look at gold before this current rise, it probably did nothing for a decade. So क्या होता है कि there is always a recency bias to an asset class that's moving. The question you got to ask yourself is that, do I have that time? Just as an equity, time is a factor. So what I feel is that just because gold is moving up or copper is moving up, I guess you will have to take, it's a trade is a different thing. They are great places to trade. In fact, why do this and why not do crypto? Because honestly, that's the fastest moving asset class in the world. So what I suggest is that, if you're looking at these asset classes, take a deeper thought, wonder why they are moving. Do you think that it's going to play out more? Like in the case of gold, it is a different story. In the case of copper, it's a different story. Gold-silver ratio, should you invest in gold or silver? That's a different story. So I think that commodities, each has a certain play. I guess understand that. And if you think it's the play out is large, it's big enough, then get into it. But just don't go with recency bias, because everyone's talking about gold, gold, gold. The question is that, are you really convinced? Is it going to be something so big? If the answer is yes, play for it. Because only when you have the conviction can you strand drawdowns price and time wise. Any asset class you invest in, usme correction to aana hi hai, price ya time wise. That is when your conviction gets tested. And if you're investing just because of recency bias, that correction will throw you out. You will make a loss. It is only if you have conviction. So I think take a deeper thought. Okay. These are very interesting asset classes, but not just because they are moving, we should get into them.
What is your advice on this? Final advice.
I would say trade crypto.
Invest or not?
Crypto.
Okay.
Crypto. Okay. Okay, we have about 55 seconds. I'm going to ask a quick question to all three of you. Neil bhai, I'm going to start with you. For next 12 to 24 months, what's the one best sector or one best market to invest in right now? If you had 10 lakh rupees to invest, where would you invest?
Kotak Multi-Asset Allocation Fund. शिव भाई आपको भी आंसर मिल गया, समझ लेना जरा.
Utpal, you can't say that because you don't manage public money. So at least that advantage I have. Where do you see the most opportunities in next 1 to 2 years?
I see the most opportunities not just for 1-2 years, but even for a longer period of time, into a few mega trends which are playing out. Like he mentioned, AI is one mega trend. We have to think through where that will take us. We've already seen renewables being a mega trend which has created a lot of wealth, and so on. I think there are a few...
In India, you see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at the green energy companies. I don't want to mention any specific companies. Look at the green energy companies, what has happened. So
the problem is you won't name those specific companies. That's what everyone wants to.
So, but I think the whole AI play is ahead of us, and it's a very long play.
Okay.
So,
okay. Atul, crypto you already said, but something else.
No, so
you can tell a stock. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Bata do ek stock.
No, so I would just actually extend what Utpal is saying, that ultimately, if you are able to identify the mega trend, 70-80% of your work is done. Then you have to find a tik-tak company. And, George Soros said that if you identify a mega trend, invest in 2 stocks in that trend. Invest in the best, because obviously if it plays out, it will play out great. And invest in the worst, because the alpha that you will receive will be the
turns
highest.
around. Okay.
So that was something that George Soros said. But the 3 trends or 4 trends that even I think AI is a very big play. If you, as I said, if you look at global markets, for people who follow global markets, this current global equity bull market is being led by AI. Even in the US, the Russell 2000, which is a broad-based index of the mid-cap and gives you a sense of the US economy as a whole, just made a lifetime high from 1921. Sorry, from 2021. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of American companies are lagging. It is the few who are making a lot of money and contributing to this rally. Country-wise also that is happening. In each country also the stocks that are moving are AI related. So this rally that is happening globally is very, very driven by AI. Unfortunately, in India, we have very few direct plays, but there are a lot of indirect plays, like data centers is one such area you can play through. Green energy, again, I think it's a mega trend playing out. We have a lot of plays in India. I think I would like to add another sector to what Utpal said, defense. I feel the government's commitment to defense and the need for defense, and from the way geopolitics is playing out, I think this is again a very big mega trend. I feel that this is another area you can play out in. There are very few listed companies because most of them are PSUs, but a lot of unlisted plays will also play out. And that is going to be a mega trend.
Okay.
So I feel identify 3 or 4 big mega trends, and that will take care of 70 to 80% of your challenge of investment.
Yeah, defense is a big one, and we'll soon have a discussion on that as well. And of course, you need defense because, when you have neighbors like the ones we have, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your neighbors, right? So thank you so much, Atul, Utpal, Nilesh. We could have gone on, but we have actually run out of our time. Thank you so much, and one big round of applause, please, for all our guests.
We do hope our audiences enjoyed that insightful conversation. And we also hope that it gives you some insight into how investments are going to shape up, in fact, with the new GST reforms 2.0. Of course, there were some very engaging and insightful discussions over there with regards to what are going to be the mega trends, how you want to look at your investments, whether they are going to be about crypto or gold. I wonder how many of us in the crowd are now looking towards investing in crypto, because remember, that's the big investment happening across the globe. The United States, especially with the US president also promoting it on his own. All right. Let me, in fact, thank our gentlemen also for a very engaging discussion that was. Let's now turn to defense, where reform meets strategy and national security, just as GST 2.0 is simplifying compliance and strengthening India's economic base. Reforms in defense are building local capability, boosting indigenization, and driving exports, which have reached over 23,622 crore rupees in financial year 2025. To explore how these reforms are translating into industry depth and strategic autonomy, requesting Parikshit Luthra of Network18 to please come back on stage for this very interesting conversation. Joining him is someone who has been at the forefront of driving indigenization, boosting exports, and strengthening India's defense capabilities. Please give a huge round of applause as we welcome Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defense Secretary of India. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be a power-packed discussion. This much I can tell you. Secretary R.K. Singh is someone who needs no introduction. He's someone who has been holding almost 20 to 30 meetings with the industry almost on a daily basis. He was at the DPIIT helming
the DPIIT a few months back, and he's done a lot of work with FDI, with startups, with investments in the country. So he is someone who's very familiar with the next generation reforms that the government is working on. But let me focus on the defense sector right now. And defense is going to be the major capex push of the government over the next 5 to 10 years. And that is because we don't have a choice when it comes to self-reliance. It is something that we realized the importance of more during Operation Sindoor. And since then, there have been regular meetings at the Defense Ministry to how to make sure we can bridge those gaps in our defense setup. Secretary R.K. Singh, let me begin by asking you about the very important 15-year defense technology and innovation roadmap that the Defense Ministry recently came up with. Could you give us a sense of what's going to be the value of the kind of acquisitions that we're looking at over the next 10 to 20 years?
Yeah, thank you, Parikshit, for having me here. So the previous session gave us a nice lead up to this one because defense was identified as one of the mega trends by one of the previous speakers. I think that's correct. If you're looking at it in value terms, I think you can expect in capex terms somewhere between 25 to 30 billion dollars minimum per year over the next decade, maybe a little more, I would say, rather than less. In terms of the technology roadmap, the roadmap has been sort of put out by the services in the public domain. It's available now. It focuses on technologies that are of the future, whether it is AI, whether it is hypersonics, whether it is other types of standoff weapons, it is space, various types of precision ammunition, all of those technologies that they feel would be required in the future, nuclear-powered ships, etc., etc. So yeah, it's a fairly comprehensive roadmap of where they think the world is going and where we need to ensure that we try to ensure that we leverage products and platforms from those kind of cutting-edge technologies.
Secretary Singh, when it comes to having this mega innovation and technology roadmap, how much of this are we looking to build indigenously? How much are we looking to acquire? And what's going to be the focus on indigenization?
So our current plans are that at least 75% of our capex will be spent within the country. That's our normative target. Last year, we actually did 88% of our capex within the country. It will go up and down a little bit because it depends on, in certain areas where your technology readiness level, what they describe as TRL, is fairly high, where DRDO or other agencies have developed fairly strong technological bases, then you'll probably do entirely indigenous procurement. Then there would be an intermediate category where you would need to do hopefully manufacturing within the country, but based on technology transfers from other countries. And there could be a smaller set of areas where foreign OEMs would not be willing to give you the latest technologies, and your own access to such technologies is a long way off. In those cases, you may have to, do a certain amount of, off-the-shelf global buys as well. So I would say that we need to take a fairly pragmatic look at all of these three options. But the trend should be clear. We are going to double down in terms of our indigenization efforts. 75% will be the minimum. Hopefully, we'll never go below that. So when I mentioned 25 to 30 billion every year, most of that will be spent within the country, whether it is in terms of entirely Indian design or whether it is based on some levels of foreign technology transfers as well.
Right. Just to put this into context for members of the industry sitting with us right now, investors from India and abroad, when it comes to building the capacity for new age warfare in the country, what is it that's really taking away the most of your time? What's going to be the 3 or 4 big focus area of the government when it comes to spending money on new age warfare and new age warfare capabilities?
Well, I mean, the obvious answers are different types of standoff weapons, drones, unmanned combat vehicles, including underwater drones, We also need to really focus on improving our satellite imagery so that we get real-time satellite imagery available to this country, which really depends on putting enough satellites into space, which hopefully with SBS3 will happen. In all of these areas, then there are, of course, various types of precision munitions that you need. All of these are areas where, India doesn't always have the technology. And in those are the areas where, including mail and hail category drones, where we will need to do some kind of technology transfer, but insist on manufacturing within the country. And I'm mentioning drones because we are just about to release an RFP for about 30,000 crores worth of mail category drones, which will be made in India. And we would hope that perhaps there could be an Indian design element there, but we are open to either Indian design or Indian manufacturing with foreign technology. But either way, it will be made within the country. Those are the kind of areas where we'll be doing more and more. And I mean, just to give you another example, we've, for example, whether it is missiles or whether it is different kinds of munitions, for a long time, we've essentially ensured within this country that missiles are made by BDL, one public sector company. Munitions are largely made by MIL, which is another public sector company. The private sector is unable to invest partly because you've created almost a de facto reservation, or you've allowed essentially nominations to be given to these companies. The problem is that their capacity to produce is quite limited. So for long duration wars, you'll need to have much greater surge capacity. And for that purpose, we've now tried to sort of ensure that we move away from nominations, we move away from product reservations, and we create enough incentives on the basis of order visibility for the private sector to invest in all of these spaces.
Right. Could you give us a sense of what will be the requirement when it comes to having ballistic missiles, supersonic missiles in the arsenal over the next 15 to 20 years, sir? And why would you need, and explain us the need, why you would need more manufacturers in this space?
Essentially, if you see what has been happening in the recent wars, you will find that the number of missiles being fired are quite huge. India, of course, followed a different path. We used it in a very calibrated way, and we achieved termination of the conflict with calibrated use of our standoff missiles. But you cannot assume that every time the duration of the conflict can be curtailed. And if it is not curtailed, then you will start running out of stocks if you don't have enough, wide industrial capacity to make missiles. If you're making only 100 missiles in a year, for example, you will obviously run short in a few, after a few months if there's a long duration conflict. So that's the kind of thing where we need to build up that very diversified, large public and private industrial base. And that is what we are aiming to do through our period of reforms, combining, supply side reforms in terms of ease of doing business with buying side, demand side reforms in terms of providing orders on a level playing field to the private and the public sectors.
You recently modified the Defense Procurement Manual, giving more visibility of orders, giving more power to the armed forces to buy and maintain their platforms and to address their needs quickly. But what would be the next phase of reforms that we can expect from the Defense Ministry?
So as you mentioned, Parikshit, the Revenue Procurement Manual deals with the consumables that the armed forces need in terms of ammunitions, different types of spares, things like that. There, the reform is on the lines of what I mentioned, that we, where items are available, for example, on the government e-marketplace, they don't have to run around, taking approvals. They can straight away buy from GEM. Where both private and public sector capacity exists, or we want to induce private sector capacity, we remove dereservation and do things through open bidding. And I'm talking about different types of ammunitions and artillery shells. In general, the idea is to go from any kind of nomination-based cost-plus type of contracts to much more open competitive bidding with full price discovery. And you mentioned the decentralization and the delegation of authority. Also for startups, we are trying to create in this new manual a separate section where if a startup in association with the services develops a particular product, which is essentially tailored to meet the needs of the armed forces, we need to give him some assurance in terms of orders. And the idea is to give him at least a 5-year period during which he has, he kind of is allowed to sort of meet those requirements directly. After 5 years, we'll open it up because you can't tie yourself down to one guy too much. It leads to, too much of market power, and thereafter some level of, price gouging as well.
The Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, this has been under review. This was said to be the big reform of 2025. By when can we expect that? And what do you think will be the thrust of reform in the DAP rules?
Yeah, so I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned, but in the revenue procurement manual, you're talking about an annual budget of about 1 lakh crore. The capital procedure, which is the defense acquisition procedure, is much bigger. It's about almost double that size. It's about 1,80,000 crore. I'm sure it will, hit 2 lakh crores in the next couple of years. That reform process is now underway. Consultations, including with industry, is ongoing. And the target we have set ourselves is that by the end of the year, that is by December, in the year of reforms and in line with the other reforms that government is doing in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of decriminalization, in terms of other steps to reduce the compliance burden, we will, in the same light, we will make this document for CapEx much more simple, much more friendly to the private sector and to the startups, and sort of compress some of the process timelines to make it, to use technology to cut down, delays in areas like field evaluation trials, cost negotiations, those kind of things. So the intent is you'll have the new DAP 20 hopefully by the new year of next year, by the first day of the next year, and that will be a kind of a follow-up to the revenue procurement reform that we've just completed.
Right. Now, considering since Operation Sindoor, we've gone in for replenishment procurements, we're going in for long-term procurements as well. To what extent do you feel that the ministry is going to either meet or exceed budgetary estimates?
Well, last year, for the first time, we exhausted our budget. I think it is challenging to spend money in the Indian context, given the very elongated sort of fail-safe type of procedures that we follow in terms of collegiate decision-making, approvals at the highest level, involving a lot of interministerial consultations. Last year we did it, and I'm sure this year also we'll do it. Really depends on how many contracts you end up signing. And last year we did a record number. This year we've already hit 3/4 of that, 1,50,000 crores worth of contracts we've already signed, or are in the process of signing if you include the LCA program. So we are confident we can do at least 2 lakh plus crores this year. And if we keep this up, then in terms of committed liabilities itself, you will ensure that the budget increasingly gets fully utilized. As you do that, as you show to the Ministry of Finance that you can really start exhausting the budget and not surrendering some of the amount every year as we used to do earlier, I'm sure you can ask for more. So it's a two-way street. Let's start confidently ensuring that we utilize our budget entirely, which I think we will do this year. And then we can, over time, ask for at least a 10 to 15% increase every year. Incidentally, the services, through their capability development plans, which they have a 5-year and a 10-year capability development plan. In all of their estimates, a 10-year increase in CapEx year on year is adequate to meet their requirements. And I'm pretty confident that Ministry of Finance will have no problems in providing a 10% CAGR on the present CapEx year to year, because given the fact that in nominal terms, our GDP is also growing up almost at that rate.
Right. So the recommendation from you would be to increase the defense capex in the next union budget, which is not very far, but at least 10%.
At least 10% in nominal terms. But if you're asking me for a longer term appraisal, I would say that given the geopolitical turmoil, as well as the the neighborhood, which is very challenging. Before, in a medium-term sense, and before the Finance Commission, I'm going to project a bit more. So it's a 10% year-on-year right now, but with the Finance Commission, I'm going to ask for at least a 17 to 18% year-on-year increase over the next 5 years, because otherwise our share of the GDP actually has shrunk quite a bit. It's gone below 2%, and I think nobody can argue against at least a 2.5% share in GDP, maybe in about 10 years' time.
Right, and to keep it in line with some of the bigger developed nations when it comes to defense spending, I'd like to ask you about the gaps when it comes in our fighter jet capabilities, sir. There is a AMCA program that is on. There is a fighter jet engine program that is on simultaneously. You've explained us earlier that these are both programs which have a long 10-year horizon, and somewhere they will meet, they will merge possibly. But how do we meet our short-term needs? There are two countries there are three countries in the world with fifth generation fighter capabilities. You've got China, you've got Russia, you've got the United States. What are our options? Our options are only US and Russia. How necessary for us is it for us to take the decision on acquiring fifth generation fighter jets immediately? What is the horizon timeline that you could possibly give us by when the government would have to take a decision?
Parikshit, I really don't want to talk about specific platforms or procurements, because that leads to too much of speculation, and these are sensitive matters. What I would say is that if you don't have fifth generation aircraft immediately, or if negotiations are ongoing, you can still make up for it or offset any advantage that the adversary has by creating enough offensive capacity in terms of larger numbers of, say, 4 or 4.5 generation aircraft, and equip them with better weapons, because besides the platform, it is the weapons that matter. So yeah, I mean, we will, the Air Force has certain capability gaps that it has pointed out. The government will work on filling all of those gaps. You will find in the coming days, in terms of the procurement cycle, whether it is in terms of multiplier capabilities like refueling aircraft, like AWACS, all of those procurement decisions will be visible to you. And in terms of, the 4.5 generation fighter aircraft also, you will see some procurement decisions coming. But I'm not going to sort of second guess the decision making, because that is really not fair at this point of time to start talking about it. We should talk about procurements only at a certain time, when it is cleared by the DSC or when it is cleared by the top level in government. Before that, talking about it creates too much noise, and we shouldn't have so much noise in procurements. Procurement should be done on on the basis of requirements and technological assessments, techno-commercial assessments by the services and by the acquisition wing.
Important points there, sir. Now, as you've spoken about 4.5 generation fighters, there have been reports in the media how the Indian Air Force has made a proposal to acquire 114 Rafale fighters. What stage of discussion is this? And is the Defense Ministry, is the government likely to take a decision on acquiring a large set of 4.5 generation fighters in this fiscal itself?
Again, I can't talk about specific platforms. I don't think it's appropriate, because it's it's not something that we should be discussing on a daily basis. I would only say that when the last Air Force Commanders Conference took place, after that the Raksha Mantri asked me to create an important roadmap, capability enhancement roadmap for the Air Force. We've done that. Based on that roadmap, we've started various types of procurement activities. All of those will become visible to you in the coming days. I would love to say that it can be done within this financial year, but the decision making is not entirely only at my level. But yes, I'm sure you'll see visibility on all of those items I mentioned: 4.5 generation aircraft, refuelers, AWACS, weapons, all of those. But individual decisions I will not discuss too prematurely.
Right. I would also like to ask you how we are balancing our relationship with the United States and Russia. Russia has been a long-standing defense supplier to India. The well-known notion is that 60 to 70% of our equipment is still of Russian origin. We are trying to expand our relationship with the US, with France, with European countries, and other nations as well. During this time of trade volatility and trade talks with the US, how are we going to balance this and make sure our needs are met over the next 3 years or so?
Well, I think the Honorable Prime Minister has made it clear that the balancing is on the fringes. The main trend is actually for indigenization. And ultimately, we will either design and make our own, or we will take TOT but make within the country. And whichever country meets our requirements of this type, that means they are willing to at least technology transfer and make in India, or they are willing to, ensure that critical technologies are shared, or at least designs are shared for manufacturing. So between the two, I would say that we will take a call for individual platforms and weapons depending on, on the cost-benefit ratio for us for each of these systems. And you use the word balance, that is correct. We will balance our requirements, but at the end of the day, we will go by our service requirements of what we need. I'm sure there will be adequate opportunities in our defense budget or capex outlays for both of the countries that you mentioned. All of them have niche capabilities that the other may not have, and we will continue to display strategic autonomy in our procurement decisions by turning to both of them depending on our actual requirements.
Right. My final question, sir, you mentioned that we're looking to acquire AWACS and more future technology, including 4.5 generation aircraft. So within this fiscal, if you can just broadly tell us what would be the quantum or value of orders that can still be placed that you would be looking at?
Well, as I said, we've already signed up or are about to sign contracts worth 1.5 lakh crores this year. I would say we can probably do another 75,000 odd crores of contracts. Again, I will not discuss individual platforms, but yeah. So last year we did 2,09,000 crores, which was an all-time record. The highest ever before that was about 1 lakh crores. We'll do at least that much, if not more, this year. And in terms of division, I'm confident that the procurement decisions of this year will meet the requirements of the three services, and all of their, the division of the budget among the three of them, all of that will hopefully get exhausted.
Finally, one clarion call to the industry.
I think we should be very clear. We should have no hesitation at all. And this, again, I'm saying from the Honorable Prime Minister is very clear that there will be a level playing field for the private sector, that we will be doubling down on indigenization. The three words that he used during the Combined Commanders Conference that you mentioned earlier was, he made it out of the three words, Jai Hind, so Jai. Jai, he mentioned jointness, which is something that we didn't really discuss, but jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. So those are the three pillars that we intend to work on. And that, again, ensures that when it comes to our budget, which is our budget spend, which is what most of our, members of the audience may be interested in, you can rest assured that the bulk of it will be spent within the country, and startups will get a leg up if they do, if they invest, if they come up with good products. We will ensure that whether it is private sector or startups, adequate orders will be made available to them, and we will treat all companies, whether they are public or private, as Indian companies first, not make no distinctions among them.
Right. So jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. Very important messages there, sir, that you've shared with our audience. Thank you very much for joining us, taking our time to give a sense of the next 15-year roadmap of the Indian government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh ji, and thank you, Parikshit, for that very engaging conversation. The fact that India's defense exports exceeded 23,000 crore rupees just last year is an indication of the kind of boost that our indigenous manufacturing, when it comes to defense, has arrived upon. Because remember, as far as reforms and GST 2.0 is concerned, it is not just about strengthening the country's economic base, it is also about strengthening India's defense sector, making it more indigenous and boost it with indigenous manufacturing. And that is what Mr. Rajesh and of course Parikshit also highlighted today. Let's now shift our focus over to entrepreneurship and innovation, where GST 2.0 and other reforms are easing compliance, boosting investment, and creating new opportunities for startups to drive India's next wave of growth. India, of course, as we all know, has firmly established itself as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. The focus now is on how reforms can help founders expand across states, tap rising consumer demand, and build innovations that reach beyond metros into tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. This panel, which we are going to have up next, will explore how the new GST framework, combined with India's entrepreneurial energy, can create globally competitive companies and inclusive growth stories. To guide this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Shweta Punj, who will be joined by some of India's most dynamic founders and investors, Archana Jahangirdar, who's a founder and managing partner at Rukam Capital, Ankit Gupta, CEO Offline Physics Wala, Ritesh Malik, founder Innov8, and Anshu Sharma, who's the founder and CEO at Magic Pain, will be all joining us on stage shortly. In fact, Anshu will be joining us in a bit. Let's have them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Akanksha, for that. Well, we've heard policymakers, we've heard big industry, and now we have entrepreneurs who are rewriting the India story, as it were. And all the people on this panel could have been on an H-1B visa somewhere in America, but they are right here with us, and they have built valuable businesses in the country. They are fostering the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation. Let me begin with you, Ritesh. We've seen a slew of reforms that have been directed specifically towards ease of doing business. And we have government coming out and talking that the startup ecosystem needs to innovate more. You all are not thinking out of the box, and you're only building what are being considered as safe businesses. So with the reform push that we are seeing, do you feel that there is now a more conducive ecosystem for encouraging innovation?
No, first of all, very excited to be here, Shweta. I think these are two separate things. When we talk about the GST reforms, while there's a lot of magic about it, but at the same time, there are a lot of industries that have not been covered well. And I'll give you an example. You talk about the hotel industry, which is 7,500 rupees per night rooms and below. They will be actually increasing their price points by 5% because they will lose their input status, the ITC input. So I think more thoughts need to be given around what kind of GST reforms are to be given to startup founders. And when it comes to innovation, see, it's a very simple thing. In India, we spend close to 0.45% of our GDP to R&D. When you talk about Singapore, the Asian tigers, Taiwan, South Korea, we're talking about 6.5 to 7% of their GDP. I think until and unless R&D spends increase, both by corporations and by government, startup founders are, we're just 9 years old. If you talk about mainstreaming startups, 2016 is where Startup India was launched. So I think what Startup India has achieved by the able leadership of our Prime Minister is phenomenal. But the next leap of growth will come by more patient and a capital that is driven by innovation, R&D, and that is a very long haul of return appetite versus venture capital.
So there, Ritesh has a further wish list. I'm from what I can get a sense of. Archana, when you were talking about how tax breaks are always good, right? And we've seen corporate tax rates getting cut. We have a startup mission which is specifically focused on funding startups. Is there a sense now that the funding winter is behind us and we have an ecosystem in place for startups to raise funds essential for growth?
Actually, we are very far away from startup winter being over. So if you just look at what led to startup winter, basically SoftBank, Tiger Global, Sequoia, I mean, these were the big boys in the Indian startup ecosystem who were writing the really large checks. They decided to exit the market for different reasons. SoftBank had its own internal reasons, so did Tiger, and to some extent, Sequoia probably also had. But the truth is that sort of bunch of capital, risk capital, went away. Now, startups work only on risk capital, not on venture debt, unfortunately or fortunately. Now, to get risk capital, we are significantly undercapitalized in India because on the one hand, we see the number of VC firms being set up, but these are very small firms. These are 100 crore, AUM funds. Now, I mean, it's not rocket science to say that 100 crores can't feed 2 lakh startups, which is the DPIT number. So we are very, very woefully undercapitalized when it comes to risk capital. So bulk of the capital, domestic capital today, risk capital, sits at about in the 100 crore to 200 crore fund sizes. And that's not enough because you need the Series A, Series B, Series C for the ecosystem to be complete, so to speak. And the ecosystem, therefore, is not complete at this point as the way we see it. And that is not a good sign for our ecosystem. Now, the reason I talked about tax breaks is this is a high risk, sort of asset class. It's a new asset class. It requires people with some amount of capital that they can sort of forget about. And it's also tenure based. So it's not something that you can exit in 3 years or 5 years because of the size of our market and our sort of GDP. So if you don't incentivize that capital, instead of going into real estate, to some extent, real estate is, doesn't generate jobs. It doesn't generate technology. But we give tax breaks to the real estate sector. And I'm not going to be popular with the real estate guys, but it's the truth. There are other, sort of industries and sectors that get tax breaks. So if an investor is putting their money into a high risk category where the capital can completely go down to zero, or of course, if the company becomes a Zomato or whatever, then obviously everybody benefits, including the country, because you get wealth creation, you get taxpayers coming into the formal sector. So what do we want to do and how do we want to think about tax breaks is, I think, an important part of reforms, and I like the word a lot. So because it'll help this ecosystem. And while I think under the able leadership of our Prime Minister, there's a lot of awareness about startups and startup investing. You'll be surprised by the number of people who still want returns in 2 years' time, and they want like a return that is going to beat the capital markets in 2 years. I'm like, did you build a business in 2 years? Like, which business can, right? So that you do need patient capital, and that is still not. We don't have endowments, we don't have a sovereign wealth fund, and in the absence of all that, we are really dependent on individuals to underwrite our startups and risk capital, which nowhere in the world has it happened that it's only going to be private individuals who will underwrite it. So we need a sovereign wealth fund. We need tax breaks. We need better repatriation of profits. If it is, that's an NRI who wants to invest in a VC fund. So there are certain things that needs to be aligned because innovation happens when there is risk capital.
Right.
The reason now investors look for, let's say, a food delivery or QCOM, because you can see there's some visibility of making money. You can't expect it. So this is not CSR, right? So this is not philanthropy money. So there has to be returns. So if you're going to do a long gestation investment, let's say a semiconductor, I mean, you're looking at least 20 years, at least. So which private investor will be willing to wait and still not get any tax breaks, pay capital gains? Like, you know, if you're paying a full tax rate, like what is the incentive? So that's a long answer to a short question.
No, but some very, very pertinent points that you have raised. And I think we have Anshu also who's joined us. Anshu, hi. Can we have you on stage, please? Yes, please. We believe you were stuck in traffic. I think ease of living in our cities is another topic that all of us can talk a lot about. Let me come to you, Ankit. You know, we have been we were chatting just a little while ago on expansion of Physics Wala and how you want to go into small towns and cities. You know, how challenging is it for a company such as yours to be physically expanding into cities in terms of getting permissions and approvals? Do you feel that there has been a change? We've been talking about process reforms and ease of doing business and how a lot of regulations have been done away with, but has that made a difference in the way you run your business?
Great. Thank you so much, Shweta, for having me. The Physics Wala story, for the last 3 years, Shweta, we have been expanding our offline footprints. There has been a change. The government has made some very welcoming policies and schemes, but still I think it's a lot of work that needs to be done. Let me first start with infrastructure inspection. From the National Building Code, we have the norms, the guideline setups for schools, for colleges, but there is no such guideline setup for the coaching institute, right? So I think it's time where we have one central guidelines for the coaching institute, because these guidelines compliances vary from state to state. For some of the states, you need a coaching license. For some of the state, you don't. For some of the state, you need a trade license. For some of the states, you don't. Simple things like getting a fire safety compliance, right? It is important, mandatory, of course, right? And it's a non-negotiable thing, right? But if that can be streamlined through some sort of your online mode, it will definitely.
So how long does
improve.
it take for you to get a fire compliance certificate?
It takes months. It takes months.
Do you
right?
have a compliance department dedicated for this?
Yeah, we have a team dedicated just to ensure that each and every building infrastructure we have is fully compliant according to the norms. But I think a big portion of this, if streamlined through your online mode and not getting those state to state variation, can definitely improve the business. Secondly, the education zones. For example, with Delhi alone, right? There is a lot of education migration that is there. There are so many students across India who comes to Delhi for their particular needs. Some come to Delhi for their preparation into a UPSC, some for one-day exam, railway, banking, NEET, JEE, etc. If you just see Delhi, it is so scattered. There is not even a single education zone, right? And cities like Delhi, Bangalore need those kind of a special education zones so that the basic compliances are already met.
Streamlined.
For example, the way we have industrial zones, the way we have IT zones, why not we also have education zones, right? I think these zones will definitely give more speed to the businesses like us,
Okay.
and they can expand better. So these are few of the changes which I would definitely suggest
Right.
that are the things for the future.
Right. Anshu, you're in the online space. Is it easier there? And is that the reason why we've seen so much more entrepreneurial activity in the services sector vis-a-vis, physical manufacturing space?
I think doing anything in India is anything but easy. That anyone building a business here can tell you. And like, to put it politely, people say that there's a lot of friction that you have to deal with. But before I go on that side, right, I'd say that, and I've been first an investor in the venture space and then an entrepreneur building companies in this ecosystem, that this is the best time that I've seen to be building. It's phenomenal how things have changed in the last decade and a half that at least I've been involved here. We have a thriving public market, which is actually valuing companies which are making a loss and investing in the future, right? In the last few years, the tech companies that have come into the country and they've been so well received by our public markets, that's a very strong mandate from everyone, from the retail investor to the government to everyone else who's involved. The fact that the government has repeatedly done things to support the ecosystem, whether it is this 2.0 wave of reforms or in the past, UPI or EVs, where they've backed it with incentives to go and build. And we were the early participants in ONDC, which is another similar initiative. And I can see consistently a very forward and long-term view to say what's India going to be in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. To start to invest in that now and do that in a very open way. Thus, I feel we are all very fortunate to be part of building this. Now, coming back to this point on friction, it has a very tough market. The disposable incomes are really low. If you take any of our numbers converted into dollars, food delivery, for example, that's a core part of what we do. It's like we'd have 300 rupees. You convert that into $3.5.
But it's not a fair comparison. Our per capita income is much lower.
Yeah.
It's in fact lowest amongst the developing world also.
Yeah.
So you cannot draw a comparison with the United States.
The point though is the expectation that the consumers have in India is no less, if not higher.
But why not? Consumers should get the best.
What does that mean? It means that as people who are building the businesses, we have to go the extra mile.
But we have high expectations, if you want.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
as we rightfully should.
Yes.
So I want to ask you about this whole H-1B visa, controversy that's happened. How do you see that playing out for all of you? Because now you will probably have access to better talent, more talent. Are you all excited about it? What's the message that you want to, put out there? Because we're getting two sides to the story. We're getting professionals who are very unhappy about it, but then a lot of people in the government have said that this could be India's time to attract the right talent. Anshu, why don't we start with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think more than talent, India has so many people. It's fine if many of them go abroad and they are well-wishers of India. I don't think there's anything wrong in that. I think what that has done is that it sent a very strong message to India, which I saw Prime Minister's message today around the need for Atmanirbharta, right? To not being I think that's a very strong message. That's what all of us should take to our heart and say that we are building now for our markets today, right? And we are fairly independent in doing that, but going deeper on that stack, right? Going to more fundamental layers of technology, moving away from application and then building it for India and the world, right? That should be what we should aspire to do over the next few decades.
Ankit, have you been talking to your friends, asking them to move back? Come join Physics Wala?
So in the last 24 hours, I have texted few of my friends ki ab to wapis aa jao. Right? So yes, and it's a personal opinion. Just I think it's a blessing in disguise. It's the time. We should stay back. We should build the nation. Right? It's the need of the hour. It was there, but I think from now on, people will think more about being in India and building India. Yeah. So that's my belief.
I think if we unlock enough risk capital, then yes, I think it'll be a big boon. But if there are unmet expectations, I think, it won't harm us significantly, but then you don't want the murmur, amongst the well-educated middle class. The middle class is a important pillar of our growth and of the economy. And I think it's important to understand those aspirations and work towards fulfilling those aspirations. Then I think we've got a winning sort of gamble that Mr. Trump has handed to us. He's given us something that can work. But I think we should quickly unshackle risk capital. And we will then see both great innovation as well as, look, I think in a country the size of India, we need both kinds of companies. We need, of course, highly innovative, deep tech companies, but we also need consumer and consumer tech companies. I mean, we have to feed ourselves, we have to eat, wear clothes.
No, absolutely.
And there's so many aspects of business, and we do lose when we give royalty to multinationals for their brand name, various things that is part and parcel of them servicing the Indian consumer. So, I mean, there's no good reason to continue to do that because our founders, and, we've just released a report today which says that almost 70% of Indian consumers, and we looked at different cohorts, Gen Z, millennials, and so on, and they are very happy with Made in India now. So there's no barrier to Made in India from a quality or acceptance from the consumer. We just need much more risk capital for them to be able to scale up and take care of some of the friction that I think this panel has talked a little bit about. And I think we can build very, very large companies in India. We are lucky to have a large cohesive market. And we are lucky to have a large aspirational consumer in India, and we should absolutely cater to them.
Absolutely. Ritesh, your thoughts?
I think Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, I think what Donald Trump has handed to us is one of the biggest opportunities in the last century. We will see an ecosystem is built by capital, talent, and infrastructure. We have decent capital, we have great infrastructure. The challenge is talent. We are seeing a lot of people moving out of India because of various reasons. I think once these people come back, we are going to see a lot of these deep tech companies thriving, and I'm personally very bullish about the idea of Bharat Bhagya Vidhata with a golden visa in Dubai is what we are going to see. 9 months people spending in India, 3 months in Dubai, especially.
But why Dubai, Ritesh?
Dubai
Yeah,
is,
why Dubai?
I'll tell you. Example, I have a gold visa. I do not want to settle in Dubai, but during pollution months, I do not want my daughter to have lung cancer, God forbid. See, it will take a decade. So till that, hopefully. See, I told Bharat Bhagya Vidhata with a golden visa in Dubai.
No, that doesn't work, Ritesh.
So, yeah, you cannot have, you cannot have the cake and eat it too. So my next question is that can India aspire to be a country where India offers a golden visa, where people talk like this, that 7 months in America and 4
I agree
months,
with you, Shweta.
right?
Yeah. We should be the first choice.
But I'll tell you something. I'm speaking to a lot of my Indian founder friends who are currently at Y Combinator, and they're actually scared. They don't want to even talk about coming back to India. My sister, my grandfather is ailing, and my sister who's in the US right now, and she's saying that I can't even hop on a plane right now. So the insecurity of leaving America is very high. Now they're literally being forced to come back to India, which they don't want to. But I think for Indians, this will be a great opportunity to get our talent back.
Okay, very quickly, let me get Anshu in here. Anshu, GST 2.0. And now we are looking at a next generation of reforms being implemented, being reloaded. One, what's your expectation of this new streamlined tax structure in terms of boosting consumption? And second, what would be on your wish list, one thing in the next generation reforms that the government is working on?
On the first generation, more than the substance and the numbers and the production price, I think the signal to say that the government is interested in boosting consumption in the country and will do all the right things, I think that itself is a big win. Building further in that direction, as we spoke of this friction, right? The intent at the topmost level of the government, around through which all of these reforms roll out, to the last level of executive. Right? We all, as we are building the company, there are all of these issues around licenses, tax queries, all of these different.
And tax queries are a really big issue. Yeah. GST or income tax, both.
As I said, right, I think the intent is very clear. By the time it comes all the way down, it's improved a lot, but a continuous way to make it more and more transparent. Almost everything's become online. So I think a bunch of these things, if I look back a decade versus now, they are great. I think that continued movement in that direction, which is starting with this 2.0 reforms, I think that would be just lovely and very supportive to the
specific item on your wish list.
I gave you a couple, right? For example, tax either way, right? That continues to be something that there'd be a question on, and it can be interpreted in so many different ways. And then so much of time and money goes into that, right? That's a distraction from building the business. And that's one example. You could take that for the fire license also. It's all usually in the same way in which the executive finally gets caught.
Okay, Ankit?
So the next changes which the government has made are very welcoming, particularly for the automobile, for the healthcare. But I think from the educational industry point of view, there needs to be a better reform. Education is still taxed at 18%. There has been certain changes in the stationery goods, etc. From a physics wala lens point of view, I must say we teach in masses, we teach in those particular cities and towns where we are making education accessible, and that too is taxed at 18%.
Any states, according to you, which do a better job at
Sorry?
this? Any states where you feel that the states have done a better job in easing compliances that you would like to mention or talk about?
See, there are variations from state to state, but I think Delhi is one where we need more better compliances, more particular coaching guidelines to be set up, right? It is always scattered and it's such a big market, big opportunity for the entire industry.
And
Right?
any state or any city that has got this right, where it's easier for you to expand or set up more centers?
We are finding it bit easy setting up centers in Maharashtra, right?
Okay.
But that can be one side of the story, but still that needs a lot of improvement. Sure.
Interesting.
So I laid out my wish list at the beginning. I think some tax breaks for risk capital is extremely important. On the GST itself, I think, India has a great craft and craftsman sort of history, design. But if we start looking at luxury as something that needs to be overtaxed and look at sin goods, I think the government should have two slabs. And leave it to the consumer to some extent, because I mean, it's good to build in those, because if you look at European countries, you look at the US, you look at, I mean, almost every country, the first lady of that country will wear designers of that country. So you have to take pride in every sort of different sort of startup of where you can build businesses, and there is both prestige and of course there's capital to be made. So I think we should think a little bit about the aspirational middle class, because as they sort of go up the value chain, you don't want them to go with Ritesh to Dubai and shop there in all the designer stores.
This is not going to be forgotten, huh?
So I think it's important that we understand the aspirations of our citizens.
Right.
So I think it's important to have two slabs, and I think that will simplify everything. And I
Sure.
think
So get rid of the sin goods tax.
and also the luxury. Believe that 40% somehow, this is basically how then all bad practices start, because if there is pent up demand in the market, there is pent up demand.
Sure. Ritesh, very quickly, the Honorable Minister is right
Shweta,
here.
this is
So-
very interesting. I was speaking to one of the industrialists and he said that, Ritesh, बाकी देशों में गरीब होना पाप होता है, India में अमीर होना मुश्किल होता है. And I asked him why, and the challenge is policy and laws are not clear. The biggest challenge is, I think the best thing that the government has done is in 2023, they got the Jan Vishwas Act, wherein they decriminalized 42 petty acts. I
Right.
think in India, bankruptcy is very important, because you will be amazed. India के अंदर
Very quickly, one quick suggestion, because we have the minister
इंडिया
right
के
here.
अंदर कंपनी बनाना आसान है, बंद करने में 3 साल लगते हैं, शादी करना आसान है, बाहर निकलने में 10 साल लग जाते हैं. So I think बाहर exiting is extremely important.
All right. On that note, we'll have to close this conversation, but lots of valuable insights. Thank you very
All
much
right.
to all our panelists. And can we get a big round of applause,
Thank
please?
you, Shweta.
for a
And
very
thank you,
candid
panelists. In
assessment.
fact, we are learning that Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi is also with us today. And this is indeed a very precious moment. But that conversation was very engaging, Shweta. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we all do realize that Atmanirbharta in India today is not possible without buying Swadeshi or, in fact, trading in Swadeshi. Let's quickly turn our attention to India's renewable energy sector. In fact, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji is over here today. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have you with us, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. आप आए, हमारी शोभा बढ़ाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. All right, so as we all know today, we are going to explore the opportunities and challenges ahead with regards to boosting the entire sector of renewable energy. There are reforms that are easing investment, especially with GST 2.0. And let's also welcome Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, who is the Union Minister of Consumer Affairs. the new and renewable energy, food and public distribution at Government of India. He will be joined in just a bit with Anand Narasimhan of Network18. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome them as they will be now discussing the GST 2.0 reforms and how they will be impacting the sector of renewable energy from solar to wind, and how this will also help households to perhaps purchase better devices. It's over to you, Anand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prahlad Joshi ji. Thank you very much. And namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Now, he doesn't often come to events, and when he comes, we would not let him go. We'd ask him some questions because his ministry, like somebody was just telling me, are कहते हैं ना घर में चिराग जलाने का काम करती है, एक राशन और दूसरा रोशनी. So that's why it's very critical. Prahlad ji, my first question, this is a white swan day, as many people say, 22nd of September 2025 with GST 2.0. Why do you believe this is landmark? So I would like to understand your perspective. From your perspective, why is it that this day is very important, especially from the consumer's point of view and from a nation point of view?
Thank you, Anand. But first of all, I'm thankful that the first day when the GST 2.0 or 2.0, you are telling it according to me, it is and the Prime Minister, it is next gen GST. And also, as far as a political science student, I can say this is the biggest ever reform after 77 years of independence, according to me. With full confidence at my command, I am telling you, this is the biggest reform. And why it is important? Why it is important means whatever the, as far as Consumer Affairs Minister, if I can tell you, whatever the consumers day to day they are using, that is either 0% or 5%. So if I can quote, I come from the South India, if I can quote an example, if I go to, whenever I visit Bangalore, I go to one hotel there, where dosa is done very well. तो वो डोसा के लिए हमको 20% टैक्स देना पड़ता था for one dosa. Today it is 0. ये बहुत सामान्य होटल है, उसमें तो जब वो रसीद देते थे हमको 20% मीन 100 रुपए डोसा है तो इसके लिए 20 रुपए हमको टैक्स देना पड़ता था. आज तो 0 है. अच्छे साउथ इंडियन कॉफी पीते हैं तो 20% जीएसटी था, 20% टैक्स था, ऑल पुट टुगेदर before to GST and before to this reform. Today it is 0%, and many of them they are under 5%. So toothpaste and shampoo, soap, all those they are in 5% range. Means common man is going to be benefited, and of course, either state government or central government, we are losing some revenue. Some states, especially opposition states, वो तो अभी रो रहे हैं, लेकिन रोना ही उनका काम है, उसके लिए हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. लेकिन क्वेश्चन क्या है, जब जनता को इतने बड़ी मात्रा में सेविंग्स होता है, जन परचेजिंग पावर, उनका जो कैपेसिटी है वो कैपेसिटी बढ़ता है. जब मार्केट में बिजनेस ज्यादा होता है, जब बिजनेस ज्यादा होता है, नेचुरली रेवेन्यू भी ज्यादा होता है, लेकिन उसके लिए थोड़ा पेशेंस रखना है और पहले जनता को सुविधा देना चाहिए. ये तो मन से काम करना है. दैट इज व्हाट प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी हैज डन इट.
ये नेक्स्ट जेन रिफॉर्म्स आपने कहा, पर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये भी कहा कि नागरिक देवो भव. अब आपका दूसरा एग्जांपल ही ले लेते हैं. वो जो 20 रुपया कम हुआ है, वो बेनिफिट पास ऑन हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, कि या उसमें थोड़ा आपको समय लगेगा? क्योंकि आज पहले दिन कई जगह से फीडबैक आया सर कि नहीं हो रहा है.
एक तो प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक विशेष गुण है, he has got a special quality, that is he believes in the citizens of country, he believes the people of the country, he believes the businessmen of this country, and we are trying to promote it, we are going to canvass it, but at the same time वो भी बहुत ज्यादा कंपनियां आप देखे होंगे, तो कार वाले हो, छोटे छोटे, हमारा एक कर्नाटका मिल्क फेडरेशन है कर्नाटक के, वो सरकारी कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी है. It is the elected body they immediately they have given the advertisement how much they are reducing. Like many companies, they have already given. So even Hindustan Liver, yeah, Unilever, they have also given the advertisement. That is one aspect of it. Second is GST में भी एक एंटी प्रॉफिटिंग एक विंग है. और एज ए कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री we have established a helpline because generally consumer का complaint, though there are other authorities, like for example civil aviation में भी DGCA है, फिर भी कुछ हमारे पास आता है complaint, क्योंकि consumer as such many a time they feel that we should go to the consumer affairs ministry. So we have also made up a system that pre-litigation में ही हम तो कुछ हल करने का कोशिश करने के लिए हमने already किया है. So for that purpose, they are coming to us and we have established a helpline. We are also monitoring, and as a prime ministry, line ministry, the finance ministry is also doing necessary follow-up, and we see to it that it is passed on to the consumers.
तो जैसे आपने मदद किया था प्रयागराज के टाइम, कुंभ के टाइम एयर प्राइसेस को कंट्रोल करने में आपने मदद की थी, डिफरेंशियल प्राइसिंग थी प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर, ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर, उस पर भी आपने कुछ मदद की थी. तो यहाँ जीएसटी में भी डिस्पाइट नॉट बीइंग द लाइन मिनिस्ट्री आप हेल्प करेंगे?
ना, लाइन मिनिस्ट्री तो वो है, लेकिन मैंने कहा ना कंज्यूमर इज हमारा मंत्रालय का बेसिक काम है to take the interest and take the care of the consumers. Definitely we are going to do that. That's why we have established a helpline.
But Mantri ji, why do you call it the biggest reform? You said, I put my word here, this is the biggest ever reform that Bharat has witnessed. Why do you say that?
Now, why I have said is probably everybody is so far, because now it has been announced 15 days back, everybody is aware. See what used to happen, so many taxes, so many compliances. Abhi compliances bhi itna simple ho gaya, refund itna simple हो गया, और स्लैब ओनली 2 स्लैब. तो ये सब देखते हुए लोगों को, एक तो बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी लग रहा है कि ये कंप्लायंसेस भी इजी है, रिफंड भी अगर कुछ है तो रिफंड भी तुरंत आता है, रिफंड के लिए भी इसमें प्रोविजन है, और टैक्स स्लैब भी कम हो गया है. पहले तो जब आई कैन रिकलेक्ट, आई हैव इंडस्ट्री इवन टुडे, I am one of the director in that. I am a shareholder. छोटा कंपनी है, ठीक है, लेकिन मैं हूं. When I started the company, you cannot believe, because I come from a very humble background. वो एक एक्साइज इंस्पेक्टर करके इतना हमको तंग किया था, तो हमको पहले शुरुआत में ऐसे लगा क्यों हमने ये फैक्ट्री शुरू कर रहे हैं, ऐसे लग गया था. लेकिन आज तो सिस्टम इतना सिंपल हो गया है, और एक ही जीएसटी में 2 ही स्लैब में पूरा आपका समस्या हल हो जाएगा, और आपका जो इनपुट क्रेडिट है वो सब तुरंत रिफंड आ जाएगा, और इसके साथ ही साथ आपका जो डेली कंज्यूमेबल आइटम्स है दैट हैव बिकम आइदर 0% और 5%. इससे राहत क्या चाहिए? पीपल आर वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट इट. दैट्स व्हाई ये सब लोग क्यों रो रहे हैं, इतना दुख इनको क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? क्योंकि मोदी जी एक कभी कभी बीच में सिक्सर मार देते हैं, इनको तो वो तो समझने के लिए कुछ समय लगता है. दैट इज देयर प्रॉब्लम. But people are very happy about it, and we don't want to make politics out of it. But I can tell you, this is the biggest relief for the public.
विपक्ष, especially the Congress, is saying हमने तो 8 साल पहले कहा था, अब आज कर रहे हैं, जो हमने तब कहा था अब आज कर रहे हैं.
एक तो आज मैंने एक स्टेटमेंट देखा, शायद आप भी देखे होंगे, ये तो दिखावा है, ये तो बकवास है,
आई वॉश.
हाँ, आई वॉश है. तो एक तरफ बोलते हैं आई वॉश है, दूसरी तरफ बोलते हैं हमने आइडिया दिया था. तो कम से कम पूरा क्लियर हो के आ जाओ, क्या कहना चाहते हो. यू कम आउट विथ व्हाट यू वांट टू से अबाउट दिस ओवरऑल रिफॉर्म. पहले तो कहा हम ही बोला था, तो यही लोग चाहते थे ना. आई वाज देयर एज ए अपोजिशन एमपी आल्सो इन पार्लियामेंट. तो जीएसटी का जब ये लोग लाए थे, क्यों अपोज किया था? इनका जो उस टाइम के यूपीए था, आज का इंडिया है, वही पार्टी के लोग अपोज किया था. व्हाट वाज द रीजन? क्योंकि उस टाइम सेंट्रल सेल टैक्स का एक इशू था, उसमें कॉम्पेंसेशन देना था, तो उसमें जो भी रिफंड करना था स्टेट को देना था, ये लोग नहीं दिया था. इसलिए यही एनडीए, यही यूपीए का लोग कहा आपके ऊपर हमको विश्वास नहीं है, हम जीएसटी नहीं चाहते हैं. लेकिन हमने जो जीएसटी के कॉम्पेंसेशन पर वादा किया था, वो कॉम्पेंसेट करने के लिए हमने कानून में भी प्रावधान किया, और मोदी जी उसका पूरा पालन किया. इसलिए जीएसटी काउंसिल में अभी यूनानिमसली एक्सेप्ट होने के लिए कुछ लोग मन से करते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग तो जनता के डर से करते हैं. दिस इज द difference what I can see today.
Mamta Didi has also said that health insurance पर हमने बोला था, इसीलिए हुआ है. ये कोई सरकार ने नहीं किया, हमारा आइडिया था.
नहीं ना, आप तो पूरा तो मन से स्वागत करो ना. आपका आइडिया है तो कम से कम मन से स्वागत तो करो ना. वो भी नहीं कर रहे हैं ना. Why you are afraid of welcoming it?
But did you know that this is going to happen, or was there an indication that this is going to happen in 15 days? Suddenly this announcement comes. And do you wonder कि मोदी जी ऐसे risk क्यों लेते हैं? Does he have this appetite? Politically बड़ा risky काम है.
देखिए, ये तो होने वाला है. ये तो वो क्या था, सरकार में क्या चर्चा चल रहा था पहले, ये तो मैं पब्लिक में अभी नहीं बोलता हूं. लेकिन मैं एक चीज तो कहता हूं, ये तो एक सप्ताह में, 15 दिन में, एक महीने में ये डिसीजन नहीं हो सकता है. We should agree that there should be lot of consultation. तो इसमें बहुत ज्यादा लोगों से, हमको स्टेक होल्डर से भी कई बार चर्चा करना पड़ता है और इसके लिए तैयारी करना पड़ता है. वो तो बहुत दिनों से चल रहा था और प्राइम मिनिस्टर के मन में ये था कि हमने जीएसटी तो शुरू किया है. ये जीएसटी का बहुत अच्छे लाभ तो हुआ है जो 17 में हमने शुरू किया, लेकिन उसका जो स्लैब कम करना, कॉम्प्लायंसेस कम करना, ये सब चीजें जो है, दीज हैज टू बी रियली, इसका बेनिफिट जो है लोगों के लिए ये तो पहुंचाना चाहिए. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, ये जो डे टू डे यूज करने के लिए जो कंज्यूमेबल आइटम्स है, उसमें तो इधर 0 और 5% का करना है. मोदी जी के मन में पहले से ही था, and that has been implemented now.
What, according to you, in the last 11-12 years, are the top 5 reforms by Prime Minister Modi?
One is, according to me, GST itself is the biggest reform. Second one is insolvency and bankruptcy. इसके कारण क्या हुआ है, बैंक में और ए असेट वगैरह के जो भी प्रॉब्लम चलता था पहले से, वो लगभग बहुत ही कंट्रोल में है. नहीं तो इवन अदरवाइज बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स जो है, इन कंटिन्यूएशन विद द बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म, तो ऑल बैंक्स, उस टाइम जो नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट था इतना बहुत ज्यादा था, आज तो ऑल बैंक्स दे आर इन प्रॉफिट एंड एनपीए हैज कम डाउन लाइक एनीथिंग. दैट इज द सेकंड रिफॉर्म. एंड थर्ड इज ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस एंड द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. ये बहुत बड़ा एक बदलाव है. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में रोड हो, पोर्ट हो, एयरपोर्ट हो. तो मैं जानता हूं जी, हमारा एयरपोर्ट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा, मेरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का एयरपोर्ट, ये तो एक एयर स्ट्रिप था. तो मोदी जी आने के बाद एयरपोर्ट फुल प्लेज्ड एयरपोर्ट हो गया और अभी 8-10 फ्लाइट ऑपरेट हो रहा है. और ऐसे 70 to 150 एयरपोर्ट्स. रोड में कितना बदलाव आया है, पोर्ट में कितना बदलाव आया है. और आज के दिन में मोदी जी बार बार हमको कहते हैं कॉम्प्लायंसेस कम करो और जो लॉजिस्टिक टाइम है वो टाइम कम करना. दिस इज द अनदर बिगेस्ट रिफॉर्म. जनधन इज अनदर बिगेस्ट रिफॉर्म. जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, मोदी जी ने बोला था कि आप अकाउंट ओपन करो, यही लोग मजाक उड़ाया था. पहले अकाउंट ओपन किया, बाद में आधार को लिंक किया, बाद में मोबाइल को लिंक किया. कितना बड़ा बदलाव आया जी. लगभग 4 लाख करोड़ सेविंग्स हो गया. जो हम डायरेक्टली डीबीटी करते हैं उसके कारण 4 लाख करोड़ का जो सेविंग्स हुआ. ये गरीब का कैसा बीच में कौन खाते थे, किसके जेब में जाते थे. ये तो सब जो बदलाव है, ये बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म है. And these reforms are benefiting the people of the country.
Let's talk about renewables, solar and wind. There's a huge thrust. That's also because the climate goals, we as a nation have to achieve a few climate goals. What kind of reforms are being pushed in the renewable energy sector, especially solar and wind?
As it is, जो solar का और wind का overall renewable का है, if I can put it in a overall, जो इस 10-11 साल में हुआ है, if I can quote about that. What was the total solar energy in the country by when it was 2014? As far as I remember, and it is correct also, 2.4 gigawatt. Today it is nearly about 125 gigawatt. Another week, 15 days, it is going to reach 130 gigawatt. So from 2.4 to 130. And 75 gigawatt of the total from the non-fossil fuel source. Today, it is 252. 50% of our target of 2030 is being achieved. And installed capacity, जो प्रधानमंत्री पंचामृत के द्वारा COP26 में अनाउंस किया था, by 2030 we are going to install 50% of our energy from the non-fossil sources. It is achieved 5 years in advance. That is 2025. We have done it. And EU का एक delegation आया था. पूरा आप देखे होंगे, पूरा commissioner सब, all the commissioner सब आए थे. And Prime Minister told me to give a presentation to them. जब मैंने एक presentation दिया हमारा ऑफिस में, I had invited them to my office. They were stunned. 10 वर्ष में हो सकता है क्या? लेकिन तो बाकी तो मैं तो ऐसे क्या क्या हुआ है मैं आपको और डिटेल में बता सकता हूं, लेकिन ये तो from 2.4 to 130, it is the biggest achievement. Second thing is module. देश में स्वदेशी मॉड्यूल होता था क्या जी? अभी तो मॉड्यूल हो गया है. How much we have invested in that? 24,000 crores. ये मोदी जी के अलावा और कोई रिस्क ले ही नहीं सकते इससे. We make it with viability gap funding. हमने PLI में उनको दिया और उसके साथ अभी सेल का 25 गीगावाट 28 गीगावाट का हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी है और हमने ALMM लागू किया है. 28 तक इसका शुरू हो जाएगा. और स्वदेशी इनगॉट और स्वदेशी वेफर, that we have already started. Trajectory is on, and I'm quite confident we'll come out with for that also with viability gap funding. And one more thing I want to tell you, wherever the viability gap funding that is in the form of PLI we have brought, that has brought down the per unit cost and overall investment by the cost of the unit has come down by 40%. This is the biggest achievement. And by that, the cost of the electricity per unit when it comes down, overall, हमारा जो production cost होता है ना, वो production cost कम होता है. So that is the biggest thing what has been done. I'm very happy about it. And it is not only another thing, I'm taking your little time. It is not just that only renewable energy emission or clean energy, ये तो ठीक है. But I have handled coal also.
Yes.
By handling the coal, I know little about thermal power. Thermal power ka, though we have good amount of coal, but overall problem is 6.5 rupees minimum aata hai per unit. But whereas with storage capacity, with wind, with pump storage, all put together in a hybrid model, we are giving at 4.5 per unit. So then what will be the difference? 2 rupees. 2 rupees difference is a big thing as far as manufacturing is concerned, because one of the major raw material in any manufacturing activities is the power. So this is adding to our overall reduction in the cost, and we are becoming viable in the global market. This is the biggest thing what we have done under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi.
But you say the renewable energy, we've met the targets 50% 5 years in advance. But last year, 2/3 of our generation was via fossil fuel power generation. So ये paradox थोड़ा समझाइए.
ना paradox जो समझाने के लिए मैं इतना ही कहता हूँ, तो हमको renewable add करना है. तो ऐसे तो हमारा बहुत ज्यादा ऐड हुआ है. I'm not comparing it, but at the same time, तो थर्मल तो बहुत बरसों से चल रहा है और हमको डे बाय डे आज टोटल इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी इन द कंट्री इज 495. Out of that, 252 is the renewable energy. So we are adding minimum last time our addition was 33 gigawatt. This time I think it is going to be 44 or 45 gigawatt this year, current year, what I am speaking. So day by day renewable energy is increasing. But पहले जो जीरो था 10 बरस में इस लेवल तक तो आए हैं ना, तो जीरो से अभी इधर तक पहुंचे हैं. मुझे विश्वास है और 10-15 वर्ष मोदी साहब रहेगा और हम तो we will surpass whatever it is there in the fossil fuel से जो आता है उसको हम सरपास करेंगे.
Well, let's hope that. But for that, कुछ projects जो अटके हैं उसको भी clear करना जरूरी है, मंत्री जी. I'm given to understand that approximately 40 gigawatt of such RE capacity is lying unused due to lack of PPAs. So what is the government going to do? Because DISCOMs are not coming forward to sign power purchase agreements. So what are you going to do there?
With the other problem, there is one major problem. That is, one is ये जो प्राइस डाउन हो रहा है, तो हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सोचते हैं कल और कम होगा. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम वी आर फेसिंग. तो मैंने सब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को भी कहा हूं और मेरा सेक्रेटरी regularly he is interacting with the chief secretaries and the energy secretaries of the state, and I have met many of the chief ministers that अगर आप PPA नहीं करते हैं तो कम होता है. तो अभी जो करके अगर आप पावर जनरेशन कैपेसिटी बढ़ाते हैं तो नेचुरली आपके प्रदेश में इन्वेस्टमेंट ज्यादा होगा, रेवेन्यू आपका बढ़ेगा, जॉब क्रिएशन आपके स्टेट में ज्यादा होगा. तो ये हम कन्विंस कर रहे हैं. रिलेटिवली उसमें तो थोड़ा कुछ प्रगति हुआ है एंड फर्दर इसमें प्रगति होगा क्योंकि ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज आल्सो टेकन इट वेरी सीरियसली. अनदर स्मॉल प्रॉब्लम इसमें है, रेगुलेटर लोग बहुत स्टेट में हो सेंट्रल में हो थोड़ा कुछ प्रॉब्लम हर्डल क्रिएट करते हैं. दैट आल्सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हैंडल इट.
The center state coordination is something which is also an impediment. You touched upon it. Is that too much of an impediment? Are state governments putting too many roadblocks? Is the center not working with the states?
देखिए कई समझने में कुछ लोगों को लेट होता है. पहले जैसे आप अगर if you can recollect, Prime Minister Modi has started this movement of renewable energy, especially solar, around 22 years back. Then the cost was around 17-18 rupees per unit. Yeah. But Modi ji did not stop because he knew that after 20 years or 2 decades or so, the energy future is the renewable. So abhi log samajh rahe hain. For example, if I can quote, PM Kusum is for the agricultural. Correct. तो ये एग्रीकल्चरल में कोई भी आगे नहीं आ रहे थे, लेकिन हमने तो सबसे बातचीत करके उनको कन्विंस किया हाउ इट इज गोइंग टू बेनिफिट नॉट ओनली फार्मर्स टू इवन टू द स्टेट एक्सचेकर. तो मैंने कई लोगों को हमारे ऑफिसर से एक प्रेजेंटेशन करवाया कि एक बार आप इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं तो आप जो अभी फ्री पावर देते हैं एक ही बार आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है, बाद में आप हर महीने हर बरस आप जो डिस्कॉम को पैसा देना पड़ता है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से वो बंद हो जाता है. यूर फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रॉब्लम हेडेक है, whether it is for the household or whether it is for the agricultural, that will once for all stop. ये तो कन्विंस हो गया, काम भी शुरू हो गया. इस बीच में मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री को. महाराष्ट्र मुख्यमंत्री ने ये पीएम कुसुम का एक अच्छा मॉडल लाया, तो तब सबको लगा ये तो इसमें बहुत जादू कर सकते हैं. अभी तो हर मुख्यमंत्री आके मुझे मिलते हैं, हमको पीएम कुसुम अलॉटमेंट ज्यादा करो. तो मार्च में ये पीएम कुसुम अभी स्कीम पूरा हो रहा है, इट इज गोइंग टू एंड. बट नाउ आई हैव रिक्वेस्टेड ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, पीएम कुसुम 2.0 का आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया है. बहुत मुख्यमंत्री भी अभी पत्र लिखा है प्रधानमंत्री जी को, काइंडली इसको एक्सटेंड करो. सो दैट नाउ तो कई लोग जल्दी समझते हैं लाइक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, और कुछ लोग जल्दी नहीं समझते हैं. तो अभी समझने का थोड़ा उनके लेवल पर समझते हैं, लेकिन अभी बाय एंड लार्ज इंक्लूडिंग अपोजिशन स्टेट दे हैव अंडरस्टूड व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी. वन इज प्राइस, अनदर वन इज द बेसिकली दिस एमिशन, ऑल सच थिंग्स, एंड डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन है ना, कितना जॉब क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. 12 लाख 13 लाख ऑलरेडी हो गया है पीएम कुसुम पीएम सूर्यघर में. So people are getting employment in their village, people are getting employment in their small cities, tier 2 cities. So everybody is understanding the importance of this renewable energy. And by that, this movement has picked up very well. And Prime Minister, because of his leadership, he has convinced many people.
But Mantriji, when it comes to solar and wind, one of the aspects is to generate it, we need land. And land acquisition is a problem. With a lot of renewable energy projects. उसको आप कैसे हैंडल कर रहे हैं, मिटिगेट कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, इसमें तो लैंड प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ रिन्यूएबल को नहीं है, लैंड प्रॉब्लम सबको है। तो इस बीच में हमको रास्ता निकालना है। तो ऐसे तो हम पीएम सूर्यघर, पीएम कुसुम में जो कर रहे हैं और पीएम सूर्यघर, इस टू डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड जनरेशन के कारण नियरली अबाउट 65 gigawatt we are going to generate out of that only. That is one point. Second point, पीएम कुसुम में जहां भी अगर फार्मर्स का कुछ लैंड है, उसमें कुछ एरिया में if they are not cultivating it, then we are requesting them to give it for the renewable energy, means solar energy. For that we are giving them rent. अभी मुझे, मैं राजस्थान गया था, राजस्थान में मुझे फार्मर्स आके मिला, किसान लोग आके बोला, हम तो हमेशा मोदी जी के लिए हम बहुत ही, वी आर ऑलवेज इंडेप्टेड टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी। मैंने बोला क्यों? हमारा तो बैरन लैंड है जी, लैंड हमारे नाम पे है लेकिन हम कुछ नहीं करते। अभी 30,000 रुपए हमको मिल रहे हैं बाड़े पे। सो दीज आर द थिंग्स, पीपल आर ऑल्सो कमिंग फॉरवर्ड। इवन सामान्य नागरिक, इनका 1 एकड़ 2 एकड़ आधा एकड़ लैंड है, वो भी आगे आ रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है तो ये विन विन सिचुएशन है, that will be solved. Apart from all these things, whenever I am going for the meeting with Honorable Chief Minister, I am highlighting them that you have to work out with the farmers, with the public at large, and also wherever the government land is available, that you may kindly make it at least on lease basis, long lease basis for the private entrepreneurs, so that your energy problem and your energy cost and energy headache will be considerably reduced. This is, people are getting convinced now. That's why we are moving fast. This year we have, as I already told you, this year we have already added 23-24 gigawatt.
Ji.
And this is the ever highest in a single year. And another 20-25 we are going to add this year.
Oh, fantastic. Now you wear two hats. So हमने रोशनी की बात की, अब थोड़ा राशन की बात कर लेते हैं. 2-3 questions, sir. One is this one nation, one ration card. How is the implementation progressing, and especially with the migrant workforce and population? Is the implementation on track? Are you monitoring it?
See, I can tell you one thing: one nation, one ration card; one nation, one grid; one nation, one subscription. ऐसे तो one nation जो मोदी साहब ने बोला है, ये सब one nation तो डर जाते हैं ये लोग. तो जब हम वन नेशन वन रेशन कार्ड जब इसका भी शुरू किया था, तब भी इसका क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ था, लेकिन 187 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन वन नेशन वन रेशन कार्ड में हुआ है. तो जो भी, अगर समझो मैं कर्नाटक से आता हूं, मैंने पहले भी जैसे कहा, बेंगलुरु में इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में अलग अलग राज्यों से लेबर्स है. दे आर ऑल अवेलिंग द फ्री रेशन प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में. तो हर व्यक्ति जो उधर आ रहा है, दे आर अवेलिंग दिस फैसिलिटी ऑफ रेशन कार्ड व्हिच इज टेक्नोलॉजिकली ड्रिवन. 100% रेशन कार्ड. ये डिजिटाइजेशन का जो मजाक उड़ाते थे ना, आई एम टेलिंग यू टुडे 100% रेशन कार्ड्स आर डिजिटाइज्ड टुडे. एंड 99% ऑफ द बेनिफिशियरीज दे आर आधार लिंक्ड एंड डिजिटाइज्ड. सो थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग. And that is the leadership of the Prime Minister Modi.
Final question, back to GST. The passage of rate cuts. Is your ministry actively monitoring that this entire passage of rate cuts actually happens to the consumer? Because that's the big question. कि ये consumption boom लाएगा कि नहीं लाएगा, और इसका result आपको क्या लगता है? 30-40 दिन में दिखेगा?
नहीं, मुझे तो पूरा विश्वास है. एक तो जनता भी अभी देखिए पहले जैसा उनको समझने के लिए है, क्योंकि न्यूज़पेपर या टीवी चैनल ऑफ लेट टीवी चैनल पर डिपेंड होता था. आज स्थिति ऐसे नहीं है. हर दिन व्हाट्सएप में, हर दिन सोशल मीडिया में, इंस्टाग्राम में चलता ही रहता है. So many people, they are using this social media, and you know the number of the Wi-Fi connectivity in the country today. So by that also people are understanding, and the many manufacturers, they are also, they themselves, they are volunteering, they are giving advertisement. These are all the things happening. Otherwise also finance ministry is monitoring. As a consumer affairs ministry, we are monitoring, and other line ministries, they will also monitor. I'm quite confident on that.
Thank you
But
so much.
before telling that, one more thing I wanted to add. So impact of the reform on the renewable energy, I'm going to tell you one figure. You will be stunned. The investment overall, तो हमारा जो 18% था, जो आज 5% हुआ है, उस 5% में, do you know what is the savings? 1 lakh crore to 1.5 lakh crore. How?
Wow.
How? I am telling you. We are yet to install till 2030 248 gigawatt, because 252 we have already installed. 248 we have to install. For that 248 gigawatt to install, the overall savings per megawatt will be nearly about 25 lakhs. So that will overall it will bring down 1 lakh crore to 1.5 lakh crore in the country. So this is the Modi has given to the renewable energy and overall to the energy.
तो जो आरी पे है उनका बिजली का बिल कम होने वाला है, होगा.
हाँ, per unit cost भी कम हो जाएगा जी. Per unit cost again it is going to be reduced.
Fantastic. We
That is what Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was telling yesterday, that this year they are going to regulator to reduce the cost of the energy, not only for the consumers, even to the industries.
तो जीएसटी से रोशनी के बिल में भी बचत हो रही है.
हाँ, रोशनी ज्यादा होगा और बचत भी ज्यादा
होगा. Mantri ji, I just want to use this opportunity to also commit to you and to our viewers that here at Network 18, we are not stopping with this Reforms Reloaded. What we are trying to also say कि अब भारत की बारी है. So we are, I would like to use your good office and your permission to also unveil a new campaign, a mission that we are also going to move on. And I'm going to request Rahul to just please come here as we play out the AV here. It's called India Ab Bharat Ki Bari. And with your permission, I'd just like you to have a look at. Yeah, we'll display it there. Can we have the?
यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है. कारोबार को और आसान बनाएंगे, निवेश को और आकर्षक बनाएंगे. असंख्य भुजाओं की शक्ति है, हर तरफ देश की भक्ति है. विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा. तुम उठो, तिरंगा लहरा दो, भारत के भाग्य को फहरा दो. जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए. गर्व से कहो, ये स्वदेशी है, तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा होगा.
इंडिया, अब भारत की बारी.
यही.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Thank you so much, sir, for adding your presence and making it so immeasurably valuable. And thank you, Anand, for that engaging conversation. Going to request everybody to please remain seated. We have more conversations, engaging one, riveting ones for you. And we will also have the Union Finance Minister grace the event in just a bit. So as GST 2.0 reshapes India's tax landscape, the focus now is on the next wave of reforms that can drive growth, of course, investment and global competitiveness as well. To explore what comes next, Let's also welcome Shireen Bhan on stage once again. And joining her for this discussion is the visionary strategist behind India's G20 agenda and former CEO of Niti Aayog, Shri Amitabh Kanji. Thank you so much for gracing the event. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a privilege to welcome Amitabh Kant here on the Reforms Reloaded platform. Here's something that I want to share with the audience. It was the 12th of August, and I was in conversation with Mr. Kant on a platform like this. And I asked him, I said, what next as far as reforms are concerned? And the number one item on his list on the 12th of August was GST rate rationalization. Clearly, the government was listening to you, Mr. Kant.
Well, I don't know whether they're listening or not, but it's a great thing that they've simplified the GST. I think it'll greatly help in pushing the consumption story of India, which in turn will create great demand, which in turn will increase capacity utilization and will lead to further investments in the Indian economy. It'll create a virtuous cycle of investments. And that is in the context of all the challenges we are facing globally. This reform was critical.
Well, this reform was critical, and this reform has been done, and the hope is that it will boost consumption, boost demand, and then boost investment. What's the sense that you get on that front? Because the government is saying, look, we've done the heavy lifting, we've been front-loading capex, now we're giving you stimulus as far as the income tax cuts and now the GST cuts are concerned. What's the sense that you get from industry now that you're on the other side, Mr. Kant, about its willingness, its appetite to invest?
So, the government has done a lot. I would say this, because to bring in the GST simplification at this particular stage, to bring in all the states on board is a remarkable thing. And all credit to the PM and the FM for that. But I think we should accelerate the pace of many other reforms simply because the global challenges in terms of the breakdown of global supply chains, the rise in protectionism, the breakdown of institutions with a war on both in Europe and Middle East. There are many challenges, and now with this H-1B visa. So we need to use this crisis as an opportunity to push many other reforms, to my mind. And GST should just be the beginning of an accelerated reform process.
Okay, if GST is just the beginning, what's the next step? And you talked about the H-1B visa issue, which blew up over the weekend. You tweeted saying that this will in fact end up being an opportunity or could become an opportunity for India. I think that tweet has gone viral. You've got about 5 million views on that. But what do you believe we need to do in order for us to actually ensure that this emerges as a silver lining, Mr. Kant?
Shireen, the challenge is that there is no talent. There's no talent for computing power in the United States of America. So it's not that the Indian companies utilize H-1B visa.
No, not the bulk of them.
It's the United States companies which bring in all this, utilize the H-1B visa for their advantage. So if they had put that $100,000 per year, then it would have had huge implications. But now that they've clearly announced, backtracked, and said that it's only in the initial period and not for students studying in the United States, I think my analysis is that this will, over a period of 6 years, it'll work out to a very marginal component, which will then get passed on to the consumer. But it opens up the opportunity for a lot of American companies, because there's lack of predictability and consistency of policies. It gives you an opportunity to open many more GCCs, and it also lead to a much more level of outsourcing for these companies, because simply there is no talent available, and you need talent to be able to do this. So India should be a beneficiary of this. My view is that India will benefit out of this.
You do think that India will benefit from this. But since we're talking about the next steps, Mr. Kant, quality control orders, I think that has been one of the issues that industry has been talking about as a constraint. In your view, is there a need for a big review or a dismantling even of quality control orders in the way that they're being implemented at this point in time?
So quality control orders, we've had an excess dosage of them. You know, we've had about QCOs imposed on over 760 odd items. If you're doing it on the end product, I'll understand. But you're putting quality control orders on inputs and components, and you're making it difficult for medium and small industries to do production, and it is having severe implication on their livelihood, their survival. And I think all QCOs need to be reviewed, and at least all QCOs on inputs need to be eliminated, because it'll make it very difficult for India to be competitive. It'll make it very difficult for India to export. And therefore, my view is very strong review of QCOs. It is licensing by the back door. And it is a very, all QCOs have been brought in under pressure by industry lobby groups, which is doing huge damage to India.
Okay, so a quick review and a big
Elimination
review
on all inputs.
on all inputs.
Yeah, because you're making the end product very expensive then.
Okay.
And you're basically making your country non-competitive in the global economy.
So from that perspective, if we are talking about making India more competitive as well as integrating India into the global supply chain, GST done, QCOs you believe work in progress or needs to be work in progress with a certain degree of urgency, what else?
So first and foremost, let's look at what all government has already announced for quick implementation. First and foremost, I think the labor laws, because they're already passed by Parliament, over 22 states have already approved them. So just implement the labor laws, which will enable you to do size and scale of manufacturing. That's critical. Number two, the government had some time back announced, 2 budgets back announced that it will remain in only 4 strategic areas, and also said that it will disinvest 2 banks, 1 insurance companies. We need to get disinvestment and asset monetization back central stage. And that's important because I believe that India can grow over a long period, 3-decade period at 9 to 10% per annum, which is what our ambition is of the Prime Minister to create a Viksit Bharat. It's a very ambitious task. So you need to bring free enterprise center stage. That's critical. So push for that. Thirdly, I think in the context of H-1B visa, you need to create good, really smart urbanization in India. And the budget this year had announced a 1 lakh crore for urban renewable fund. Now, that needs to be implemented ASAP so that you clean up your cities, the garbage. There should be a massive competition among cities after cities, and at least create 25 cities in India which are, on par with the best in the world. This can be spurred through this 1 lakh crore. Government has already announced intention in the budget. Push for implementation. The fourth is the government has announced in the budget itself the clean tech mission. Now, India is importing 85% of its solar, 75% of its electric components, 80% of its batteries. So get that clean tech mission announced, because then you'll start working on batteries, EVs, solar, wind, all that is critical. And the last I would say is that you need to also push for the government needs to push in a very, very big way right now skill development, because your demographics are in your favor. The skill sector needs a huge, huge push, because that will create new jobs, not only for India, but for the rest of the world. If India is going to provide 30% of the manpower for the world by 2047, growth with jobs is critical. And therefore, to my mind, these are 4 or 5 key suggestions that I have.
Well, that's the top 5 there from Amitabh Kant. Very specific, very tangible suggestions that you've put on the table for the government.
And let's start with privatization of Ashoka Hotel in the heart of Delhi. The government has no business to run hotels. I mean, why should the government of India run the Ashoka Hotel is the basic question.
But you've been in government,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
why
So
why is it
no,
that we haven't been able to disinvest Ashoka Hotel?
We had at that point of time privatized 18 hotels. Ashoka was also put out. We could not attract a good bid for Ashoka at that point of time, but there's no rationale at all for governments to run hotels. And that's a mindset which should move from central government to all the state governments, that they should keep their hands off from certain areas.
Keep their hands off of certain areas. But let's just stick with the theme of privatization, because now in your current role as an advisor to Fairfax, and Fairfax is one of the contenders for IDBI Bank possibly, what IDBI Bank is another contender that has been up for privatization for almost a decade now. So do you feel the government is hoping that it'll get done this financial year? Are you feeling confident that it'll get done this financial year?
I'm optimistic about it, and I hope it happens early, because we should not allow fatigue to set in. These things happen at a particular moment of time, and the earlier you do it, the better it is for the government, better it is for India. And that is why I'm saying not merely IDBI, but the government had said it will privatize 2 other banks, 1 more insurance company. Those recommendations were made. We should go back.
You had made recommendations from Niti Aayog as well?
Yeah, so we should go back and push that, because the challenge which India is facing now, the headwinds which you're facing in the context of global crisis, requires us to be bold, gutsy, courageous, like this government has been in the case of GST. I mean, it's the speed at which FM and PM have pushed through the reforms on GST and made it simple and easy is really praiseworthy. I really admire the tenacity of the government in able to do that, and that inspires me to push for more and more reforms.
Well, it's inspiring everybody here in this room as well, Mr. Kant. But, let's talk about that 1 lakh crore rupee that you talked about, which is a budget announcement. So the capital allocation has been made in the budget. The urban renewal mission that you spoke about to clean up, spruce up our cities and so on and so forth. I mean, we're talking about cities like Gurugram, and every day there are people tweeting about the problems there in terms of the garbage and so on and so forth. I mean, what will it finally take to get to execution? Forget the capital allocation. Well, how do we execute these projects? How do we execute these missions? I agree it's important, but what will it take to get it done?
I think much like the government got all the states together on GST, the government needs to bring political will and administrative ability to drive good, smart urbanization, get all the states, at least the states which contribute a significant component. Cities are drivers of growth, they're drivers of innovation, etc. So to my mind, these cities will be the real driver. The top 20 cities actually account for almost about 45% of your GDP. So if you're able to drive that and make that grow very enormously, they will become not merely the drivers of your GDP, but they'll create huge number of jobs. And to my mind, good drainage, good sewage, good roads are critical for India now. You've reached a stage of your growth where good urbanization will determine the future of India.
Good urbanization will certainly determine the future of India. But, I come back to the question on how do we actually get it done. But, and a lot of people have commented that we probably need a GST council kind of federal body to take forward some of these crucial reforms. A, is that even possible? B, how do we go forward on that?
No, you don't need a body for everything. You need to bring that political will amongst the states. Because India is a very large country. So the chief ministers also need to take responsibility, much like the chief minister of Maharashtra or the chief minister of UP. They've really improved the quality of infrastructure in a very, very big way. You see the transformation in Mumbai, or you see the transformation in Pune, or you see the transformation in Nagpur, or you see the transformation in Uttar Pradesh. The roads, the expressway, the highways, the shape of Lucknow has changed. So all this should inspire many more states to push for it, and definitely Gurgaon needs to be cleaned up totally, improved radically. But one more point, Shireen, on the since we were talking about many things in the coming days, one critical thing I think is the announcement in the budget which was made for deep fund of funds. Because
research and innovation.
So the fund of funds is critical for India. Is one of the main reasons why the startup movement took off in India was because we had this fund of fund for startups.
Yeah.
Which, so if you have a fund of funds for deep tech, a large one for deep tech and clean tech, that will enable you to, the fund of fund does the risk sharing with VCs. It'll attract a lot of investments through private equity and venture capital, and the fund of funds will take only 1/4 of the risk. But you require patient capital over a long period of time. So not merely that the government should create a fund of funds, but to my mind, Life Insurance Corporation should create a fund of funds also. And so should Reliance, and so should Mr. Adani, and these big conglomerates should also create fund of funds for India to attract a lot of VCs to do deep tech, because the upsides of that for the country will be enormous. And India needs to do many more deep tech startups. That's critical. That would require a fund of funds. And that's something which was announced in the budget. So I'm just saying that what was announced of the budget needs to be rapidly implemented now.
Yes, 1 lakh crore rupees was announced in the budget, and they have moved on that now. And of course, there's a change in mindset where the government is also now looking at possibly picking up equity in some of these companies that it's investing in, especially on the quantum side through the quantum mission and so on and so forth. From your experience of Startup India, Mr. Kant.
No, that's to my mind, that's not a great idea.
No,
the government should keep its arms off from business. The more government gets into it, they'll start tampering with business decision making. That's my view. You can have a different.
Don't pick up equity.
You should use the viability gap funding route, but if you start taking equity, government officers will start sitting on the boards. They will start killing decision making, because government officers by nature are status quoist in nature. They're not willing to take the kind of risk which the business is supposed to take. So that's not a great idea to my mind.
Would you have said the same thing? Were you still in government?
Well, I survived somehow.
No, but to be fair, Mr. Kant, from your experience of starting the Startup India mission to where we are today, what more do you believe the government can do, or actually the private sector or the startup ecosystem in itself can do to further the cause of startups?
Well, first of all, I think what has happened is that in the startup movement, in the initial period, we used the fund of funds. Later, a lot of money came in from external sources. India still attracts about 79% of the money coming into the startup movement from abroad. It's Indian family houses, Indian business houses, Indian insurance companies, Indian pension funds must fund the startup movement of India. That is not happening, to my mind. That's critical. Secondly, I think two great things have happened in India. One is that India has supported the new foundational models, supported a number of startups, which over a period of time will pay you results. It's also provided computing power at good costs, and therefore we should see results of that. It's sometimes good to be coming in a little later rather than be the beginner, and you'll see good results coming out of this. But we should build up AI and on top of our digital public infrastructure, make it open source, open API, and that will help us to accelerate the pace of innovation in India. So to my mind, far more resources coming in from within India into the startup movement. And definitely we need 4 or 5 big fund of funds to push for. More and more VCs taking risks, because you need, in the space sector, in battery sector, you need patient capital of 15 years, 20 years. You need to do huge amount of disruption in deep tech. I mean, all these Indians are going into the Silicon Valley. Now that they're not welcome in Silicon Valley, we should demonstrate that all Indians are welcome back to do disruption in India. And that is what the fund of funds should do.
Well, government fund of funds and the private sector also to launch fund of funds. That's the message there from Amitabh Kant. But, when we last spoke, you said the one sector that is Trump tariff proof is tourism. And you believe that that should be on high priority for the government at this point in time. Are you starting to see any signs of that?
Well, I think the biggest opportunity for India is travel and tourism. And that's simply because India is buying close to 1,800 planes. We are already sending out 30 million Indians abroad. If you do not get tourists from abroad, you will become the biggest exporter of tourists in the world. And therefore, yeah, this is what's going to happen. So India hasn't done an Incredible India campaign for a decade now. You need to promote and market. I learned that it is not even participating in the World Tourism Mart, which to my mind is a shame, because India needs to be very aggressive. Exactly like we've been with the reform of GST. The Prime Minister has been regularly talking about tourism. The Ministry of Tourism should be vigorously and aggressively promoting and marketing India, penetrating global markets, because of foreign tourists to domestic tourism is good right now. But on the domestic tourism will take you till here. The real value in terms of returns to resorts and hotels will come in from foreign tourists, because they'll pay you 5 times of what the domestic tourism is paying you. And in the long run, you need to make India a global destination for getting the rich and the famous of the world to India. And that requires you to do brand marketing of India abroad.
So for that, we need Amitabh Kant.
No, you don't need Amitabh Kant. You need Ministry of Tourism to be aggressive with the brand campaign.
Yes, most certainly. But now that you're on the private side, sir, and you're dealing with the private sector, you talked about bureaucrats and the fact that many, I wouldn't generalize, but many, as you point out, have a status quo mindset. How different is the private sector?
Well, the private sector's job is to create wealth. I think that spirit of enterprise and the spirit of making, the Prime Minister set a great ambition, 4 trillion to a 30+ trillion dollar economy by the time in 22 years. I mean, that requires you to do scorching pace of growth. Very few countries in the world have been able to do it. Japan, Korea, China, that's all. 108 countries caught in the middle income trap right now. Now, if India is to achieve what the Prime Minister's vision is, it needs bureaucrats to dismantle rules, regulation, procedures, act, and also disinvest heavily, and also do asset monetization, and also sell India as a tourism destination. This requires a very aggressive and a progressive mindset of the civil servants.
Mr. Kant, you're talking about an aggressive mindset of civil servants to take some of those decisions that have been long pending that you spoke of. But as we look at the global environment, and one of the things that we spoke about, and again, that's something that we've seen positive action on. You said that India must re-engage economically with China, and we've seen both sides take tangible steps to do that. What do you make of this thaw in the economic relationship, as well as measures on both sides to re-engage?
Well, my view on this is very simply this, that we import about 130 billion worth of goods from China. We import. By doing that, we are creating jobs in China. We should get Chinese companies to do joint ventures with Indian companies. Don't give them more than 49%, but you need Chinese companies, especially to manufacture in India. I'm saying this simply because the world had lost its art of manufacturing. If you look at the top 20 American companies, all of them are manufacturing 95% in China. Read this book, Apple in China, you'll realize this. So they are all creating jobs in China. Now you want to do component manufacturing, you want to do machinery manufacturing, you want to do input manufacturing, you'll have to get these Chinese manufacturers to manufacture in India, create jobs in India. That's important to my mind. And China, even at the worst of relationship with Taiwan, got the Taiwanese to invest in China, got Japanese to invest in China in the worst of relationship. So to my mind, instead of importing, manufacturing in India is critical. And get the Chinese companies to ensure that technology is passed on to Indian companies. And that's why get them to do JVs with Indian companies.
So what would Swadeshi mean in a contemporary India? What is the Swadeshi model that India should prioritize today?
Well, Swadeshi to my mind would mean that you make in India, you do startup in India, but be a part of integral value chain. You penetrate global markets. You can't be selling only in India. You have to sell to the world. You'll get 10 times more prices. You have to be a very, very integral part of the value chain, despite the protectionism which Trump is preaching to the rest of the world. None of China, Korea, Japan, none of them grew without selling to America. So we have to do that. Without that, India can't grow at 9 to 10%. Exports is critical. Every time India has grown, it's grown on the back of exports.
But it's becoming an increasingly challenging environment as
Yes.
far as exports are concerned.
Yeah, there are
So
many challenges. We'll have to face those challenges head on and become productively efficient. That's why when I talk about free enterprise, when I talk about disinvestment, when I talk about privatization or asset monetization, I'm saying this because the productivity levels of India have to improve. Trump has given you this opportunity to become far more competitive. He's given you the opportunity to become far more productive. Let's not lose this opportunity. This is a God-given gift which Trump has given us.
we should say thank you, President Trump. But on a more serious note, from the vantage point that you had of being the G20 Sherpa, the world that we're living in today, I mean, just in a matter of 2 years, how fractured globalization is. What do you believe the consequences will be of this changing global order, of this changing face and nature of globalization in the medium term?
So first of all, Shireen, let's be clear on one simple thing, and that is the biggest beneficiary of globalization was the United States of America. It's the only country in the world which has retained its share of global GDP at close to 27%, 48% of the market cap with just 4% of the population. No other country or no other region has been able to do it. Europe came down from 30% to close to less than 15%. So the biggest beneficiary has been the United States of America. And when the opportunity for the global South and other countries came to benefit from this process of globalization, you start killing WTO. You kill the distinction between developed and developing countries. You say that there is no less developed country, and you say that I want to bring manufacturing back to the United States. You think these American women are going to work 24/7 on making Apple phones? Never will they do this, because it's become a post-industrial society now. And therefore, it's very, very important that we use this opportunity to really push for manufacturing in India to create jobs, because India has to grow with jobs. And in some of these populous states of India, you need to push for manufacturing in a very big way. That would require us several things to do. You need to bring down the cost of logistics. You need to bring down the cost of power in India, make yourself more efficient. You need to bring down, you need to have more skilled labor. All this and you need to bring down your interest rates. You need to bring down the statutory liquidity ratio, which at 18% is the highest, second highest in the world after Bangladesh. And every bank is busy buying government bonds, and you're leaving nothing for. So the interest rates must come down. I mean, these are critical things to my mind.
You've given us a long list of what must come down. What should go up, Mr. Kant?
Well, the growth rate must go on to 8.5%, 9%.
And you
on
think,
a consistent basis over a long.
And you think on the back of the measures that you just spoke of, that is possible?
Well, you see the results of GST, which will be very good, path-breaking measures. Every time the government has pushed for key reforms, the GDP goes up, and therefore I'm absolutely clear that all the budget announcement, I'm not saying anything else, I'm merely saying that the budget
Implement the budget announcements.
Implement the budget announcements, implement the disinvestment budget announcement, implement the deep tech, the urban reforms, and the clean tech mission. All this will help you to accelerate the pace of your growth, nothing else. This is the political will of the government.
Yeah, so no new idea, so to speak. You're just saying get what you've already announced.
No, I believe in implementation, implementation.
Implementation. Before I let you go, if you were to do Incredible India today, as you lamented, it hasn't been done in 10 years. If you were to do Incredible India today, what would you call it?
No, I'll call it, see, you've already built your brand. Never kill a good brand. Just sustain that. It's etched in the minds of people. If you were to create a new brand, it'll take you another decade or so. So just reinforce that brand. And there's nothing better. India's is such a phenomenal country. There's nothing better than it being called incredible.
more power to you and more power to Incredible India. Amitabh Kant, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Amitabh Kant, the former Sherpa of the G20 and the CEO of the Niti Aayog. Thank you very much for your time and for a long list of ideas, but also the execution roadmap that you've laid out for
I
us.
only repeated what has been announced in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, and thank you, Shireen, for those very invaluable insights, very frankly and honestly shared. And thank you for highlighting the silver lining in the
That I'm not in
challenges.
government, I have to be honest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we now draw the curtains on Reforms Reloaded 2025, first of all, thank you to all of you for making this a success today. We thank you for being part of this historic day. On behalf of Network 18, we thank our presenting partner, IDFC First Bank, our associate partners, ITC Limited, PhonePe and Reliance Industries Limited, and our exchange partner, NSE, for their support in making this summit possible. Thank you to the wonderful audience for joining us today. A special giveaway awaits you. Please don't forget to collect it from the registration desk. Please proceed towards dinner now as it's served. Thank you. Good night and take care.